Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Prologue. The violent quake from a nearby explosion demanded his attention, and he quickly and gracefully rose to his feet. Although his stature was unshaken by the loud disturbance, his expression was one of great concern, and he readied himself for battle. He clenched his hands and allowed a shadowy, dark energy to build up in his fists. A second explosion. This one was quite literally upon his doorstep. A black cloud of smoke and debris billowed his way, but he remained standing, undaunted. A long, eerie silence followed. He looked on apprehensively, waiting for whatever would inevitably come his way. Just as the smoke began to dissipate, two rapidly spinning discs emerged from the fray. He launched his dark energy toward them with precise aim, destroying them both. The number of discs seemed to multiply, however, and suddenly there were 5 or 6 sets hurtling after him. He, again, destroyed them all with relative ease save the last pair. He somehow missed that one, and he paid for it dearly. The discs latched onto his wrists and ankles like shackles. He was then brought to his knees with a quick but potent shock of electricity. He endured the pain well and again tried to build dark energy in his fists. After failing to do so, he realized that the shackles had rendered his powers completely useless. He was now at the mercy of whoever his captor was. After a few long moments of his humiliating incarceration, a large group of humans moved in and surrounded him with some sort of weapon aimed directly at him, he supposed, in case he tried to escape, as if he could. His eyes narrowed, recognizing their uniform. "Well, that was surprisingly easy," commented the leader as he strolled right up to him, his shoes scuffing the ground as he stopped directly in front of his nose. "Really, I expected more of a fight. It seems you've lost your touch in the years since I last saw you. I'll be sure to fix that." "You. Ah, you seem to recognize me. It would be impossible for me to forget you, Giovanni. The question is, how do you remember me?" "I think you underestimate the scientific prowess of my research team," Giovanni said. "Besides, there were records, handwritten journals, electronic data, research papers. I poured years and millions of dollars into you. Did you honestly think a simple wipe of my memory, however strong, would prevent, much less deter, me from finding you again?" Silence. The shackles tightened and another, more powerful jolt of electricity shook him. The pain was excruciating, so much so that his vision went fuzzy and left a loud ringing in his ears. The shock subsided, and he gasped in a much-needed breath of air. He wanted to stand, but all energy had abandoned him. After sorting through the white noise buzzing in his mind, he weakly lifted his head and, without a trace of fear in his voice, asked with a sneer, "What do you want?" Giovanni smirked, and he opened his mouth to speak. "Ash." Giovanni's voice faded and became blurry. The answer to the question was blotted out, the words became a mesh of low-toned noises strung loosely and carelessly together. Ash. The scene was achromatized, whittling down to a dim, gray palette before his eyes, and then dissolved completely. The setting, the people, everything, faded into total oblivion. The clarity of these events was lost as a dark fog gathered around the memory, edging out the details. Ash. And then. Ash. Reality. Ash's eyes flew open, and he sat up sharply, knocking Sillin in the head as he did so. The Pokémon connoisseur staggered backward, his hand instinctively moving toward his forehead, the place which had been impacted. Iris, who along with Sillin had been hovering near Ash's bedside, jumped slightly upon the violent collision. After recovering from her mild shock, she grabbed Sillin's wrist and pulled it down to examine the damage on his head. Already, the connoisseur's fair skin was taking on a nasty purple hue. "Oh, look what you've done," Iris sighed, addressing Ash. "That's going to leave a mark on both of you. Hold on, let me get some ice to help the swelling." "I'm sorry, Sillin," Ash exclaimed, gingerly rubbing his own bruising bump as Iris left. "That's quite all right, Ash. I know you didn't mean it all," Sillin said politely, giving the boy a sheepish smile. That must have been some dream you were having. Ash's head perked up curiously. Dream? He asked in confusion as Pikachu leapt onto his lap. Pika Pie, exclaimed the mouse-like Pokémon in concern. I think a nightmare is more like it, Iris said as she re-entered the room with ice packs in hand. Both the afflicted trainers gratefully accepted the cooling agents and made good use of them. You were tossing and turning in bed and groaning so loudly that you woke both Syllan and I up. What were you dreaming about? Ash thought long and hard about that one. He desperately tried to recall the details of whatever happened in his dream, but flat out could not. He closed his eyes and thought for a moment longer. He vaguely remembered having a conversation with someone, but who? Giovanni, Ash repeated quietly, though the name was meaningless to him. It sounded familiar, but he couldn't put a face to it. If he had ever met a Giovanni, it had to have been many years earlier. What was that? Iris asked. Ash shrugged. You know, I honestly can't remember. He suddenly grinned. Maybe I hit the place in my brain where all my memories are kept when Syllan and I bumped heads, and that just knocked the dream right out of me. Oh, that's quite impossible. You see, you hit the area associated with the prefrontal lobe, and the memory functions of the brain are located. Syllan stopped himself from going further into his long-winded scientific explanation once he saw the death glare Iris was giving him. Anyway, it's not important. Perhaps it's better you don't remember. From the way you were writhing around in your sleep, I'm sure it's something I wouldn't want to dwell on. He tilted his head. I think the real question is, what prompted you to have such a horrible dream? Before Ash had a chance to answer, Iris leaned over the bed and felt his forehead. Well, you don't have a fever, she said. Maybe it's from all the adrenaline you had tonight after you found out what's her name. Misty is visiting you in Pallet for the holidays. You were practically bouncing off the walls. Iris suddenly had a very sly, knowing expression painted on her face. Ash looked slightly confused at this, but smiled and patted Pikachu on the head. Yeah, Misty's an old pal of ours, he said. It'll be good to see her and my mom for Christmas. Iris's face fell, and she sighed. Never mind, she droned, obviously let down. You're such a kid. Ash opened his mouth to retort, but Syllan cut him off before he and Iris could start bickering. Well, if you're all right, then I suggest we should all try to get back to sleep, Syllan interjected. Your flight leaves early tomorrow, and Iris and I have to set off for the village of dragons and Strident City. Ash nodded, forgetting why he was even upset. Right, he agreed with a yawn. Well, I'm sorry for waking you two up. Ash pulled the covers over himself again. Good night. Good night, Iris replied, crawling back into her own bed. Pleasant dreams, Syllan said. Ash didn't go to sleep right away, though. He stared at the ceiling for a long while, still thinking about the name. Something stirred in his memory, the sound of Giovanni's deep, resonant voice. Nevertheless, Ash couldn't for the life of him remember what they had talked about. The words had somehow slipped through his fingers like tiny grains of sand on the beach, impossible to relocate and pick out individually. Chapter 1, in which Ash returns home. December 16th, late morning. Olivine City. May Maple was not a morning person. If she could, she would lounge around in bed until noon, at which time she could get up and play with her Pokémon while enjoying a bite of lunch. But alas, the life of a coordinator called for 9 a.m. contests and early morning training sessions, when the sun wasn't at its strongest and most draining. It had been easier when she first started out on her journey, since she had Max or Ash to throw a pillow at her face when she didn't want to wake up. Not to mention, the smell of Brock's excellent cooking never failed to lure her out of her sleeping bag on colder mornings. Now that she was on her own, she had to be more self-disciplined. Nevertheless, she decided the previous evening that her own early Christmas gift to herself would be letting herself sleep in late. The light of the sun spilled into her room through the open shutters of the blinds and across her face. The young trainer's eyelids cracked open, and she sat up, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. She glanced at the digital clock on her nightstand and smiled. It was not terribly late in the day, yet she still had enjoyed the pleasures of a few extra hours of rest. A great gift to herself, indeed. May rose from her bed and dug around her bag, pulling out a fresh new set of clothes. She quickly dressed herself, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and fixed her hair into a loose ponytail before heading downstairs. Her rivals, Harley, Soledad, and Drew, were all sitting around a table in the lobby near the unlit fireplace. They all just happened to be there in Olivine City since they were looking to catch a boat back to Hoenn, or in Soledad's case, Kanto, to spend time with family for the holidays. Well, all with the exception of Drew. He explained a couple of days ago that he was staying in Johto for Christmas. Soledad didn't question this decision, and Harley didn't care enough to, but May couldn't help but be curious. "How can you not want to go home to La Rouse?" she had asked. "That's your hometown, isn't it?" He flicked his hair, saying, "Yeah, so. Don't you want to see your family?" "I'd rather not talk about it." The look May subsequently received from Soledad told her to drop it, and she did. May worried about him, though. Drew rarely ever spoke about his family, or his childhood for that matter. He made it clear long ago that the topic was off limits. Every time they broached the subject, he would either cut her off with a new topic or somehow shut the conversation down. Nevertheless, May figured from the few times he ever did mention his home life that his relationship with his father was, at best, strained. His mother didn't seem to be around since he never said anything about her, and May was pretty sure he didn't have any siblings. Truthfully, May found his situation, as vague as it was to her, quite sad. To spend Christmas alone defied everything the holiday, in her mind, was about. She had offered that he come along with her to Petalburg City with the insistence that her family wouldn't mind in the least bit. He declined, however, and left little room for further discussion. She wasn't ready to give up just yet, though. May slid into the seat beside Drew and flashed him a winning smile. Drew raised his eyebrows and took a sip of his coffee, but he said nothing as he returned to his newspaper. "Good morning," she greeted cheerfully, staring at him with a lazy half-lidded gaze. She rested her chin on her open palm. "Morning," he replied. "You sure slept in." May shrugged. "The boat doesn't leave till this afternoon, so I thought I would treat myself," she explained. "Anyway, how are you?" He didn't answer, his eyes giving her a once-over. May was always friendly, unless he gave her reason to act otherwise, but he could tell she wanted something. He suspected he knew what that thing was, and he heaved a sigh. "Fine. Better than fine, actually," he answered. Big news, they finally settled the sponsorship debacle for the Johto Grand Festival. May suddenly straightened up, a look of awe in her expression. "You're kidding." "No." He pushed the newspaper toward her, allowing her to see the front page headline. They set a date for January 12th in Blackthorn City. May let out a delighted laugh, clapping her hands together. The Johto Grand Festival was originally scheduled to be held months ago, but news came out several weeks before the opening ceremonies that a major, though unnamed, sponsor had backed out at the last moment. With little funding, the festival was put on hold indefinitely. The move had enraged many coordinators who were qualified for entry, since the delay would likely cut into the next coordinating season and put them at a disadvantage for earning 5 ribbons in time for another region's festival. They were right, as time dragged on and no second sponsor stepped up, many cut their losses and left the region. Even Drew had grown antsy and was considering doing the same, but Soledad had managed to talk him out of it. "See? I told you they would figure it out," Soledad said with a smile. "Yeah, took them long enough," Harley scoffed. "I think so many coordinators dropped out that there's going to be a lot less competition." "Well, that's no fun," May frowned. "I like having competition. It means better chances of winning." "The whole enchilada, sugarplum," Harley reminded her. He paused and, suddenly changing the subject, asked, "Wait, no bandana?" May blinked. "Nah, I decided I wanted something different this morning," she said, twirling a loose piece of her hair with a finger. She stopped, and her expression deadpanned. Why, does it look funny? It's just different. Is different good? She seemed legitimately concerned. May, stop panicking, Drew cut in dryly. Personally, I like it. It's a good look for you. Soledad and Harley exchanged a furtive glance, and Harley wriggled his eyebrows slightly. Soledad couldn't resist a small laugh. Well, thank you, May said, her cheeks flushing pink. Drew rarely offered compliments, and they were even more rare when they pertained to her appearance, so when he did, she knew they were sincere. Even if they were hidden under a layer of sarcasm. Anyway, Drew continued, I think I'm just going to start off for Blackthorn this afternoon. May was suddenly reminded of her original purpose in talking to him that morning. But, Drew she began. The answer is still no, May, he said, knowing exactly where the conversation was headed. May huffed. Why not, she pouted. Drew set his coffee down and looked straight at her, his piercing green eyes causing her to shrink back. Look, May, he started, I really do appreciate the offer. But I can't intrude. And what offer is this? Soledad inquired suddenly. Drew pursed his lips, not wanting to answer. May, on the other hand, was all too willing to jump in. I just thought since he isn't interested in going to La Rouse for Christmas and because he hasn't given a good reason for staying here versus going back to Hoenn that he should come home with me, she explained. She spoke so quickly that her words stumbled and melded together, but Soledad seemed to get the gist of it. That so? The pink-haired coordinator asked. Yes, Drew cut in, sounding a little more irritated now that Soledad had been pulled into the discussion. Thank you May, but really, I'm fine with staying in Johto and going to Blackthorn. I can train there. Well, I think you should go with May, Soledad said. Drew glowered at her but said nothing. She smiled and continued, what? You don't have a good reason for staying here. You've already been training for months with the festival delay, and besides, you could always practice with May in Petalburg. If her parents are okay with it, then why not? May hasn't even asked her parents, Drew grumbled as an excuse. May beamed and whipped out her Pokenav. Well, I can take care of that right now, she chirped. May, he warned, but she hushed him. She had already dialed the number and it was ringing. Drew sunk in his chair. This always seemed to happen. He usually won the argument of the day when it was just him and May, but whenever Soledad decided to step in and take May's side, he was doomed. Caroline picked up, her face appearing on the tiny screen of the Pokenav. Hi Mom, May greeted with a smile. Well, hello dear. Caroline said. What prompted you to call at this time? I heard about the Johto Grand Festival's new date. You're still coming home to Petalburg, right? Yes, of course, May replied. I actually have a question. I have an answer. Well. May grabbed Drew's arm with both hands and pulled him closer to her, so Caroline could see him through the Pokenav screen. Drew's face heated up at the sudden closeness between him and his rival, and his blush was quite evident to his table companions. Harley was choking back laughter, and even Soledad looked like she had to suppress a chuckle. Drew shot them both a glare, while May was completely oblivious to the entire situation. You remember Drew, right? May continued. Caroline smiled knowingly. Of course, she replied. May, Drew hissed under his breath, but she ignored him. Okay. So, he doesn't exactly have a place to go for Christmas, May explained. Well, he does, but he doesn't want to go, and he won't tell me why, but that's beside the point. I think it's sad he doesn't have someone to spend Christmas with, so I was wondering if he could catch the boat to Hoenn with me this afternoon to spend Christmas with us. May was rambling again, but Caroline, too, understood what her daughter was saying, and her smile widened. Why, of course he can. We'd be very glad to have you, Drew, she said. Actually Drew began, but May cut him off. All right, I'll see you in a couple days, MK. Thanks, love you, bye, she said very quickly, ending the call as to not give Drew the chance to weasel his way out. She then stood and, with a triumphant smile, said, well, I'm going to go see if the cafeteria has any pancakes left. She turned to Drew to address him. You should probably pack. The boat leaves at 3 p.m. today. And with that, she left. Well, that was certainly amusing, Harley chimed in after May was gone. Oh, look on the bright side, Drew. If you're lucky, maybe there'll be a mistletoe hanging around at the Maple household. It would be a perfect opportunity to kiss her and tell her how desperately in love with her you are. Shut up, Harley, Drew snapped. He wasn't in the mood for his obnoxious teasing. In all seriousness, it is a good opportunity to get to know May better outside of contests and battling, Soledad said. Not you, too, Soledad, Drew said, exasperated. Soledad shrugged. We're not blind, she stated simply. It's fairly obvious you have feelings for May. The young coordinator groaned and put his head down on the table. I'm going to go pack, he said, defeated. December 16th, late afternoon. Pallet Town. Look there, Pikachu. We're almost home. Pika. Ash ran to the edge of the cliff and, gripping the slightly rusted railing, breathed in the fresh, rural air of the small town below. The plane ride had been long and uncomfortable, and the brief journey from the airport in Viridian City to Pallet Town had been boring and uneventful, especially since he had opted to take the straightforward commercial route rather than the longer, but more scenic trainer's path. None of that mattered, though, because now he was home. Feeling brave, he jumped over the railing and slid down the steep slope on his feet. Pikachu clung to his trainer's shoulder for dear life, and about halfway down, Ash completely lost his balance, tripped, and tumbled to the ground, hitting the bottom with a loud, painful thud. Pika Pie, cried Pikachu, who was unharmed by the fall, in concern. He nudged the boy's shoulder. I'm all right. Ash assured his partner with a forced grin. He sat up and dusted himself off, though he still remained caked in a thin veil of dirt. Wow, that was quite the landing, said a familiar voice from nearby. Ash looked up to see his old rival from Pallet approaching him. Gary! Ash exclaimed. Gary smirked. Good to see you, Ashy boy, he greeted, using Ash's old pet name. I didn't know you'd be in Pallet, Ash said as Gary helped him to his feet. Well, duh, I live here. Ash smiled sheepishly and said, it's just, last I saw you, you were doing research in Sinnoh. Gary shrugged. Like you, I decided to come home for the holidays. Besides, I needed a little R&R, he explained. Anyway, everyone's been waiting for you back at your mom's house. She's so excited that you're visiting home, she probably won't even mind that you look like a dirty hobo. Ash's head perked up. Is Misty there yet? He asked. Nah, it's just me, Tracy, Gramps, and your mom. Misty will be here in a couple of days, I'm sure, Gary replied. Great! Ash exclaimed. Man, I'm so pumped to see everybody, I can hardly wait. He then took off running down the path into town. Gary blinked and looked after him incredulously. Hey, wait up, he called. Gary didn't have to run to catch up, though, because Ash tripped over a large pebble and made a faceplant in the middle of the road. Gary snickered. He supposed some things never changed. He strolled up beside Ash, deciding to not offer his help this time. How about you not run home, because I don't want to be blamed when you show up looking like you've just been in a street fight. Gary paused. Oh wait, too late. I could do without the snarky comments, Ash mumbled into the dirt. Please, Ash, you make it too easy. Gary laughed as Ash staggered to his feet, and then they walked the rest of the way. The conversation lightened up significantly, and Gary stopped giving Ash grief for his 2 slip-ups. They spent the 10-minute commute catching up on each other's lives, describing new Pokémon they'd caught, new rivals, new friends, new adventures, and before they knew it, they were on the doorstep of the Ketchum residence. Before Ash could even reach for the doorknob, however, the door swung open, and Delia threw her arms around her son, practically crushing him. "Oh, Ash," she cried. "I'm so glad you're home." She suddenly scowled, realizing he was covered in dirt. She let go of him. "What happened?" she asked, casting a wondering look at Gary, who shrugged in response. "Even I can't save him from himself, Ms. Ketchum," Gary replied coolly. "Hey Ash, good to see you're back." Ash grinned, recognizing the voice, and pushed his way inside. His old traveling companion, Tracy, was sitting next to Professor Oak on the sofa. "Glad to be back, Tracy," Ash replied. "Ash, boy, why are you covered in dirt?" Professor Oak asked, after seeing the filthy state the trainer was in. Ash rubbed the back of his head, abashed. "Heh. I had a bit of an accident on the way here," he said. "Try 2 accidents," Gary added. Ash shot him a glare. "Well, why don't you take a quick shower to rinse off and change clothes? You can leave the ones you're wearing in the laundry basket, and I'll wash them tonight," Delia suggested. She then lifted Pikachu off her son's shoulder and hugged him tightly. "Pikachu can help me finish dinner while you're getting ready." "Cha!" Pikachu nuzzled the mother's cheek affectionately. "All right," Ash chuckled. He waved at his friends and trudged up the stairs, humming to himself as he did. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing that could possibly happen to ruin his happiness at that moment. He was home, his mother's cooking was on the stove, and Christmas was just around the corner. Then he tripped up the stairs. December 16th, evening. Cerulean City. Misty. "It's past 9 p.m., can you, lock up the gym?" Lily asked, suddenly appearing in the doorway of her younger sister's bedroom. Misty, who was comfortably situated on her bed with Azrael happily seated on her belly, appeared irritated upon this request. The redhead set the book she was reading down on her chest to speak more directly to her sister. "You're perfectly capable of locking the doors yourself, Lily," she said. "But, Misty," Lily began with the slightest twang of whine in her voice, "my nails are drying, and I don't want to ruin them using those rusty old keys. Besides, if you don't, you'll have to be the one to turn away the one rookie trainer who decides to come in for a battle this late at night." Misty sighed. She knew then this was a lost argument. Being the only waterflower who actually cared about the Cerulean gym meant she had to do all the battling and maintenance. Being the youngest of the family also meant she was the one to get constantly pushed around. "All right, fine," Misty replied in a huff. Lily smiled. "Thanks, little sis," she replied before running off. Misty sat up, grumbling irritably under her breath. She marked her page and set Azrael on top of her pillow, leaving the young normal type with the promise that she would be back in a few minutes. The gym leader made her way down the stairs, past the walkway to the large indoor pool on the first floor, and approached the entrance. She opened the doors and peered outside just to make sure no one was waiting. She wasn't really in the mood for a battle, but if anyone really was hard-headed enough to come out that late, and, surprisingly, it had happened a few times, she didn't feel like turning him or her down. However, the entire area was empty, which Misty noted was fairly unusual. There was typically at least a passerby or two, even at this hour. The gym was located near the central hub of the city, so there were always people hanging around. Misty shrugged it off. She supposed it was too cold for people to be out and about. There wasn't any snow by any means, but the air was chilly, and Misty shivered when a particularly frigid winter breeze blew by her. The water trainer promptly shut the large doors, then reached to the left and grabbed the keys off the hook. She quickly and quietly locked the doors and made sure to turn off all the lights. She then wandered her way through the darkness, without running into anything. She had done this enough times to know where all the sharp corners and surprise tables were. She did, however, accidentally stumble over a Bizel that was lingering at the bottom of the stairs. "Sorry," Misty exclaimed, shooting the sea weasel Pokémon an apologetic smile. Basil brushed it off, and Misty continued up the stairs and back to her room, where Azurill was still patiently sitting right where his trainer had left him. Misty smiled, picking the little Pokémon up and hugging him tightly. "Thank you for waiting," she said. "Azurill." Misty resumed her position on the bed, with Azurill happily settling himself in her lap. The trainer smiled again, petting the Pokémon's slick, rubbery skin. She couldn't wait to get away from Cerulean City for a couple of days to visit Pallet. She knew Christmas was meant to be spent with family, but she felt like she hadn't seen Ash for a really long time. Sure, they'd talked on the video phone many times while he was away in Sinnoh and Unova, but it wasn't the same as having him standing beside her, with that goofy grin plastered on his stupid face. Besides, Daisy, the most tolerable of her sisters, mentioned she was thinking about coming along. Misty justified that as spending time with family, so she didn't have to feel bad about leaving behind Violet or Lily, both whom Misty thought probably would not care whether their youngest sibling was home or not. Misty chuckled when she saw Azurill had fallen asleep and then realized she was tired herself. It was early to be going to bed, but she figured the sooner she fell asleep, the sooner she could get up in the morning and leave for Pallet. The gym leader reached over and turned the light on her nightstand off. She then pulled the covers up over herself and Azurill, and shifted around to make herself comfortable. She barely had just closed her eyes when she heard an explosion. December 16th, evening. Pallet Town. "Oh, Mimey, please let me help you unload the dishwasher," Ash said, noticing that the Pokémon was struggling to reach the shelves that were higher up in the kitchen. The Mr. Mime looked wary of the trainer as he took the plate out of his hand, placing it on the uppermost shelf, but he didn't otherwise protest. "Why don't you take all the pots and utensils and other things that go in the lower cabinets, and I'll take the plates and cups and stuff that go into the shelves?" Ash suggested amicably. Mime, the barrier Pokémon, seemed to agree. Thus, Ash and Mimey tag-teamed the dishwasher and had everything put away within a matter of minutes. Once they were finished, Ash grinned at the Mr. Mime, who seemed to smile back even if just a little bit. "Great job," encouraged the trainer. "Now, why don't you take a break for the rest of the night? You're always helping my mom keep the house up, and you deserve to rest." Mimey turned his nose up at him and, folding his arms, faced the other way. "Mr. Mime," he said indignantly. Ash sighed. He supposed Mimey still wasn't used to him, even after several years. The only person the Mr. Mime ever seemed to obey was Delia. Ash wasn't complaining, exactly. He really was grateful Mimey hung around the house. He kept his mom company while he was away on his journey, and Ash appreciated that. Although it was never discussed in the Ketchum household, Ash got the feeling his mother was often lonely, especially since his father wasn't around. "Mimey, Ash is right," Delia said, entering the kitchen. "You deserve a break, especially after helping us prepare a big meal for Professor Oak and company." Mimey was all too willing to acquiesce once he gained her approval. "Mime. Mr. Mime," he exclaimed happily, taking off his apron. Delia took it from him, planning to wash it along with Ash's dirty clothes from earlier that day. Ash grinned and followed the Pokémon out into the living room, where Mimey met up with Pikachu. The two then seemed to engage in an excited chatter about something Ash couldn't fully understand. The boy settled himself on the sofa across from them, watching as they laughed together in Pokespeak. His father. Ash had never met him. For the longest time, his mother had insisted it was because his father was off on a Pokémon journey of his own. At 10 years old, it seemed like a believable story. Almost 5 years later, he had figured out himself that it was probably something his mother made up to make him feel better about the fact his father had left them. It wasn't some great revelation that happened one day while he was traveling in Kanto or Hoenn or Sinnoh or wherever, it was just something he had, over time, come to realize and accept. Well, he hadn't fully accepted it yet. There was still this childish part of him that wanted to believe his father was a fantastic trainer who was traversing across treacherous seas or through dangerous forests in search of new Pokémon. He wanted to believe that one day he would come home. "Ash, dear?" Delia asked, sitting beside her son. Ash snapped out of his thoughts and smiled at his mom. Yeah. Are you all right? You seem really distracted, Delia said, the concern evident in her voice. Ash waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine, don't worry about it, he said. Just thinking. About what? Ash mentally stumbled. He didn't really want to have this conversation. At least, not yet. Ash scrambled for something to say. Had this really weird dream a couple of nights ago. Before I left Unova and came here. What was it about? Delia asked. Ash chuckled nervously. I can't exactly remember. I only know it was weird 'cause Scylla and Iris had to wake me up, because I was tossing and turning in bed, Ash explained. Once he saw the trouble painted on his mother's face, he added, don't worry about it, though. It was probably just something I ate that night. Scylla can cook up some pretty fancy stuff. Nothing as good as you, of course. Delia rolled her eyes but smiled. Well, she began, I think I might know something that will cheer you up. What? A Christmas special. Delia paused before adding, the Delibird who stole Christmas, maybe? That was your favorite when you were little. Ha. Yeah, I remember that one, Ash said. Okay, let's watch it. Delia stood and went to the small entertainment center. She bent on her knees and opened the cabinet, rummaging through it before pulling out the old VHS tape. She then turned on the television. The first channel was coincidentally the Napaj Interregional News Station reporting on a breaking story. The Cerulean City Gym was on fire. December 16th, late evening. Blackthorn City. You know, you really should visit more often, Claire remarked as she carefully poured her cousin and herself a glass of wine. I rarely ever see you anymore, except when you have business here in Blackthorn. When we were kids, we used to be together every single day. Lance's dark eyes flicked over to her. His expression was calm, calculating, though his lips curled upward as he reminisced on his youth, before he became one of the Indigo Elite Four and, later, the champion. Such was a simpler time, though that, in retrospect, was hard to believe considering he and Claire spent most of it in rigorous training under his father, her uncle. You know I'm busy. And I'm not. Claire jested as she handed him a glass. Of course you are, Lance said, gratefully accepting the drink, just not as busy as I am. You run a gym. I run 2 regions. Claire's eyebrows knitted together. Right. Well, now that you and Raoul finally got the Jado Grand Festival back on track, I hope you can at least stick around for the holidays. As long as nothing else comes up. Lance said it jokingly, but those words ended up being his condemnation. The shrill ring of the telephone tore through the air, and Claire frowned, setting her glass down. I'll get it, she said, presuming it was one of the several aspiring dragon masters she had taken under her wing. She stood up and headed into the other room, grabbing the wireless phone off its hook. Hello. This is Gym Leader Claire speaking, the brunette answered, sounding a little irked. She was silent for a few moments, listening to the plight of the caller, when Lance saw her expression noticeably harden. Mew, she swore, dropping the phone to her side. It's Officer Jenny of Cerulean City, for you. The local gym there caught on fire. What? Lance stood and quickly took the phone from Claire. Hello. This is Lance. Are the Waterflower sisters okay? Claire, meanwhile, snatched the remote off the mahogany coffee table, turning on the flat-screen television on the wall. She then flipped through the channels and found the news station, which was, as she expected, reporting on the Cerulean crisis. The flames had already been put out, though only a charred shell of the building remained. Lance joined her after ending the call. Are they all right? Claire asked, turning her head toward him. The Waterflowers? Yes, Lance answered shortly as he dialed another number. Do you know them? I met the youngest, the red-headed one, several years ago. She was a traveling companion of a boy named Ash. He challenged me for the rising badge and won. You have a strikingly good memory. I always remember the people I lose to. Lance raised his eyebrows, but he didn't have time to respond as the person on the other side of the line picked up. Leaf. I'm sorry if I woke you. I realize it's late, but I need you to get down to the gym in Cerulean City as soon as possible. A pause. Have you seen the news? I'm in Johto right now, with Claire. All right. Call me when you get there. Thank you. Claire spoke up again as soon as he ended the call. So, Agent Green is your go-to now. She has her purpose, Lance explained without any further elaboration. Ah, she mused. So why are you sending her to Cerulean City? The champion shrugged. G-Men protocol, he said. We need to check out the scene to make sure nothing criminal happened. Criminal? Something similar to this occurred several years ago, back in 1997, Lance clarified. A few low-level Team Rocket grunts set off a bomb in the Celadon gym, which caused the place to go up in flames. Claire's eyes widened. You think Team Rocket is behind this? Doubtful, Lance droned. The organization's been inactive for years now. My guess is what happened at the Cerulean gym is just an unfortunate accident. Claire sat back down before retrieving her glass of wine and taking a sip. Let's hope so. December 16th, late evening. Cerulean City. Misty's head was spinning. Everything had happened so fast, too fast. The explosion, or whatever it was, none of the Waterflower sisters knew where it came from or why it happened, in one way or another caused something to spark, which ended with the roof catching fire. And, though they lived in a gym full of water-type Pokémon, the flames quickly grew to the point where they were too overwhelming for the family to handle. Luckily, the Cerulean Fire Department arrived to douse the inferno. All 36 Pokémon in the gym were transported to the local Pokémon Center to be checked out, while Lily, Violet, and Daisy went to the hospital for similar reasons. The medical technician had insisted Misty go with her sisters, but the redhead was adamant about making sure the Pokémon were okay first. The technician was about to argue further, but after a moment's delay, he scratched his head and said, spoken like a true gym leader. He then let her go. So, that was what brought her here, sitting in a video phone booth in the empty Cerulean Pokémon Center lobby, talking to her eldest sister Daisy while awaiting news from Nurse Joy. Misty's sisters, Daisy told her, were all apparently well, but Violet and Lily were shaken up quite a bit, and by shaken up, Daisy meant bawling. Misty could hear them in the background. I think they're going to release us soon, so I'll go down there to wait and you can come here to get checked out, Daisy said, but Misty shook her head. No, I want to make sure all the Pokémon are healthy first, she insisted. Besides, I'm fine. I'm still breathing, aren't I? Daisy sighed. You're too stubborn for your own good, the blonde ummed through the video screen. You'll never get a boyfriend with that attitude. A low growl rumbled in Misty's throat. Really? Now? She asked, irritated. Right, bad timing, Daisy apologized. Well, I'm coming down there anyway. I'll see you as soon as I can. She hung up after that. Misty sighed and put the phone back on the hook. She stood slowly and seated herself back in the waiting area. She didn't have much time to get comfortable though, as Nurse Joy came through the double doors, still in the process of removing her rubber gloves. Misty immediately rose to her feet again and quickly approached her. How are they doing? She asked, the worry obvious in her voice. Nurse Joy smiled. All are well, she assured. A few are a bit sick from smoke inhalation, but they will all be fine. No burns, either, from what I could find. You are all very lucky to have 30+ Pokémon escape from a burning building unharmed. Misty nodded. Yes, we are very lucky, the gym leader agreed. Do you know what caused the fire? Nurse Joy asked out of curiosity. Misty shook her head. No idea, she said. Something blew up, maybe an old water heater. That's just my guess. Though. I really don't care. I'm just glad everyone's all right. What about the status of the gym? Unusable, at this point, I'm sure, Misty replied. But, the fire department nearly had it put out when we were leaving. Well, I hope that you have the best case scenario, and it's able to be repaired, despite fire damage, Nurse Joy said. It's such a shame, it really was a lovely building. The shining gem of Cerulean City. And right before Christmas, too. Misty nodded, again, though she now looked a bit more solemn. She was sure the kind woman had no intention of doing so, but this discussion was making her ache in the side. The Cerulean Gym was her family's pride and joy, for slightly different reasons, depending on which family member with whom you spoke. For Misty, it was about the tough opponents she met during gym matches, while for her older siblings, it was the amazing water shows and plays they put on as the sensational sisters. Nevertheless, it was one of the more popular and well-known league official gyms throughout all the regions. But above all else, it was their home. I need to make a few calls, Misty said, cutting the conversation short. Nurse Joy smiled understandingly and left to attend to the other Pokémon in the center. Misty returned to the video phone booth and dialed a number. The phone didn't ring long before it was picked up. Tracy. Misty exclaimed with a smile when the assistant to Professor Oak answered. Goodness, Misty, he began, it's such a relief to see you. We all heard what happened at the gym. Misty looked puzzled upon this statement. What? How? She asked, craning an eyebrow. It was on the news. Oh. That made sense, she supposed. She hadn't been cognizant enough to see that there were news vans at the scene when she left, but she remembered how the burning of the Celadon City gym a few years back made national headlines. Is everyone okay? Is Daisy all right? He asked with special concern in his voice. Misty resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She was well aware of, and terrified by, the fact that Tracy had taken an interest in her older sister. They'd gone out on multiple dates since Daisy first promised him he could take her to dinner after he helped clean and fix the pipe system in the Cerulean Gym. Nothing serious had come of the relationship yet, and somehow, Misty doubted anything ever would. Daisy had never been serious about anyone. Although, Misty had to admit, she was pretty sure the reason why Daisy had insisted she go to Pallet for Christmas was to see Tracy. Yes, everyone's fine, Misty replied. Daisy's on her way here. Good to hear, Tracy said with a relaxed smile. Anyway, I presume you're looking to speak to Professor Oak. Yes. Gramps is asleep, said an all-too-familiar voice from off-screen. Let me talk to her. Tracy then handed the phone to none other than Gary Oak. Good to see you're not burnt to a crisp, Gary greeted. Thanks, I appreciate that, Misty replied sarcastically. In all seriousness, glad you and everyone else are doing well, Gary said, suddenly sounding a little more sincere. All right, you don't even have to tell me what you want. I can guess, you want to transfer you and your sister's Pokémon to the lab, right? You nailed it, Misty replied, unsurprised. Just until we get the gym repaired, of course. Or until we build a new one, if the current one's beyond repair. Well, I know how to work the lab transfer system, so just send him on over here once you're ready, Gary said. How many? 36. She paused before adding, but I'll be keeping 1 or 2 with me, for when I make the trip to Pallet. You're still coming. I need to get away more than ever. All right, I get it. See you in a couple of days, then. He looked like he was about to hang up, but Misty stopped him. Wait, before you go. Misty began. Yeah. Can you call Ash and let him know I'm all right? And that I still plan on coming for Christmas? Misty asked. I would myself, but now I've got to get 3 dozen Pokémon whom I imagine are very unhappy right now into their Pokeballs and through a transferring machine. I pass that duty on to you, Tracy, Gary said with a wave of his hand. He disappeared off the screen and Tracy took his place. "Yes, I will let him know," Tracy replied with a sigh after Gary was out of earshot. "Thank you," Misty said. "It's not a problem," Tracy said. "Take care." The conversation ended there. The screen went black, but Misty still clutched onto the phone. Her eyes glazed over, and she stood there for a moment in a sort of stunned silence, as the reality of her situation really began to sink in. Chapter 2, in which Lance pays a visit. December 19th, early morning. Cerulean City. It had been years since she was last here. Back when her Pokémon journey first began, back when she was still interested in the Pokémon League Challenge, the Cerulean City gym had been her second gym match. The win was pathetically easy since her starter, Bulbasaur, had a type advantage. Although, truly, she had expected there to at least be some challenge in it. Daisy practically rolled over and surrendered after the first move. However, she'd heard the youngest Waterflower had since taken up the position of gym leader and proven herself to be a far more competent battler than any of her older sisters. Leaf strode toward the gym, or rather, what was left of it, with her hands tucked into the warm pockets of her gray coat. She was dressed professionally, sheer black pantyhose and heels included, and her ash-brown hair was neatly pulled back. At the ripe old age of 15, she had to dress older than she looked whenever she was out doing investigative work by herself. Otherwise, no one would take her seriously. A girl as young as she, in the G-Men? Pah! Ridiculous. Several officers from the Cerulean Police Department were guarding the building behind yellow caution tape when she arrived. Leaf easily slipped under the tape, but she was quickly stopped by a male officer who was at least twice her height. "Hold up, miss. This area is restricted," he said. Before Leaf had a chance to reply, the nearby Cerulean officer Jenny intervened. "It's okay," she assured the man before turning to Leaf. "You're Agent Green, right? Lance said you would be coming." "Yes." Leaf nodded. "Great, so what can we do for you?" Jenny asked amicably, leading her away. "I just need a key to the gym," Leaf replied, noting the heavy metal chains that had been locked around the charred double doors at the entrance. They were probably there to keep any mischievous teenagers from wreaking further havoc upon the place. The structure of the building is currently too dangerous for anyone to be inside. "So, I'm guessing that means you have no idea what started the fire?" Leaf asked, folding her arms. Jenny was put off by the young agent's accusatory statement but didn't let it show. "We've talked to all 4 of the Waterflower sisters, and all reported hearing an explosion. The popular theory right now is that the water heater in the attic overheated and exploded, which sparked some electrical wiring in the roof and caused the place to go up in flames," the officer explained. "A cleanup crew is scheduled to come in this afternoon. We'll hopefully know more after that." "Right. I still want in," Leaf persisted. "But Dash. I'll be fine." Jenny hesitated one last time, but she finally turned over the key. Leaf thanked her and approached the gym doors, sticking the key into the large padlock and turning it. The chains dropped, and she let herself in. Leaf's nose wrinkled upon entering the building. The air still smelled thick with smoke and was musty. She knew she wouldn't be able to stay long, lest she fall ill from the fumes. Luckily, she already knew where she was headed, the attic. All she had to do was find the stairs, which weren't terribly difficult to come by. She passed the large archway leading to the indoor pool, which now appeared to be full of a dark gray sludge from all the ash and fallen debris, and found them at the end of the hallway. Much to her disappointment, they only led up as far as the second floor, meaning she would need to either find an entry on the ceiling or get up to the attic by other means. She passed over a fallen wall into what used to be a bedroom. Most of the furniture had either burned or melted from the extreme heat. A gush of early morning sunlight poured in through a jagged hole in the ceiling, which piqued Leaf's interest in more ways than one. She approached the opening cautiously but heard something crack under her heel. She glanced down and found that she'd accidentally stepped on the glass of a picture frame that had somehow survived the fire. She bent down and picked it up, brushing away the ash. The picture depicted 3 people: a dark-skinned teen, a tomboyish red-headed girl, and a brown-eyed boy, all whom, Leaf realized with a jolt, she recognized. The first was Brock Harrison, who awarded her with the Boulder Badge after their battle at the Pewter City Gym. The girl. The red hair gave away that it was the youngest of the Waterflower family, Misty. Leaf looked up for a brief moment and surveyed her surroundings. So this must have been her room, she thought. The last was a boy she had not seen in years, but she could recognize that lopsided grin anywhere. Ash Ketchum. They, along with Gary Oak, had grown up together in their early childhood in Pallet Town. They used to be best friends, but they drifted apart after. Leaf removed the photograph from the frame and carefully slipped it into her coat's pocket. She needed to remain focused on the current task. Shielding her eyes, she stepped into the light and looked up. As she suspected, she could get into the attic from here. Leaf temporarily left the bedroom to seek after a chair that hadn't been destroyed by the flames. She located one and, after bringing it back, removed her heels, stood on the chair, and hoisted herself up. Her hosiery tore on the climb, and she mumbled to herself in annoyance. There went $7 right there. Leaf pulled a small flashlight out of her purse and flicked it on to illuminate the dark crevices that the sunlight failed to reach. All that was left for her to do was confirm the fire was nothing more than an accident, so the G-men could put this case to rest. She just needed to find the destroyed water heater, which, judging by the large hole above Misty's bedroom, wouldn't be too far away. Except, it wasn't close by at all. In fact, she couldn't find anything combustible in the nearby vicinity, aside from some damaged copper wiring in the wall. Puzzled, Leaf turned back toward the break in the ceiling. What could have possibly caused it? She approached the opening carefully, hearing the old, burned wood creak under her feet. She felt the uneven, stony edge of the hole with her hand and looked down outside. Quite the fall. She backed off, but once her hand left the wall, a purplish, ghastly residue evaporated off of her hands. Leaf looked struck and she leapt back down into Misty's bedroom. She then pulled out her poke nav and dialed a number. Lance, you're not going to like what I found. December 19th, noon. Pallet Town. Ash finagled with the rusty knob to turn on the hose, but it seemed to be stuck. He gritted his teeth and, now using 2 hands, put his full effort in getting the darn thing to move. Still, it refused to budge. You need to turn it the other way, Gary said suddenly from behind Ash, which caught the boy off guard and caused him to jump. Haven't you heard the phrase, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey? Geez, Gary, don't sneak up on me like that, Ash said defensively, turning his head to look at his old rival. He begrudgingly switched directions with the knob and found that it turned with greater ease. Pikachu, who was lingering next to the head of the hose, leapt in surprise when a spurt of water burst from it. Ash pursed his lips, mentally preparing himself for the load of mocking he was about to receive. How do your traveling partners put up with you? Gary asked, craning an eyebrow. Ash breathed a sigh. That was relatively tame for Gary. I dunno, Ash replied, grabbing the hose. Why don't you ask Tracy or Misty when she gets here? He aimed the hose at the nearby Starmie, spraying it down. The Starmie seemed to enjoy this, Ash couldn't be sure, it didn't really have a face after all, and it shook the water off after the trainer lowered the hose. Pikachu approached and happily drank from the stream of running water once Ash finished with it. The boy grinned. They were hanging out at Professor Oak's lab. Ash and Pikachu had visited the past several mornings to help care for the large influx of water Pokémon from the Cerulean Gym. It had been difficult work, for a lot of the Pokémon were uncomfortable in the new environment, especially since many of them had spent their entire lives at the gym. Some of the Pokémon Misty had taken with her on their travels a couple of years ago seemed to recognize Ash, however, and responded well to him. It also helped that Pikachu had a way of talking the more non-compliant Pokémon into cooperating. Yeah, speaking of Misty, Gary began, folding his arms, where is she? The trip from Cerulean to Pallet is only 2 days on foot if you take the commercial road. She should have been here by now. Yes, well, Tracy said, injecting himself into the conversation as he approached the two trainers. Daisy said she was coming with Misty, and Daisy isn't as accustomed to traveling as Misty is. Oh, Daisy's coming, Gary said, rolling his eyes and smirking. So Tracy, are you finally going to ask her to be your girlfriend? Arceus knows you need one. Tracy's face turned beet red, but he said nothing. Ash tilted his head slightly to the left, confused. Wait. Daisy and Tracy, he asked. Where have you been? Gary said sarcastically. Yes, Daisy and Tracy. He's only been in love with her for like 2 years. Ash grinned. Hey, that's great, he exclaimed, beaming at Tracy. It's always cool to have a good friend. This comment prompted blank stares from both Gary and Tracy. Even Pikachu seemed to sigh. Ash knitted his eyebrows together. What? He asked. Gary shook his head. Boy, Misty must have a lot of fun dealing with you, he grumbled. Ha! You bet I do, said a familiar female voice from behind the trio of young men. The three turned to see a certain redhead leaning over the wooden fence with a smirk plastered on her face. Daisy stood nearby, carrying Azurill. Misty! Ash cried happily. He ran up to her and, leaping over the fence, crushed her with a hug. Misty's face flushed red as his arms tightened around her. Hey, can't breathe, she stammered, her voice slightly strained. Ash sheepishly let go of her, though his hand remained firmly settled on her shoulder. Sorry, he apologized with a grin. It's just so good to see you. And man, I'm so glad you're okay. You have no idea how scared I was when I saw that news report. Misty's smile diminished, just the slightest bit. Yeah, she said, her voice trailing off. It was a subject that she preferred not to think or talk about. While it was true she had looked forward to getting away from the gym and visiting Pallet for the holidays, the idea that she didn't have a home to go to afterward depressed her. Nevertheless, she still planned to enjoy her time in the small town to the fullest extent possible, and more importantly, to enjoy her time with Ash before he inevitably returned to Unova. Do you guys know what started the fire yet? Tracy asked. No idea, Daisy replied, brushing a light, blonde curl out of her eye after setting Azurill on the ground. The Pokemon immediately wandered over to his trainer. We talked to Lily and Violet over the phone this morning in Verdian City. They said someone from this investigative organization was looking further into it and interviewed them, Misty said as she picked the small Azurill up and cradled him in her arms. What organization? Ash asked, his head perking up. They didn't say, Misty replied with a shrug. Ugh, all this talk about the gym is such a damper on my mood, Daisy said, waving her hand. Besides, my feet hurt, and I could use a glass of water. Let's head inside. An irritated look crossed Misty's face upon her sister's brash proposition. She was about to remind her elder sister that it was rude to invite herself into other people's homes, but Tracy spoke first. Yes, of course, he said with a kind smile. He opened the gate, so they could more easily come through without having to climb over the fence. Pikachu jumped onto Ash's shoulder when he approached. Oh, please, let me get that for you, Daisy, Tracy offered politely, reaching for the bag that she was carrying. Daisy smiled at him flirtatiously. Ah, Tracy, you're the sweetest, she said. Thank you. Misty and Gary looked at each other, sharing a moment of silent pain together, while Ash lingered behind, befuddlement painted on his face. December 19th, afternoon. Twin Leaf Town. Come on, DD. Hurry up. Kenny shouted loud enough for his fellow coordinator to hear him. The boy was sitting beside Barry on the sofa in Dawn's house, waiting for the girl to finish getting ready in her upstairs bathroom. Just a minute. Dawn replied, her voice slightly muffled by the distance. Kenny slumped down, folding his arms. Translate, 5 minutes, he grumbled to himself. Yeah, I swear, she's been up there for like a half hour. Barry added. If she doesn't get down here soon, I'm gonna fine her big time. Why do girls take so long to get ready, anyway? Because, Dawn began, appearing at the bottom of the stairs with Piplup in her arms, girls actually care about their appearance. Besides, do you know how long it takes to blow dry your hair and pick out a cute outfit? Lup. Piplup exclaimed, defending his trainer. I'm gonna take a stab and guess 2 hours, Kenny said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He then paused and, after giving her a once-over, added with a grin, although, you do look pretty cute, DD. Trying to impress someone? Barry, maybe? You know that isn't going to work on him, right? The girl rolled her eyes and, with a flick of her head, tossed her long, dark blue ponytail over her shoulder. Haha, very funny Kenny, she said. You know you two are just friends. Kenny's eyelids drooped the slightest bit. Yeah, he replied, the enthusiasm in his voice having obviously lessened. Barry cast him a sympathetic glance. It didn't take a genius, and Barry knew that he certainly was no genius, to figure out that Kenny harbored feelings for the doe-eyed girl. The blonde's suspicions had only been confirmed several days earlier, when Kenny had confided in him. It put Barry into a tough spot as he was both of their friends, and he didn't like it. Anyway, let's get going. Dawn continued with an excited smile, oblivious to Kenny's sulking. I'm starving. Barry jumped to his feet, glad that the mood had shifted. Right. You took so long that now I can hardly wait to grab some food, he said, pumping his arms. This prompted a second roll of the eyes from Dawn, but the small group nevertheless ventured outside and grabbed a hold of their respective bikes leaning up against the white picket fence. All right Kenny, you're the one who wants to show us this new restaurant in San Gem Town, so lead the way. Dawn said as she mounted her bike, placing Piplup in the front basket. You got it. Kenny replied, taking off. Barry and Dawn followed closely behind. The three trainers had all taken a break from their various travels and reconvened in their hometown for the holidays. While much of their time was spent with their families, they still had managed to get together nearly every day since arriving. And they had actually had a lot of fun together. They'd been out bowling, shopping, well, that had been more fun for Dawn. Kenny and Barry had dragged their feet, and even made time for a little training and leisure battling on the side. Hey, slow down. Barry said as Dawn and Kenny pedaled ahead of him. Just because you can't keep up dash, Kenny began with a smirk. Kenny's words faded into the background of Dawn's mind when she caught sight of a familiar flash of red hair and a Glamo traveling on foot along the road, just up ahead. Guys, slow down. Dawn cried. That's what I said. Barry pouted. Dawn skidded to a halt on the rocky path and Kenny and Barry followed suit. The girl whom Dawn had stopped to see turned her head and smiled. Well, hey there, Dawn, Zoe said with a friendly salute-like gesture. I was wondering if I would run into you around here. Dawn set up the kickstand on her bike as she got off to approach her friend and rival. It's so good to see you, she exclaimed happily. But, what are you doing in Twin Leaf? It's just a stop on my way to Snow Point. I'm planning to meet up with Ms. Senior, Zoe replied with a shrug. I see, Dawn mused. Oh. How rude of me, I should introduce you guys. Zoe, this is Barry, and you remember Kenny, right? Nice to meet ya, Barry said with a wave. It's nice to see you again, Kenny added with a friendly smile. Same, Zoe said. I haven't seen you since the Grand Festival. Kenny suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Yeah. Not my best performance, he said, rubbing the back of his head. Zoe waved her hand dismissively. Anyway, I presume you're all friends, she asked. Yup. We all live in Twin Leaf, Dawn said. We were just on our way to San Gem to try out this restaurant Kenny claims is really good. Spectacular, Kenny clarified. Dawn ignored him and went on. You know, you should come with us. I'd love to, but I really need to get to Jubilife City before nightfall, Zoe confessed. I wanted to stay in Twin Leaf tonight, but the motel is full, and I don't want to wind up stranded in Bewilder Forest after sunset. There was a hum of understanding among the group. Yeah, that wouldn't be a good idea, with all the Stantler that live there, Barry agreed, folding his arms and nodding his head. He nearly toppled over after letting go of the handlebars, which prompted a snicker from Kenny. Dawn paid little attention to them, however, as she wallowed in how disappointing it was that Zoe wouldn't be able to stick around for much longer. Competing in Hoenn was fun, but it felt a little alien without her usual rivals around to liven things up. Then, an idea struck her. Well, why don't you stay with me for tonight, she suggested. Zoe seemed a little surprised by this offer. Oh, Dawn, it's thoughtful of you, but she began before she was cut off. But nothing. Seriously, it's not a big deal. You can stay with me in my bedroom. I know my mom won't mind at all, Dawn persisted, a smile spreading across her face. My friend Leona used to sleep over all the time before her family left town. Zoe chuckled. She'd already conceded to the fact that Dawn was simply going to get her way on this matter. Well, if you insist, then all right, she said. But, I don't have a bike to keep up with you guys. That's cool, you can just ride on my handlebars, Kenny offered, tuning back into the conversation. I won't go crazy, I promise. Zoe looked a little wary, unsure of whether to trust him or not. She didn't know him that well, and there was no telling if he would pull a stupid stunt that would cause her to be thrown off. She looked to Dawn for her opinion. I'd take that promise with a grain of salt, if I were you, Dawn said in a half-whisper, though she was just loud enough for Kenny to hear her, too. Hey! I resent that, he said, aiming a glare at Dawn. He then returned his attention to Zoe. No, I swear. I'll be really careful. In fact, if you fall off, I'll pay for your lunch. Barry grinned at the redhead. That's a pretty good deal, he said. Zoe smirked. All right then, she gave in. Zoe returned Glaymo to her Pokeball and stored it in her bag. She then, though still a bit hesitant, approached Kenny and lifted herself onto the handlebars. You secure? Kenny asked after a moment. Think so, Zoe replied. She seemed very uneasy, but Kenny reassured her with a friendly grin. Dawn climbed back onto her bike, giving Piplup an affectionate pat on the head as she did. Come on, come on. Let's get going. Barry exclaimed once everything was back in order. Seriously, I'm dying of hunger now. December 19th, late afternoon. Petalburg City. Well, this is it. May announced happily, throwing her arms up in the air as if preparing for a grand presentation. Petalburg City. She and Drew were standing in the middle of the road at the mouth of the town. Drew looked upon his rival's antics with amusement, though he was, as usual, keeping his distance. His hands were stuffed into his pockets, and he was turned slightly away from her. They had arrived in Hoenn by boat yesterday afternoon, there from which the two young coordinators parted from Harley. Although Slateport was his hometown, he was apparently off to Sootopolis City to visit family. Thus, May and Drew set off for Petalburg alone, which wasn't a big deal. Both had done their fair share of traveling without adult supervision. Drew, in fact, never traveled with anyone, save maybe a couple of instances in which he just happened to be going the same way. May had been more worried about whether she and her rival, with whom she had a nasty tendency to bicker, would get along well on the journey. Surprisingly, both had been fairly civil to each other. So, what do you think? May asked as they casually walked side by side through the city, past the various small businesses and neighborhoods. It's very quaint, Drew replied thoughtfully. May looked at him curiously. Quaint, she inquired. That's not necessarily a bad thing, he shrugged. May didn't reply, instead, she grabbed the sleeve of his jacket and pointed ahead. Look! There it is, she said, letting out a delighted laugh. The Petalburg Gym. Drew raised his eyebrows slightly, though the edge of his lips tugged upward. Right, I forgot you were a gym leader's kid, he said. Come on, I'll introduce you, May said with a big smile. She pulled him along, up the stony stairs and onto the front porch. Norman's gym assistant, Kenny Ken, as he now preferred to be called, was sweeping. Ken! May exclaimed, sounding slightly surprised. I didn't expect you'd be here. Hi, May, he said shyly. Well, your dad has still been accepting gym challenges even with Christmas approaching, so I've still been working. Ken lifted his head slightly, turning his attention to Drew. Is this your boyfriend? He asked. Drew blinked and realized how he and May must have looked then. They were standing close to each other, and she was still hanging onto his sleeve. He gently shook her off. He didn't want May's parents to get the wrong impression if they just happened to show up at that particular moment. Oh, no, May replied, letting out a nervous laugh. He's just a good friend of mine. We both compete in contests. I see, Ken said. Well, your parents have been waiting for you all day, and they're really excited to see you. May nodded and thanked him. She then led Drew inside. As soon as May stepped onto the wooden floor, she was nearly tackled down by her younger brother, Max. May's Pokémon, Skitty and Munchlax, excitedly followed to see their trainer. Naya! Skitty cried, leaping into her arms and curling up against her. Munch! Munchlax, exclaimed the other, clinging onto her leg. I'm so happy you're here. Max said, grinning up at May while also petting her Skitty on the head. Me too, May said. And you're getting so tall. What, you probably only have 8 or 9 inches to go before you catch up to me. Max pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Just you wait, you've only got a couple of years left before you stop growing, and then I'll surpass you, he declared. Girls stop at 16, boys stop at 21. Right, May said, waving her hand dismissively. Oh May, it's so good to have you home, Caroline greeted, entering the front room with Norman beside her. Mom! May exclaimed, giving her a hug. She also looked at her father sweetly. Dad, she regarded cheerfully. Hello, sweetheart, Norman replied. He then turned his head toward Drew, giving him a welcoming smile. And you must be Drew Hayden. May's told me all about you. It's nice to meet you. He stuck out his hand. Thank you for letting me stay here, Mr. Maple, Drew replied politely, shaking his hand. Please, call me Norman, May's father replied. And you may also call me Caroline. It's our pleasure to have you, Drew, Caroline said with a kind smile. We hope you enjoy your time here. May beamed at her rival, happy that the meeting seemed to be going well. Drew noticed her elated expression, but remained stoic-faced, unsure of how to react. Max's eyes suddenly widened, as if he'd just remembered something. Oh, May, you haven't had the chance to see the news the past few days, have you? He asked. May looked at him strangely, craning an eyebrow. No, she replied tentatively, unsure of what he was getting at. Yeah, it's crazy. Max began. You remember Misty, the gym leader from Kanto that Ash used to travel with? May nodded. Max continued, well, her gym in Cerulean City burned down the other day. What? May asked incredulously, fear running across her eyes. Drew perked up in alarm, casting her a concerned glance. She's okay though, Max added quickly. May breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Geez, why didn't you tell me that in the first place? You scared me so much, she said. Max shrugged his shoulders sheepishly. Sorry, he apologized. May brushed a finger up against her chin in thought. I suppose I should call her to check up on her, she said. I think I have her number stored in my Pokenavug, but that won't do any good if the gym phone's destroyed. Well, you can worry about getting in contact with your friend later. For now, why don't you show Drew to the guest bedroom? Caroline suggested. While you two are up there, I'll prepare a light snack before dinner. You must be starving after all the traveling you did today. May snapped out of her thoughts. Oh yes, sorry, she said, though still slightly distracted. She then turned to Drew, tentatively touching his wrist. There was a curious flash in his green eyes upon the contact. Here, it's just up the stairs, May continued. After she lead him away and was out of earshot, Max snorted with laughter. Yeesh, I'm surprised those two aren't dating yet, the boy said, folding his arms. Seriously, did you see the way he was just looking at her? Head over heels, I tell ya. Wouldn't it be sweet if they got together while they're here, though? Caroline said with a twinkle in her eye. Just think, Norman, our daughter's first boyfriend. How exciting. Norman's expression deadpanned. Yes, he said, his voice flat. Thrilling. All right, here you are, May said as she opened the door to the bedroom. Her cheerfulness had been restored, despite the briefing of Misty's gym downstairs. I know it's plain, but Mom always keeps it clean in case we have company. Plain was a perfect description of the room. There was no defining decoration, and the carpet, walls, and curtains were all variants of a dull cream color. The room had all the essentials, a bed, dresser, nightstand, alarm clock, though, and that was all that mattered. Drew set his bag on top of the bed. Your family seems very nice, he remarked suddenly. May seemed a little caught off guard by this comment. Well, we have our fights, she replied with a shrug, but we all still love each other. Drew was silent for a moment, which was unusual. Although he wasn't talkative like May, he wasn't a fan of lulls in conversation either. By the way, I think a thank you is in order, he said, facing her as he sat on the bed. May tilted her head. What do you mean? She asked. Even though you so rudely forced me into coming here with you, he began with a smirk. I strangely appreciate it. So, thank you. May might have laughed if she didn't know he was dead serious. She bit her lip, and sat beside him. Drew. I don't mean to pry, but why don't you want to see your family in Larouse? She spoke with clear hesitation in her voice. Although Drew had half expected for her to ask, the question threw him for a loop. He seemed to debate his options inwardly for a moment. May watched him warily, and her eyes brightened when it looked like he was about to open up. But at the last second, he pressed his lips together. Sorry, he answered finally, flicking his hair. Too personal. May looked the slightest bit disappointed, but she nodded anyway. I understand, she said, standing again. Well, I'll leave you to unpack. I'm going to take a quick shower. Right before she left, however, she turned toward him one last time. Oh, and, May began in a matter-of-fact tone, the bathroom is down the hall, to your right, if you want to use it after me. Also, my bedroom is right across from yours if you wanna talk or anything. And then, she was gone. Drew sked in his breath and fell back across the sheets. His green irises dulled as he stared blankly at the ceiling, slipping into thoughts about what he wanted to say, but didn't, and whether he wanted to reveal these things to his rival. His rival, of all people. He cast his arm over his eyes and sighed. December 19th, early evening. Pallet Town. I've decided to stay in Pewter City for Christmas. It's been a while since I've seen my family, Brock explained through the video screen. His voice was slightly fuzzy over the poor connection. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I promise I'll be there for New Year's, if not earlier. Ash and Misty, both who barely had any room to sit on the chair they were sharing, were situated in front of the old video phone in the Ketchum residence. Pikachu and Azurill had temporarily switched trainers, the former was seated on Misty's lap while the latter was with Ash. Don't apologize, Misty said with a reassuring smile. It's totally understandable. Yeah, Ash added. Family is always important. Besides, you said so yourself, you'll be here for New Year's. Brock nodded, with a sort of relieved expression. Well, I'll guess I'll see you then, he said. Misty, again, I'm glad you and your sisters are okay. The redhead smiled crookedly, but said nothing. I'll try to call again tomorrow, Brock continued. Later. Misty and Ash waved to him before the line went dead. Ash then placed Azurill down, stood up, and stretched, reaching his arms high up into the air. Man, it'll be good once the three of us are back together, he said absent-mindedly. Like old times. Getting nostalgic, are we? Misty asked with a smirk as Pikachu climbed onto her shoulder to join the conversation. Pika. Can't help it, Ash replied with a grin. You guys are invaluable to me. Misty was touched. Although she hadn't met any of Ash's other traveling companions, save May and Max, whom she both liked well enough, she knew from the occasional phone conversations with the raven-haired trainer that he also held them all in high regard. Misty always expressed happiness that he was getting along well with his new companions, but couldn't help but feel slightly jealous and left behind. As silly and immature as she knew it was, she wondered if girls like May and Dawn and now Iris were just her replacements. Misty in that moment realized how much she really missed traveling with Ash. Still, she couldn't help but quip. Invaluable? Careful now, Ash, you're using big words. Before he had a chance to reply, the doorbell rang from the room next to them. Ash turned his head curiously. Who would be here this late at night, he wondered aloud. Maybe your mom is expecting company? Misty suggested. Ash didn't reply and instead went to investigate. Misty and Pikachu followed. They found that Delia had already answered the door and invited their unexpected guest into the living room. He had a very familiar face with flaming red hair and fierce, dark eyes. He appeared to be caught up in deep conversation with Daisy, who had an unusually concerned expression. Lance! Ash exclaimed, recognizing him from their encounter at the Lake of Rage in Johto and when he helped stop Kyogre and Groudon from raging in Hoenn. Lance broke off the conversation with Misty's older sister, turning his head toward the boy and cracking a half-smile. Hello, Ash, he greeted. It's been a while. What are you doing here? Ash asked. Well, he began, but he seemed to hesitate. I'm actually here to talk to Misty, specifically. His gaze settled on the redhead, whose eyes widened in surprise. Me? She asked, pointing to herself. He nodded. It's my responsibility as the Indigo League champion to oversee my gym leaders and make sure they're okay when something like this happens. I visited Erica, too, when her gym in Celadon City also caught fire, he explained. But that's not the only reason why I'm here. The Pokemon G-men have taken a special interest in your case, and I have a couple of questions for you. Misty was taken aback. Wait, you're the organization that Lily and Violet said was investigating the Cerulean Gym, she asked in disbelief. Lance nodded again. But, why would the G-men get involved? Ash added, tilting his head. I mean, the fire was just an accident, wasn't it? The champion frowned. Unfortunately, we have reason to think otherwise, he said. What? Allow me to explain, Lance began solemnly, though his voice was stern. Our own Agent Green checked out the scene this morning. Her observations gave her the impression that this was no accident. Agent Green. Ash mumbled under his breath, but his inquiry was quickly overshadowed when Misty pressed for further elaboration. What observations? She demanded. She didn't mean to sound disrespectful, but the notion that someone had intentionally attacked her family understandably disturbed her. Simply put, there is a giant hole above your bedroom, Ms. Waterflower, with no apparent explanation as to why it's there, Lance answered calmly. My sisters and Officer Jenny and I thought that perhaps a water heater Misty began, but she was quickly cut off. A water heater did indeed overheat and explode, but it was nowhere near your room, and it did not cause any significant damage from where it was, Lance interjected. You're thinking about this the wrong way. The fire caused the water heater to explode. An exploding water heater did not cause the fire. Then what caused the fire? Ash asked, sliding himself back into the conversation. We're not entirely sure yet. We collected samples of an unusual residue from the damaged ceiling and are having them tested to give us a better idea at what we're looking at. Testing for what? Misty asked, her face contorting in confusion. This much is clear, Lance continued, ignoring her question. An external force caused the damage above your room, Ms. Waterflower. That gives us reason to believe someone was targeting you. The room fell into a stunned silence, and Lance allowed a moment for this new revelation to sink in. Pikachu folded his ears back apprehensively. Although he couldn't fully comprehend the conversation, he understood enough to realize the situation was grave. Why would someone be after me? Misty asked finally, clearing her throat. Her voice wavered slightly as she spoke. Ash moved closer to her, almost protectively. That's what I'm trying to find out, Lance replied, but, you're a gym leader and a skilled trainer. That automatically puts you more at risk for people who are anti-league. Anti-league? Ash inquired. It's a complicated movement, but it's essentially opposition to the institution of Pokémon training. Lance glanced at Misty. However, that's aside from the point. The water-type trainer pressed her lips together. All right, she said, sounding resolved. So, what do you need to know? A pleased smile crossed Lance's serious expression. My first question, was there anything unusual that happened in the days leading up to the attack, he asked. Misty's gut clenched, noting how he candidly referred to the incident as, the attack. Not really, she said, her voice trailing off. She meandered over to the nearby sofa and sat down. Lance followed her, though he remained standing, he intended for this to be a brief visit. It was pretty much business as usual. Did any shady or suspicious trainers challenge you for the Cascade badge? Misty shook her head. No, actually, she replied. I only battled one trainer last week. A young girl from Saffron City. Samantha, I think her name was. But she and her Chincho were really sweet, I doubt she would have had anything to do with this. I lost, too, so it's not like she would be out for revenge or anything. Which leads me to my next question, Lance began, is there anyone who might have a grudge against you or your family? Misty paused and pondered his question for a couple of long moments, mentally sorting through all the different people with whom she had been in recent contact. Sorry, she apologized finally. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head. A shadow fell across Lance's face, disappointed that she had nothing with which to provide the investigation. Well, that was all I had to ask, unfortunately, he said, reaching into his cloak and pulling out a small slip of paper with his contact information on it. If you remember anything odd or think of anyone, please don't hesitate to call. Misty accepted the slip with a curt nod. I apologize for bursting in like this, Lance finished, casting Delia a furtive glance. He then turned away to leave the Ketchum residence. Misty watched him go, expressionless, though her mind was racing. Then. Wait, she cried, jumping to her feet. Lance stopped, though his back remained turned toward her. There was something unusual, Misty recalled. When I went to lock up the gym, I looked outside and there was absolutely no one around. I didn't think much about it at the time, but it was kind of weird, since the gym is in the middle of the busiest part of the city. A beat of silence followed. Well, I suppose that makes sense, Lance replied finally. Misty craned an eyebrow at him. What do you mean? She asked. Lance paused, thinking of the best way to word his next statement. If someone wanted to attack you, he began, his voice lowering, they wouldn't want any witnesses. December 19th, late evening. Heidelberg City. The silence was deafening, and Drew hated it. He was used to falling asleep with some sort of noise buzzing in the background, whether it be the hum of a colony of bug Pokémon in the middle of a forest or the loud hustle of city nightlife. He had grown up in Larousse, after all, and his memories there haunted him in the silence. So, as charming as a small, quiet city like Petalburg was, the lack of partygoers and later-night workers meandering the streets rendered him vulnerable. Drew turned over under his sheets, trying to get comfortable. His eyes flicked over the digital clock on the nightstand and he inwardly groaned. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him, and he wondered if he perhaps had some butter-free sleep powder in his bag. He swung his feet over the edge of his bed and reached into his backpack, digging around. "Ah, so I do have some," he mumbled quietly to himself with a smile as he pulled out a small, plastic container. The clear medicinal bottle was full of a bluish powder that had a strange, heavenly glow in the dark room. A little sprinkle of this in a cup of water, and he'd be asleep within minutes. The silence was suddenly broken by an uproarious blowout of wood and concrete that shook the ground Drew stood on. The bottle slipped out of his hand and hit the floor. He paid little mind to that, however, when he heard a loud, prepubescent male screech. Definitely Max, Drew mentally noted. Without thinking, he reached into his bag and grabbed the first Pokeball he could. He picked the one containing Absol and dashed out. May, having been awakened by the booming noise, happened to leave her room at the same time he did his. "Did you hear that?" she asked in a loud whisper. "I think the whole neighborhood did," Drew replied. "That was Max." "I know," Drew said. "What, does he have a Voltorb that went off or something?" May quickly shook her head. "No. He only turned 10 last month. He doesn't get his trainer's license and starter till April," she exclaimed, suddenly sounding a little panicked. Drew's expression deadpanned and lifted his Pokeball, enlarging it. "Go get Blaziken," he said sternly. May reached into the pocket of her pajama bottoms, revealing she already had his Pokeball on standby. There was a second blast. May and Drew both lost their balance, tumbling onto the ground and into a heap. This time, there was the definite smell of smoke. The house was on fire. "Golduck, use hydro pump." Caroline's voice cried from downstairs. "Vigoroth. Use slash against that thing," Norman ordered. A loud crash followed. A battle of some sort was ensuing. "Mom! Dad!" May cried desperately. She and Drew staggered to their feet and rushed downstairs. There was a noticeable hole in the roof above the living room, still steaming with heat, though Caroline and her Golduck had put out the flames. Caroline and Norman themselves were nowhere in sight, but Max emerged from behind the couch, his eyes wild and his glasses askew. "Max! What happened?" May asked. "I don't know," he replied, obviously shaken. "Some kind of Pokemon attacked my room from the outside. Mom and Dad are battling it now. They told me to hide." "I'd follow your parents' advice, if I were you," Drew murmured to the younger boy. A crash that sounded like a trees wood splitting and falling directed Drew and May outside. Max followed anyway. Norman and Caroline were near the entrance of the gym, facing the attacker head-on. The Pokemon or whatever it was unlike anything either May or Drew had ever seen before. It hovered high in the air above them, a dark, purplish aura engulfing it. Its entire body appeared to be covered in a heavy, technological armor with a helmet-like mask concealing its face. May, for a brief moment, wished she had her Pokédex with her, though she somehow doubted that it would contain any data on the mysterious intruder. The creature began building a dark energy using its fists. Golduck and Vigoroth, who both had obviously taken a lot of a damage and were both exhausted, prepared themselves for the blast. "Shadow Ball," Max said, recognizing the move the attacker was busy creating. Drew cast the young boy a quick glance. If it was Shadow Ball, then the creature definitely was a Pokemon. The question was, what kind of Pokemon? The armor-laden Pokemon suddenly seemed to forget the Golduck and Vigoroth were even there and instead turned its attention toward the trio of children. Without a hint of hesitation, May enlarged Blaziken's Pokeball. "Blaziken! Use Overheat," she ordered, calling out the fire type. Blaziken immediately obeyed and unleashed a powerful inferno. The unknown Pokémon temporarily cut off its Shadow Ball attack and simply raised its armored hand, deflecting the fire blast back toward May and her Blaziken. Thinking quickly, Drew called out Absol and ordered a Razor Wind. Absol, the disaster Pokémon cried, declaring battle. His Razor Wind managed to cut through the huge ball of fire. The 4 trainers and Max had to shield their eyes from the rain of embers that resulted from the flame's dissemination. In the meantime, the Pokémon picked up where it left off with its Shadow Ball, aiming the blast of dark energy directly at May and Max. "Kids! Look out!" Norman yelled. "Absol! Use Iron Tail!" Drew exclaimed. The Absol leapt up into the air, swinging his full weight around and using his tail to counter the Shadow Ball. While the Dark type successfully managed to defend May and Max from the powerful move, the collision of energy was so great that it sent Absol flying back into his trainer. Drew hit the rear of his head against the ground while the sharp edge of Absol's horn accidentally sliced through the skin on the left side of his face. The result was a large, albeit shallow gash running from the area above his temple to down just past his ear. "Drew!" May cried, her voice clearly strained as she rushed to his aid. I'm fine," he insisted as she helped Absol off of him. His words were blending together, and his gaze was unfocused and dreamlike. May realized he was probably concussed, though she could do little about it with the mysterious Pokémon still at large. The Pokémon, however, seemed greatly disturbed upon seeing the stream of blood that was flowing down the side of Drew's face. The purple mist surrounding it suddenly began fading in and out. It curled up feebly in the air, and ducked its head into its arms. Norman took advantage of the opportunity and ordered a flamethrower attack from his Vigoroth. The armored Pokémon didn't try to counteract the move this time, and allowed the fire attack to hit him, or her, full on. Yet once flames dissipated, the Pokémon had vanished. Caroline let out a huge sigh of relief. Norman, on the other hand, remained alert in case the Pokémon came back. May hoisted Drew on her shoulder, not minding that the gash on the side of his head was staining her shirt, though she was very much concerned about the amount of blood the wound was producing. She wasn't aware of how serious the injury was or was not, yet. Max's eyes, meanwhile, remained fixed in the sky. "What was that thing?" he said, his voice full of awe and terror. December 20th, midnight. Pallet Town. Ash awoke with a start and, in a flurry of confused panic, got tangled up in his sheets and fell off the bed. He hit his head against the hard wooden floor, gasping in a quick, startled breath. The images of hot, red flames flashing across his eyes suddenly stopped and steadily began to fade from his memory. He laid still for a long moment as the figures and sensations of his nightmare slipped away, never again to be obtained. Ash slowly brought his hand to his forehead, wiping away a bead of sweat that had formed. His skin was warm to the touch, hot even. Pikachu was looking at his trainer up from above on top of the bed, his curious brown eyes full of worry. Ash forced a grin and awkwardly waved at his partner. "Haha, don't worry about me," he insisted with a nervous chuckle. "I just rolled off the bed accidentally. No big deal." The electric type seemed unconvinced, but he nevertheless disappeared from his trainer's sight, off to settle back on top of the pillow and go to sleep. Ash's hand dropped to his side on the ground. What had he been dreaming about? December 20th, after midnight. Celestic Town. Cynthia emitted a low growl as the screech of her ringtone roused her to a sitting position. Stephen, barely in tune with reality, rolled on his side, away from her. He was coherent enough to briefly reflect on the occasional midnight calls, usually regarding some minor crisis that probably could have waited until morning, he would receive when he was the champion of Hoenn. It was something he certainly didn't miss about the honor. "Yes. This is Cynthia Stone speaking," the woman said, suppressing a yawn. "Then, Wallace." Cynthia was now on her feet, and Stephen suddenly felt a lot more cognizant. His blue eyes followed her into their bedroom's adjunct bathroom. She flicked on the light and shut the door out of respect to him, though she had yet to realize he was actually awake. Nevertheless, Stephen could still faintly hear her speak through the cracks from which the ominous yellow glow emanated. "Calm down, speak slower," she admonished. "Really, I've never heard you so worked up before." "What dash?" She stopped short and fell silent, listening to whatever Wallace had to say. "Arceus." "Oh, Arceus." Stephen sat up. The situation had to be serious. Cynthia never swore. "Have you talked to Lance yet?" "I see. No, I understand. Yes, of course we'll come. Keep us updated on any new information, and tell Lance to send me those files." The door reopened and Cynthia came out in a flurry. She had quickly redone her makeup in the brief time she was in there, and it became clear she intended to leave soon, if not immediately, as she headed to the wardrobe to get dressed in something more presentable than a nightgown. "Where are you going?" Stephen asked gently as he rose to his feet. "Hoenn," Cynthia answered shortly. "There's been another incident, one similar to what happened in Cerulean City a couple of days ago." "Another gym leader?" Worry was laced in his voice. Although it had been a little over a year since Wallace had succeeded him as the Hoenn champion, Stephen still loved and respected the people with whom he had been so blessed to work. He had not seen many of them since he married Cynthia and relocated to Sinnoh, but he nevertheless still considered many of them good friends. "Yes," Cynthia nodded. "The one in Petalburg City. Norman Maple." "I believe so." Her eyes gave him a once-over. "You should get dressed. There's a flight to Mauville City from the Celestic Airport soon. Wallace is making reservations for us." "For us?" "Cynthia, I'm no longer the Hoenn champion." "And?" She posed the question gently, though she was clearly tense. "I feel I do not belong in the affairs of the G-Men and the Napajian Pokémon League. Lance might think it inappropriate, and Wallace may be offended." She visibly shifted when Lance's name was mentioned. "Don't worry about Lance's opinion. Besides, I highly doubt Lance would be so mean to exclude you. You know you're probably one of the few people he's ever respected," she said. "As for Wallace, he will be thrilled to have your guidance. He's new to this. Although he was inducted long ago, he's never had to lead much less work with the G-Men in an investigation. You, on the other hand, have had years of experience, and I'm sure you'll actually be a far better asset to him than me, since Hoenn is your home region." Stephen hesitated. "I do not want to come off as bitter and unwelcome." "You won't," she reassured him as she buttoned up her blouse. "You are my husband, and you stand among good friends. You will always be welcome." Stephen sighed. "If you insist." Chapter 3, in which Drew speaks out. December 20th, before sunrise. Mauville City. "I don't understand why Lance didn't clue the rest of us in on this information earlier." Cynthia mused as she scrolled through a series of electronic files regarding the attack in Cerulean City on her Poke tablet. "I hadn't even known that the Indigo division of the G-Men was doing an in-depth investigation of this." "I'm sure Lance just didn't want to drag us into his affairs," Stephen reminded her. "He probably thought what happened in Cerulean was an isolated incident." Cynthia's lips tightened. True. The couple was briskly moving through the terminal in the Mauville airport, their flight having landed only a couple of minutes earlier. They passed by the luggage claim as they hadn't the time to pack anything and went outside, where Wallace and another man with long purple hair were waiting. "Cynthia, Stephen," Wallace greeted with a smile, "thank you for coming." "It's nice to see you again," Cynthia said warmly. "I just wish it was under better circumstances." "Indeed." Wallace frowned. The water master then looked to the man standing beside him. "I should introduce you. This is my cousin, Harley Rannells. He was visiting me in Sotopolis for the holidays when I got the call from the officer Jenny of Petalburg informing me of the attack." "It's such a pleasure to meet you both," Harley said, eagerly shaking the hands of Cynthia and Stephen. "I must say, Steven, I was a huge fan of yours back when you were the champion of Hoenn. I heard you tied the knot with Cynthia here recently. Talk about a power couple, eh? Congratulations. Steven offered him a crooked smile and a polite nod, but he said nothing. Well, shall we get moving then? Wallace asked, gesturing toward the car that was waiting upon them. I talked to Caroline Maple over the phone while she was at the hospital and set up an appointment to meet with their family at their home. At the hospital? Cynthia raised her eyebrows. They had a guest who was hurt during the attack. He's going to be fine, though. Ah. Once the four adults were settled inside the vehicle and on their way, Cynthia spoke up once again. So, tell us what you know, Wallace, she began after clearing her throat. You talked to Caroline Maple, right? Did she say anything about the attack? He nodded. They actually saw their attacker, unlike the Waterflower sisters. She said it was a Pokémon, though it was one they had never seen before. The way she described it, it's nothing I've ever heard of either. She said it was human-like and wearing some sort of armor. How do they know it was a Pokémon? Cynthia inquired. It kept launching Shadow Ball attacks or, at least, something that was like a Shadow Ball. Shadow Ball? Steven spoke for the first time since his arrival. He took Cynthia's poke tablet and opened a particular file they had viewed earlier. Here, it says in the report Lance sent that an agent found a strange substance near Misty Waterflower's bedroom. The agent wrote that it had properties akin to ghost-type attacks, and there's a note at the bottom that says that a sample was collected and sent to the gym leader in Ikarishipping to be examined. Well, that would certainly tie the two incidents together if the sample does turn out to be remnants of a Shadow Ball attack, Wallace said, impressed. Brilliant, Steven. Steven seemed to relax a little after that, and Cynthia sent a quick smile his way. So, does this mean we're looking at a ghost-type Pokémon? Wallace continued. Perhaps, Steven conceded, speaking more freely now, but there are many Pokémon out there that are capable of learning Shadow Ball. Additionally, I've never heard of any ghost types that match the description of armored. Maybe it hasn't been discovered, yet. Harley pitched in. You know those Pokémon researchers like Professor Oak are finding new species of Pokémon all the time. That's a possibility, too, Steven nodded. Unfortunately, it's useless to speculate what this Pokémon is at this point. It's more important to figure out what the motivation is behind these attacks are. Lance was thinking along the lines of anti-League when I spoke with him on the phone earlier, Wallace commented. A good theory, but we'll just have to see once we talk to the Maples today, Steven said. Speaking of which, how far away is Petalburg from here? Cynthia asked. About 4 hours, I believe, Wallace answered. The Sinnoh champion sighed. Well, she began, casting Steven a quick glance, maybe we should take now as an opportunity to catch up on missed sleep. Sleep will likely become a privilege soon. December 20th, morning. Veilstone City. We're here live in Petalburg City, the location of yet another unusual case in which the home of the local Pokémon League gym leader mysteriously caught fire in the middle of the night. Several residents have told us they heard a loud explosion late last night at around 11 p.m. Hoenn time, but Petalburg's officer Jenny declined to comment whether this was the cause of the fire. Norman Maple, the Petalburg City gym leader, his wife, 2 children, and a guest of the Maple family all made it out safely and managed to put out the fire before it could spread and cause serious damage to the home. The guest was apparently transported to the hospital for a minor head injury but is expected to make a full recovery. Our sources tell us this guest may be famous La Rouse coordinator Drew Hayden, rival and speculated boyfriend of May Maple, gym leader Norman's oldest child and only daughter. Still, this mysterious and dangerous case raises questions about whether last night's events here in Petalburg are connected to the fire in the Cerulean city that burned the gym and home of the Waterflower sisters to the ground last week. Is this the work of an arsonist who has a vendetta against the Napajian Pokémon League or just a disturbing coincidence? To answer that, we turn the time over to crime analyst Jason Dash. Reggie switched the television set off, which prompted an irritated look to cross Paul's typically stoic face. The younger brother, who had returned from his travels for the holidays, was seated on the sofa and had up until that point been watching the news report with mild interest. "Sorry," Reggie apologized. "I'm not trying to be ignorant and turn a blind eye to the bad things that are going on in the world, but... Well, Maylene's going to be here any minute, and she's really scared by what happened in Cerulean and now Petalburg. I invited her to have breakfast with us, just to get her mind off of it all." "Maylene doesn't have any reason to be scared," Paul grunted in response. Norman Maple and Misty Waterflower are the respected gym leaders of well-established gyms. Practically no one knows Maylene exists. If whoever is doing this really wants to make an impression on the league, they'll continue going after the more popular gym leaders. Reggie gave his younger brother an exasperated look. "We don't even know if this is an attack on the league, yet," he pointed out. "The newscaster said so herself, this all could be a coincidence." Paul folded his arms. "Two cases of gym leaders' homes catching fire within a couple of days of each other does not sound like a coincidence to me," the teen retorted. Reggie sighed. "Just please don't bring any of this up once Maylene gets here," he pleaded. Paul rolled his eyes. "Whatever." Reggie returned to the kitchen to finish preparing the blueberry pancake mix he had started earlier. Paul slumped on the couch when suddenly, a young Shinx Reggie was caring for leapt onto his lap. The lion cub-like Pokémon looked up at the trainer with her big, yellow eyes, pleading for attention. Paul craned an eyebrow, and the two seemed to engage in a staring contest. After a long moment, Paul gave in and patted the electric type roughly on the head. The Shinx grinned and stretched her claws out happily, purring. "You know, I really wish you two would get along better," Reggie said suddenly, loud enough for Paul to hear. Paul's lips tightened. "What?" "I'm being nice and petting the thing, not throwing it off my lap like I'd like to," he grumbled. Reggie poked his head into the living room, mixing bowl in hand. "I meant you and Maylene," he clarified. "Although, I am glad you are generally being gentler with Pokémon these days." Paul scowled and, in retaliation, promptly pushed the Shinx off of him. "Why does it matter to you?" Paul asked gruffly. "Because I love you both," Reggie replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Paul inwardly groaned but said nothing. "And," Reggie continued, his voice slowing down and growing a little more serious, "I don't know. What if she started living with us? How would you handle that?" Paul looked at his brother warily. "What are you suggesting?" he asked. Reggie paused and seemed to hesitate. "Well, I suppose there's no sense in hiding it," the breeder declared finally. "I'm planning on asking Maylene to marry me." A long period of silence followed. Paul averted his gaze from his older brother, but he remained expressionless. "If Maylene and I are going to be married, though," Reggie continued when Paul's silence on the issue became unbearable, "I want your approval." "What?" "I want your blessing, Paul. It's not my business what you do." Reggie sighed, a half-amused, half-frustrated smile spreading across his lips as he said, "I think you misunderstand." Paul shook his head. "No, I understand it perfectly." "Fine, get married. What do I care? Have fun being a husband. It doesn't matter to me one way or another," he said. "There's my blessing." The edges of Reggie's dark gray eyes softened. Most of the time, Paul was an unsolvable enigma, but Reggie knew his brother well enough to see that this was upsetting him. As it stood, everything Reggie did affected Paul, even if in the most subtle ways. The only family the two brothers had was each other, and while they weren't the closest of siblings, both still valued the relationship even though Paul had difficulty showing it. Maylene, as Reggie understood it, was a threat to that relationship in Paul's eyes. He'd reacted similarly when he found out they were dating. Reggie made a mental note that he would have to confront Paul again on the topic later. "Will you promise to at least try to be nicer to Maylene, then?" Reggie asked. "She'll be your sister-in-law, after all." "Sure, whatever," Paul conceded. Then, as if on cue, the doorbell rang. Reggie grinned, smoothing down his apron and combing his fingers through his sleek, purple hair. "Remember, don't mention anything about the Cerulean or Petalburg gyms," Reggie reminded as he went to answer the door. Paul grunted in response and then noticed the Shinx from earlier was back and staring at him again. Her tail was flicking back and forth playfully as she gazed up at him from the ground near his feet. Paul scowled. "What do you want?" December 20th, morning. Petalburg City. "Yes, Dawn, we're all doing well," May said, though she had a slightly distracted tone in her voice. She was sitting in the damaged living room of her home, speaking to her friend from Sinnoh through her pokenav. Drew was situated beside her, but his attention was turned elsewhere. He had come back from the local hospital a couple of hours earlier and had 11 stitches sewn up along the cut on his face. He also, as May suspected, had a minor concussion and was currently fighting off a severe headache. He had recently ended a conversation with Soledad to let her know that he and May were okay. "Well, that's a relief to hear," Dawn sighed. May suddenly heard a familiar voice in the background, but she couldn't make out its owner's words. Dawn added, "And Zoe sends her well wishes, too." May's head perked up. "Zoe's with you?" she asked. May's question was answered when the redhead suddenly appeared on the tiny screen beside Dawn. "I sure am. Arceus, what a terrible thing to happen, though. The good thing is that everyone is okay," Zoe said. "And, Dawn began again, it's really weird, because Misty Waterflower's gym caught on fire, too. Do you know her? She used to travel with Ash. I never actually met her myself." Drew's head turned slightly, his interest piqued. "Yes, I know Misty," May said. "Hold on, did you say, caught on fire, too?" "Yeah, isn't that what happened?" "Well. Yes, but there's more to it, at least on our end." "What do you mean?" Zoe asked. "The house was attacked by some really weird Pokémon. The fire was just a side effect of its shadow ball hitting some electrical wiring in the roof, I think," May explained. "Really?" Zoe said, her eyes widening. "No way!" Dawn exclaimed. "Didn't they tell you that on the news report you saw?" May asked, confusion painted on her face. "No, they've been reporting it as a mysterious fire. They never mentioned you guys were attacked," Zoe clarified. "Makes sense," said Drew, jumping into the conversation. "I'm sure the G-men and other local authorities would want people believe these were accidents, rather than attacks by some random Pokémon on the loose. It would incite panic." "Wait, May, who's with you?" Dawn asked, tilting her head curiously. "Is that Max? He sounds older than 10. "Oh, no, that's just Drew," May replied. "You mean Drew as in Drew Hayden? The Prince of Coordinating Drew Hayden?" Dawn's eyes were practically sparkling with excitement. Drew smirked and, taking a moment to ignore the pounding in his head, scooted closer to May so he could see the two girls she was speaking to on the Pokenav screen. "That's me," he confirmed smugly. May rolled her eyes and pushed him away. "Please, Dawn, don't inflate his ego," she pleaded. "Hang on," Zoe said, holding her hands up. "Does that mean the rumors are actually true then? That you two are dating? I thought that was something Coordinators Monthly made up to sell their November issue." May seemed to blush upon the suggestion, which Drew, of course, found amusing. Speculations about the nature of their relationship had popped up online and in tabloids as early as last year's Kanto Grand Festival. May was terrible at deflecting these accusations, but Drew, at least, had an acquired skill for averting the topic without breaking a sweat unless that accuser was Soledad, who was utterly convinced Drew was infatuated with May, no matter how much he tried to protest the notion. "Well, that's because it is something Coordinators Monthly made up," May stammered. "Drew's just here as a friend." "Okay May, whatever you say," Dawn replied with a shrug. She clearly wasn't buying it, and neither was Zoe. May was luckily saved when her mother poked her head inside from the front door and said that there were a couple of people who wanted to speak to the entire family, and Drew, privately. "All right, that's my cue to go," May said with a relieved sigh. "I'll talk to you guys later." After the call ended, Caroline swung open the door fully and invited in their guests 4 people that the 2 young coordinators were able to recognize: Stephen and Cynthia Stone, Wallace Reyes, and lastly, and perhaps most surprisingly, Harley. "Harley?" May questioned, rising to her feet. "What are you doing here?" Drew also stood up, wary of the sudden arrival of their devious coordinating rival. "Oh May, darling, when I heard that your family was attacked late last night, I insisted I come with Wallace to see you and make sure you were okay," he declared dramatically. "With Wallace?" Drew asked suspiciously. "Well, yes, of course," Harley replied with a wink. "Wallace is my cousin." This seemed to catch both May and Drew off guard. "Really? So, Wallace is the family you were visiting in Sotopolis City?" May asked in awe. "That's right," Wallace interjected suavely with a charming smile. "Who do you think inspired my dear young cousin to take up coordinating?" Both May and Drew paused for a long moment to allow this new information to sink in. "Well, I guess you learn something new every day," said Max, who seemed a little skeptical himself as he entered the room with his father. Norman's expression brightened upon seeing that Stephen was present. "Stephen, it's such a pleasure to see you again," he said, going in to shake the silver-haired trainer's hand. "I thought you were still traveling the region." "I was for a while, Norman," Stephen replied with an equally friendly smile and handshake. "But I decided it was finally time to settle down." He exchanged a rather quick, but affectionate glance with Cynthia. "Wait, Dad," Max began, doing a double-take between Norman and Stephen. "You know him?" "Well, of course." Norman said a grin. "Stephen was the champion of Hoenn when I became a gym leader. He was the one who recommended me and pushed the paperwork through so the Petalburg City Gym could be officially recognized by the Napagien Pokemon League. A choice that seems to have, regrettably, placed you and your family in danger, Norman," Stephen replied apologetically. Norman shook his head. "Nonsense, Stephen, this isn't your fault. Don't think it for an instant," he said. "The blame will fall upon the champions if we don't put an end to these attacks," Cynthia said. "I can't speak for Wallace, Alder, and Lance, but I've received a flood of emails from concerned gym leaders in Sinnoh. People are worried they're next." "So, is it true then, what the reporters outside have been saying?" Caroline asked with great concern. "That this is somehow connected to the incident in Cerulean City?" "We have reason to believe they're tied together," Cynthia said, though she gave no further elaboration. "Wait, so," May piped up shyly, feeling a little intimidated by all the great and famous trainers that surrounded her, "Misty's gym was attacked, too? It wasn't just an accidental fire?" "There were no witnesses, and none of the Waterflower sisters ever saw the strange Pokemon Caroline described for Wallace," Stephen answered. "Nevertheless, the reports we've received from the Pokemon G-Men division in Indigo indicate that an external force which we now believe to be a Shadow Ball attack from the very same Pokemon that was here last night hit the attic just above young Misty Waterflower's bedroom." This statement caught Drew's attention, but he remained silent as the wheels began turning in his head. "The Pokemon G-Men?" Max asked curiously. "They're a government group that investigates special cases under the Napagien Pokemon League's champion's direction," Norman explained to his young son. Wallace nodded. "All regional champions are automatically inducted into the G-Men after they receive the title," he said, brushing a wayward strand of teal hair out of his eye. "It's a part of our responsibilities to ensure the Pokemon and Pokemon trainers of our respective regions remain safe when dangerous situations such as this one arises. And it's absolutely unacceptable if the Napagien Pokemon League's gym leaders are being targeted. If I may cut in," Drew interjected suddenly, no longer able to remain silent. All eyes turned to him, and May looked a little shocked at his brash interruption. Wallace seemed unperturbed, however. "Go on," he said. Drew sked in his breath, preparing for a long-winded explanation. Well, to be straight, I don't think this is an attack on the gym leaders, or the league for that matter. I did at first, but you, Drew gestured to Steven, said something earlier that changed my mind. You said the shadow ball hit the area just above gym leader Misty Waterflower's bedroom, right? Steven nodded. Well, Drew continued, if we are going with the theory that this Pokemon is after gym leaders, then by logic, it should have been gunning for Norman last night. But no, the first shadow ball hit the outside of Max's bedroom. Not Norman's. Furthermore, when May and I went outside to help fight off the Pokemon, it seemed to completely lose interest in Norman and Caroline and their Pokemon. In fact, it aimed its last attack directly at May and Max themselves. I would know, because when I ordered my Absol to step in to defend them, Drew pushed his green bangs back to reveal the full length of the stitches running up the side of his face. I ended up getting this. He dropped his hand. My point is, if this really was an attack against the league, then that Pokemon would have been aiming for Norman, the gym leader, and not his kids, Drew finished. An interesting argument, Steven said thoughtfully. Norman. The gym leader shrugged. Everything that he said is completely true, now that I think about it, he confirmed. Yes, Caroline mused in agreement. That Pokemon did seem to forget Norman and I were there once May and Max came outside. Well, I hate to be the devil's advocate, Harley began in his usual manner, but why would a Pokemon, or any trainer who may be in control of said Pokemon, be after a couple of sweet children who have no real bearing on serious matters? Where's the connection? What's the purpose? Drew shot the older coordinator an irritated look. I don't know why, Drew replied with a frustrated edge in his voice, but how's this for a connection? May, Max, and Misty all know each other. If I understand correctly, they all used to travel with Ash Ketchum. He then turned his attention to the three champions, former and current. Have your G-Man investigate that. A moment of silence followed Drew's bold statement, which was only interrupted by a loud buzzing noise. Cynthia flicked over her wrist to check her Poketch and promptly had her breath taken away. Steven looked at her with great concern. What? What's the matter? He persisted. Cynthia quickly gathered her wits about her to reply. I just received a message that there's been a third attack, this time at a residence in Veilstone City, Sinnoh, she said. The local gym leader, Maylene, happened to be visiting. December 20th, late morning. Indigo Plateau. Arceus. Leaf winced when she heard Lance cry the curse out in anger and slammed the phone back into its hook. What happened? She asked as Lance came storming back into the room. She knew it had to be bad. Lance typically avoided swearing in front of her. Another attack in Veilstone City, Lance mumbled in response as he went to his computer, pulled up a blank Word doc, and began typing furiously. This time at a residence, but Maylene Lillis was present. What? Leaf straightened up. Just now. In broad daylight? Yes. Geez. Leaf shook her head. Whoever is in charge of this mysterious Pokemon is getting more bold. Seems like they don't care whether they're seen or not. Maybe that's why it has the armor. You know, to disguise it. Lance didn't reply, and Leaf frowned. So what are you working on? She pressed. A memo to send out to the gym leaders in Kanto and Johto. He finally spoke up again. That was Cynthia I was talking to. Wallace's knee-jerk reaction to the attack was to close down all the gyms in Hoenn. I was telling her she, myself, and Alder need to do the same. Wait, Leaf suddenly interjected. What good will that do? If the last attack was at a home, then whoever is behind all this is after those gym leaders, not those gyms. I'm aware, Lance answered tersely. Wallace doesn't understand that, but Cynthia and I do. Why, then? It gives off the impression that we're a unified front and not a bunch of ducklets running around with their heads cut off. So it's a PR stunt? Leaf asked. If that's the case, then the only thing we're giving off is a false sense of security. It'll keep the press off our backs, so that's fine with me, Lance said curtly. Leaf appeared doubtful, but she, nevertheless, changed the subject. So, still think this is the work of an anti-league group? Team Plasma, maybe? Lance was silent for a moment as he saved the document on his computer and pulled up his email. I don't know what to think anymore. December 20th, afternoon. Twin Leaf Town. Breaking news, we've just received word that champion Lance Grayson of the Indigo League has followed the example set by champion Wallace Reyes of the Hoenn League and champion Cynthia Stone of the Sinnoh League, and has called for the temporary shutdown of all official Pokémon gyms in the Johto and Kanto regions. We now await word whether champion Alder Ray of the Unova League will also decide to close Unovan gyms until further notice, thus bringing all of the major branches of the Napajian Pokémon League and the famous Pokémon League Challenge to a complete standstill for the first time in nation history. This after a third incident of what is a now speculated show of defiance against the National League occurred in a residence home in Veilstone City, Sinnoh. Local Veilstone gym leader Maylene Lillis was present during at the scene. Veilstone's officer Jenny declined to tell us who the homeowners are, but she said that Lillis and the two other residents sustained no major injuries. Arceus, this is unreal, Kenny muttered under his breath, his eyes fixed on the television screen. He, along with Barry and Dawn, were all sitting around the coffee table in Dawn's home, tentatively sipping on the hot chocolate Johanna had prepared for them. Zoe was in the next room over, having a private conversation with Candace via video telephone about the matter at hand. I know, Dawn agreed. I see they're still not saying anything about how some weird Pokemon is all behind this. Lup, added Piplup, who was settled comfortably on his trainer's lap. Barry frowned and set his mug down. Yeah, I mean, come on, he began, folding his arms. You'd think the media would be all about telling us the truth, but no. They don't think we can handle the truth, do they? Zoe and Dawn had already filled Barry and Kenny in on the information they had gleaned from their conversation with May and Drew earlier in the day. Well, Drew Hayden did say that he thought the G-men would be keeping that bit of information under wraps, Dawn conceded. And, you know, the media can only tell what they're told. Maybe it's for the better though, people would be in absolute panic if everyone knew the full story. Oh, please, people are already in panic, Zoe said, re-entering the room and taking her place beside Dawn once again. I just finished talking to Candace, and even she's scared. If a relatively unknown gym leader like Maylene can be targeted, then why can't she? Anyway, she said Cynthia sent out an email requesting that all her gym leaders lay low and, if possible, move somewhere else until this whole mess is resolved. Candace plans on staying in Snowpoint, but she and I agreed it might be best if I not come. Dawn's face fell. Oh, Zoe, I'm really sorry, she sighed sympathetically. Zoe brushed the comment off. I'll be fine. Candace is the one I'm worried about. I don't know what I would do if something happened to her, she said. Well, if you need a place to stay for Christmas, Johanna said suddenly, entering the room with another cup of hot chocolate for Zoe, our home is open to you. The redhead smiled weakly. Thank you, Ms. Berlitz. I appreciate it, she said, accepting the steaming mug. Yeah, Dawn added with a half-smile. I know you're probably really worried and upset over this whole situation, but try not to let it ruin the holidays for you. I'm sure Candace will be fine. Right, and remember, there's been no casualties, yet, Kenny said reassuringly. I mean, yeah, some minor injuries and property damage, but no body bags yet. An irritated look crossed Dawn's face. Could you be a little less candid about it, Kenny? She asked, an edge in her voice. Kenny craned an eyebrow at her. Well, excuse me, for trying to be comforting, he retorted. All right, stop it both of you, Zoe said, jumping in to break up the spat before it could escalate any further. There's no need to fight, and there's no need to tiptoe around me. You're right, Dawn, Candace will be fine. I know Cynthia will see to it that she, along with the rest of Sinnoh's gym leaders, are taken care of and safe from danger. That's the right attitude. Barry exclaimed, pumping his fist. In his excitement, his elbow accidentally hit his mug, causing the hot drink to spill on his lap. He yowled from the sting of the burn and jumped to his feet, hastily wiping the liquid off of his pants. The amusing scene elicited a few laughter from Kenny, Dawn, and even Zoe, though her half-hearted chuckle quickly died away, and she turned her attention to the window. A light snow was beginning to fall. She wondered if, maybe, they would have a white Christmas. She rested her chin on her palm, entranced by the flurry of snowflakes outside. She was so dazed she failed to notice the second half of the Barry show, in which Dawn gave him a hand towel to help clean up the mess he made and deemed him a total spaz, while Kenny stood by with a playful grin, making a few snide, but nevertheless witty comments about the unfortunate situation. December 20th, late afternoon. Striaton City. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Ah! A loud crash followed, and it sounded like something expensive and made of glass had shattered on the tile floor in the kitchen. Sillin, who was in the middle of a conversation with Iris via video telephone in the next room over, cringed upon hearing the commotion. His eye twitched slightly, hoping that whatever had just broken was not from their china dish set. Chili, could you please calm down? Look at this mess. Sillin could hear Cress scold with a sigh. Sounds like Chili's a bit panicked, remarked Iris, who had overheard the ruckus. Axe, added her Axu, who had poked his head out of his trainer's mass of hair when the loud crash occurred, curious as to what had happened. When he realized nothing truly interesting was going on, he disappeared into Iris's tangles once again. Everyone is a bit on edge. Even I feel uneasy, Sillin said, glancing back toward the kitchen. We really shouldn't have let him in there. He eats when he's stressed, but when he's stressed, he tends to be a bit clumsy. The connoisseur snapped his attention back to the dragon trainer. Anyway, did you hear Champion Alder's announcement? Yes, Iris said. That all Unova gym leaders are not to accept any challengers. The same as pretty much all the gym leaders across the Napaj nation, now. That's why I called, actually. Sillin's head perked up. Well. Iris nervously began twirling a piece of her long, wild hair around her finger. I don't know, this whole thing has me really worried about. You and your brothers, especially. But I've been worrying about Ash, too. Sillin looked mildly confused upon the confession. Although, he had to admit, it touched him that Iris was concerned about him and his family. It was always nice to hear someone cared, even if it was during an unfortunate situation such as this. Worried about Ash, he inquired. Ash isn't a gym leader. A talented trainer, certainly. I know, Iris added quickly. But, ever since I found out about that second attack in Hoenn, did you know they're calling it an attack now? On the Napajian Pokemon League? I've been doing a lot of thinking. And my mind keeps wandering back to that night Ash had that nightmare, you know, right before he left for Kanto. And just a couple of days before the incident at the Cerulean gym. You think they're somehow connected? Sillin sounded downright skeptical. It's my sixth sense, Iris insisted. Don't give me that look, Sillin. I was right about the spirit the Yamask, that is at the Nacreme Museum, wasn't I? The connoisseur smiled weakly and said, I'm not saying there isn't reason to be concerned, Iris. I just think that you're overthinking things. Iris looked ready to retort, but at the last moment, her shoulders sagged in defeat. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm just being paranoid, she conceded. Ash is just a little kid, anyway. He wouldn't have anything to do with this, would he? She seemed to be asking for reassurance, which Sillin was graciously willing to provide. Yes, I'm sure this is all just a terrible coincidence, he said. He tilted his head. But, I must ask, whatever gave you such an idea that Ash's dream might be connected with these events? Other than your sixth sense. Iris's eyes brightened with sudden understanding. Oh. I guess you didn't realize. Realize what? The first gym that was attacked, the one in Cerulean. That's the one his friend Misty is in charge of. The girl he was so excited to see for Christmas. December 20th, early evening. Pallet Town. So. It was Pokémon, huh? Ash mused, obviously in deep thought. He and Misty were situated in front of the video phone in the same manner as the previous evening, except instead of Brock, they were speaking to May and Max. Pikachu was, as usual, perched on his trainer's shoulder. Azurill was with his mother, Tracy's Maril, at the lab. Do you know what Pokémon it was? Misty prompted. May shook her head. No idea, she said. It was a Pokémon, for sure, though, Max added, pushing up his glasses. It kept using a shadow ball attack. Are you positive? Misty asked. Yeah, no doubt about it, May said, nodding. I talked to Drew for a bit while we were at the hospital, and we both agreed, the blasts it kept launching at us were definitely Shadow Ball, which would make it a Pokémon, wouldn't it? You'd think. Ash said wistfully before his attention zeroed in on something else May had said. Hang on, Drew is with you guys. Drew, as in, your rival Drew. Oh, yeah, May said, letting out a nervous chuckle. He's with my family for the holidays. She leaned her head back and called out, Hey, Drew. Come say hello to Ash and my friend Misty. Misty, meanwhile, looked a little lost. She had never heard of this Drew character before, but she concluded that if he was staying with the Maples for the holidays, then he must have a close relationship with May. The redhead leaned closer to Ash and, whispering in his ear, asked. Is Drew May's boyfriend? Now it was Ash's turn to be confused. Huh? Boyfriend, he asked. Misty and Pikachu both sighed. He really was hopeless. Right, sorry, the water-type trainer said. She then turned back to screen and repeated the question to May's brother, this time aloud. Max, is Drew May's boyfriend? She asked. No, but he should be, the 10-year-old replied frankly. May's face turned beet red, and she gasped. Max, she squeaked loudly. All right, what did I miss? Drew said, suddenly appearing on the screen and seating himself next to May. Her blush deepened, and Misty wanted to laugh. She had to admit, they made a cute couple sitting side by side. Oh, hey Drew. Long time, no see, Ash said with a friendly grin. We were just talking about how you aren't May's boyfriend. The silence that followed was sickeningly awkward. Drew raised his eyebrows and cast his rival a wondering glacé. She, however, was avoiding eye contact with him at all costs, with an "Oh Arceus, why" look painted on her face. Max had slapped his hand over his mouth, physically having to stop himself from busting up into laughter. Ash looked clueless as ever, while Misty was giving him the death glare. Pikachu breathed his own name out in exasperation at his trainer's cluelessness. Figuring since she had been the first to inquire, Misty decided she would step in and save May from further embarrassment. Anyway, May, Max, what are you going to do now? May inhaled deeply to calm herself down and lessen the humiliation that had crawled up her neck. We don't know, yet, she said. Wallace has suggested we leave and find somewhere else to stay, temporarily. Cynthia and Lance asked the same of all their gym leaders, too. I think the only region that hasn't received an evacuation order is Unova, since there hasn't been any attacks there, yet, and the shutdown of gyms there is just a precautionary measure. Drew grumbled something incoherent under his breath. What was that? Ash asked the green-haired coordinator. Nothing, May replied for him, pushing her rival's shoulder. Drew's just being a conspiracy theorist. It's not a conspiracy theory, he cut in, sounding a little irritated. That attack in Sinnoh on Maylene Lillis proves that it is, Max jumped in. Okay, that's enough. Jeez. Misty said, shaking her head. Back on topic, do you guys at least have an idea where you might be headed? Ash and I still want to be in contact with you if you're all going away. Delia Ketchum, at this precise moment, happened to walk by the room that Misty and her son resided and, overhearing this bit of the conversation, stopped to listen. "Our parents are still trying to figure it out," May explained. "My mom was thinking about renting a place out in Little Root, but Dad doesn't think that's enough. He wants to leave the region. Maybe to Unova. It's complicated." "Oh. Well, if your family is looking to leave the region," Delia suddenly said, gliding her way into the room and the conversation. "Our home is small, but we'd love to have you all come out here, if you think that will make you safer." "Really, Miss Ketchum?" May asked, her eyes widening. "That'd be awesome," Max exclaimed. "May, we'd get to see Ash and Misty in person again." "Yes, it would be no problem," Delia insisted, waving her hand. "Besides, I love having company. I've always wanted to have a big Christmas gathering, but I've never had the opportunity." Delia gestured for Misty and Ash to move so she could sit in the chair and more properly use the video telephone. "Now, if one of you will just grab your parents, I'll speak to them privately and try to work things out with them." Several minutes later, Caroline appeared on the screen, and though they had never met, the two women began to chat it up as if they had been friends for the longest time. Ash and Misty, meanwhile, moved to the back of the room as the two mothers laughed over something insignificant before moving into the more serious business. "Your mother certainly is eager," Misty remarked. Ash shrugged. "She's lonely," he said simply. Misty glanced at him with an unreadable look in her eyes. She was about to ask why he thought that, but she stopped when she realized she already knew the answer. Chapter 4, in which Cynthia connects the dots. "I refuse." He rigidly closed his fists, feeling the sore ache from the resistant movement. "You shall no longer bend my will to yours. This has gone on long enough." Long enough indeed. Giovanni slowly turned to face him, a shadow of anger falling across his facial features. Behind him was a low-quality recording of the attack in Petalburg playing on loop. It was torturous for Mutuo to watch the events play out repeatedly, to watch that green-haired boy's face split open and see the blood consume nearly half of his expression. "You've proved to me time and time again that your will is powerful. 3 times you have failed to complete the tasks I require of you. But, no matter. This is turning out to be quite an interesting story. Have you watched the news lately?" He was silent in response. He instead struggled against the technological forces pitting against him, pushing him to defy his own conscience. Giovanni smirked. "It's obvious you can't fight me much longer," the man said. "You will give in." "I will never give in." Those last 5 words of insurgence echoed in the back of Ash's head and off into the distance when he awoke. He laid motionless for a long moment, his brown eyes dull with exhaustion. He lazily rolled over under his sheets to check his alarm clock. 9:17 a.m. Ash blinked and rubbed his eyes. It didn't make sense. He had gotten plenty of sleep. Why did he feel so tired? As the trainer regained his sense of reality, he could smell the delicious waft of his mother's breakfast downstairs. Ash grinned and threw his covers off of him. He stretched, feeling every muscle stretch with ache in his body, not a pleasant feeling with which to wake up. Nevertheless, the boy dressed himself and raked his fingers through his messy hair, unsuccessfully taming it. He glanced around, wondering where Pikachu had gone. The electric type was nowhere in sight, though, and Ash concluded he must have gone downstairs to eat without him. The trainer's stomach growled loudly and, grinning once again, he realized he should do the same. Once he made it down to the dining room, he was greeted with a pleasant surprise. Several extra chairs had been pulled up to the table, and a host of familiar faces were occupying them. "May! Max!" he exclaimed. He tackled the 2 siblings, who were seated beside each other, throwing his arms around them and hugging them tightly. Drew shot the bed-headed boy a wary but nevertheless irritated look as he affectionately ruffled May's brown hair. Misty noticed the coordinator's warning expression and smiled with profound amusement. Even Pikachu, who also had witnessed the show of jealousy from atop Misty's shoulder, chuckled in his own language. Good morning to you too, Ash, May laughed, though she was a little flustered by the attention she was receiving. Ash beamed and pulled back from her and her brother. When did you guys get here? He asked, still with an excited tone. We only talked to you last night. We managed to catch a red-eye flight from Hoenn to Kanto, Norman answered. He and his wife were seated beside Delia and Daisy. Max nodded. Yeah, we only arrived here a couple of hours ago, the young boy added. We slept on the plane, mostly. Man, Ash said, rubbing the back of his head. He looked to Misty and his mother. Why didn't you guys wake me up? Misty shrugged. Pikachu and I tried, but you were out cold, the redhead explained. May smiled and, resting her chin evenly across the palms of her hands, said, typical Ash. You haven't changed a bit. Typical May, Drew mocked. You sleep in, too. May cast her rival a slightly peeved glance, but she didn't say a word. Ash also turned his attention to the green-haired male, offering him a polite grin. Hey, good to see you're here, too, the trainer said, trying his best to be friendly. Although Drew had never openly expressed a dislike for Ash on the occasions they ran into each other in the Hoenn and Kanto regions, the coordinator had always been rather standoffish toward him in particular. There was no apparent reason for this. At least, not one that Ash could remember. Drew flicked his hair. Well, better here than somewhere dangerous. He said this ironically, though May was the only one to catch it. Her sapphire eyes fixated on him apprehensively. He had been in a rather sulky mood since everyone had dismissed his theory about the attacks. Drew rose to his feet with his plate in hand. Thank you, Ms. Ketchum. You're an excellent cook, he complimented. He then left for the kitchen. Misty watched him go and, after only a moment's delay, also stood up. Pikachu jumped off her shoulder and returned to his trainer. Yes, thank you Ms. Ketchum. It was delicious, Misty agreed before following Drew into the kitchen. Misty found the coordinator at the sink, rinsing off his plate. Mimey was waiting by anxiously. The psychic type didn't like it when others handled cleaning the dishes. That was his job. Mimey, could you excuse us for a moment? Misty asked the barrier Pokémon politely. Mime. The Mr. Mime seemed hesitant, but he nevertheless exited the area. Misty then, while mentally sorting out how she should approach the situation, joined Drew at the sink. The coordinator barely cast her a glance as she also held her plate under the running faucet. You know, she began casually, there's no reason to be jealous. He rolled his eyes and flicked his hair again. Misty raised her eyebrows quizzically. What an odd habit. I'm not jealous of anything, he insisted dully, except perhaps Ms. Ketchum's cooking skills. I should get her recipe for scrambled eyes. His voice was dripping with obvious sarcasm, and Misty let out a short, half-hearted laugh. So, he was a cynic. In that way, he reminded her of Gary Oak. Please, she said, dragging out the word, I saw how you reacted when Ash put his arm around May. Don't look at me like that. You're not the first person to ever fall for their rival. Drew was silent for a long moment as he turned off the faucet. He then pivoted on his heel to face her. Misty couldn't help but notice the line of stitches that traveled up the side of his face and disappeared under his green bangs. It unnerved her, and she wondered whether the injury was a result of the attack on the Petalburg gym 2 nights earlier. May's just my friend, he said with a straight face. And that's exactly what May and Ash are to each other, Misty assured with a shrug. Trust me. In a break of his indifferent, perhaps even cold, demeanor, Drew smirked and, folding his arms, leaned against the counter. What? Are you his girlfriend? He asked with a pet eyebrow. She scoffed, though she became just the slightest bit flustered upon the suggestion. Ha! Yeah right, she replied. You were there. Ash doesn't even understand the concept of boyfriend. Drew's lips tightened. Yeah, he said shortly. Good luck on that one. Misty didn't bother to dispute the implication he was making, but she started to back away. She was getting the vibe that he wanted her to leave. She was beginning to regret coming in and trying to talk to him. She briefly wondered how a person as sunny and outgoing as May could get along with someone who seemed so reserved and snarky. "Well," she said, knowing the tension was growing, "ditto to that for you and May." She turned to make her exit, but Drew interrupted her. "Misty, right?" he inquired suddenly. The redhead slowly turned toward him again. "Yes," she answered. His stern expression melted into a smile and the edges around his stunning green eyes softened and Misty realized the answer to her previous ponderings. "Thanks," he said. The edge of Misty's lips tugged upward and she shifted her weight slightly to her left leg. "No problem." December 21st, afternoon. Twin Leaf Town. Sigh. The yellow water type tilted its head, obviously confused by the sudden presence of the piece of bread that had been tossed its way. "Duck." The Psyduck continued to stare vacantly at the bit of food in front of it as Dawn, Barry, Kenny, and Zoe, who all had expressions of stupefied disbelief, looked on. "You know," Kenny began, crouching down to get a better look at the duck Pokémon, "I'm starting to wonder which Pokémon is legitimately more dim-witted, Psyduck or Slowpoke." "Well, you'd be a little slow too if you had a headache all the time," Dawn said, casting the Psyduck a sympathetic glance. "The poor thing." Sigh. The Pokémon tilted its head the other way, still looking at the bread. "Duck." A collective sigh emerged from the group of trainers. "As amusing and strangely depressing as this is," Zoe said, placing her hands on her hips as she straightened up. "Perhaps we should leave it alone and head back. I'm sure it'll eventually figure out what the bread is and eat it. I'm pretty sure one of those Starly will swoop down and pick it up before this Psyduck does," Kenny muttered under his breath, noticing the small flock of the flying-type Pokémon circling above. He then stood up and said aloud in response to Zoe's suggestion, "I agree. I'm calling this Feed the Psyducks afternoon activity a failure. We should rent a movie instead." Barry's expression visibly brightened upon his friend's idea. "Yeah," he exclaimed with a grin. "That new Pokestar Studios action movie with Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan just went to DVD a couple of weeks ago. And the video store is only a couple of blocks away." Dawn smiled, clasping her hands behind her back. "All right, it's settled then," she proclaimed. "To the video store we go." Sigh. The group of friends turned toward the water type with hopeful expressions. After a moment's delay, the Psyduck again merely tilted its head in the other direction. "Duck." Zoe clicked her tongue against the roof of her mouth and shook her head. "Let's go," she said. The three other trainers followed her away from the small pond and headed back toward the main path. No one had brought their bikes that afternoon because of the short walking distance between Dawn's home and the local park. Of course, that didn't stop the complaining. "Man. I can't wait until I get my license," Barry said wistfully, putting his hands behind his head. "Next year, you'll never see me walking around anymore. I could just drive from city to city challenging gym leaders." "Arceus, the idea of you driving is terrifying," Kenny teased. "Besides," Dawn added, "the traveling between the towns and cities is half the fun. You get to meet so many cool people and new Pokémon." Zoe wasn't paying attention to the conversation. Instead, her eyes were fixated on the sky, which seemed to have suddenly and mysteriously darkened. It was strange. The local weatherman had said today was supposed to be sunny. Most of yesterday's light snowfall, much to everyone's disappointment, melted before noon. Suddenly, a chilled gust of wind brushed past them. "Geez, it sure got cold quick," Dawn remarked. "Weird, I've never seen the weather here turn so quickly." "Yeah," Kenny seemed to agree. Zoe, who still wasn't really following her friend's conversation, suddenly spoke up. "Does it seem quiet to you?" she asked, a little apprehensively. The offhand question seemed to surprise her three companions. "Well, now that you mention it," Kenny began, I can't hear the starly chirping anymore. Hey, it's probably just a reaction to the weather, Barry said dismissively. Maybe it'll snow again, except this time it'll stick and we can have a snowball fight. Before anyone could respond to the blonde trainer's excited proposition, from out of nowhere came a large blast of something headed in Dawn's direction. Look out! Kenny cried. He leapt and tackled Dawn to the ground, saving them both from being hit by whatever had come their way. Once the smoke from the impact of the salvo cleared, Kenny lifted himself off of Dawn and looked down upon her with concern. You okay? He asked. She could only nod. The sudden impact had knocked the breath right out of her. Meanwhile, both Zoe and Barry had instinctively retrieved a pokeball from their waist, prepared to defend themselves if necessary. Their eyes were wildly searching the sky to see where the attack could have possibly come from. Then, Zoe finally caught sight of some armored Pokemon-like creature, shrouded in a dark mist and hovering above them. In its hand was another powerful-looking ball of dark energy. The house was attacked by some really weird Pokemon. The fire was just a side effect of its shadow ball hitting some electrical wiring in the roof, I think. The words of May from the previous morning rushed back to Zoe, and she sked in her breath with horror. That's it. That's what May was talking about, she breathed. Barry snapped his head toward her. What? He asked in both disbelief and confusion. Zoe didn't have time for reply as the Pokemon launched another attack at Dawn and Kenny, who were still down. The redhead enlarged the Pokeball in her hand. Galade, use Psycho Cut, she ordered. The psychic type emerged from its Pokeball with its blades already ablaze with power. He struck the shadow ball, slicing through it. The energy contained within the sphere blew up, and Galade fell to the ground, injured by the blast. The opposing Pokemon, however, was unharmed. Galade! Zoe cried with concern as the blade Pokemon staggered to its feet again, still ready to battle. Barry, after overcoming his initial panic, then called out his Empoleon and ordered a Hydro Cannon attack. Kenny and Dawn helped themselves up, and released their Breloom and Kalava respectively. Breloom. Use Mach Punch. Kalava, Eruption. All of these moves, as powerful as they were ultimately futile against the unrecognizable Pokemon. It either simply deflected the blow or retaliated with another Shadow Ball. Zoe bit her lip anxiously. She knew something had to be done. The battle had only just begun, and all four of their Pokemon were already tired. Their mysterious foe, on the other hand, seemed completely fine. Then, an idea came, almost like a revelation. Kalava, use Swift, but aim for below its feet, she instructed Dawn's Pokemon. Although the redhead wasn't his trainer, the fire type obeyed her command. The armored Pokemon appeared confused upon Kalava's seemingly misguided onslaught of sharply pronged projectiles, and Barry, who had picked up on Zoe's strategy, had his Empoleon follow up with a direct attack, Hydro Pump. The powerful water-type move hit the Pokemon head-on, and in the small time frame during which it was being bombarded by the rush of water, Dawn had retrieved her Pokeball for Parkirisu and called him out. Parkirisu, use Discharge. Chupa, the ELE Squirrel Pokemon cried as he unleashed his powerful electric-type move. The attacking Pokemon, already weakened and wet from the Hydro Pump, was dealt a special damage from the Discharge attack. The four trainers were forced to cover their eyes from the blinding flash that resulted from the move. However, once the light disappeared and the trainers lowered their arms, they discovered the Pokemon was nowhere to be found. It had fled. They weren't ready to call it over, yet. All four teens remained highly alert, and their 5 Pokemon were also ready to continue the fight should their adversary return. Parkirisu's yellow cheeks were still sparking with electricity from its discharge attack. Nevertheless, the tension of the moment began to subside when nothing happened after a couple of minutes. Zoe exchanged a quick glance with Dawn and noticed that she seemed to be limping. She must have somehow hurt her leg earlier when Kenny had thrown himself and her to the ground as to avoid the Shadow Ball attack. Barry was the first to return his Pokemon. The rest watched him cautiously, still too apprehensive to completely lower their defenses. After a long moment of silence, the blonde turned to them and asked in an uncharacteristically low and calm voice, "So what do we do now?" December 21st, late afternoon. Veilstone City. "Well, Lance just sent me the results from the test in a critique," Cynthia commented, reading an email on her poke tablet. Stephen cast her a cautious glance. "And?" The Sinnoh champion sighed and turned off the device. They were riding in the back of the Veilstone officer Jenny's police cruiser, which was on its way to the scene where the third attack had occurred yesterday. The couple was only now getting around to checking up on Maylene since Cynthia had been occupied with trying to ensure the safety of her other gym leaders the previous evening. "You were right," she said plainly. Morty confirmed, "the residue that agent found near Misty's bedroom was from a shadow ball. So the incidents are definitely connected, then." Cynthia nodded, but said nothing as her eyes grew cloudy and distant. Stephen frowned and set his hand on top of hers. "Please don't do this to yourself, Cindy," he pleaded. "It's not good for your health." Cynthia shook her head. "I just don't know where to go from here." "Neither do I," her husband admitted, "but perhaps Maylene and the other two Veilstone residents will be able to help the G-men further in their investigation." Cynthia seemed to ignore him as she stared pensively out the window and at the beautiful countryside. The landscape was covered in small patches of snow here and there, but for the most part was still very green. It was an unusual but beautiful combination. "Speaking of which, Officer Jenny, do you by chance know the names of the Veilstone residents who were a part of the attack?" Cynthia asked after a long moment. The blue-haired woman glanced back at the champion from the passenger seat. One of them was Maylene Lillis's boyfriend, named Reggie Rebolito. The other was his younger brother, Paul Rebolito. Maylene was apparently visiting the family for breakfast yesterday morning when they were ambushed, she answered. Cynthia straightened up suddenly. "I'm sorry, did you say Paul Rebolito?" the blonde asked. Officer Jenny nodded. Stephen carefully examined his wife, noticing her surprised and perhaps even disturbed expression. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Cynthia shook her head. "Nothing," she replied, "I recognize the name, that's all. I battled him once a while ago, and I also watched his match against Dash." She stopped, her eyes widening. "Match against?" Stephen prompted further. "No one." "Never mind," Cynthia replied hastily. Before Stephen could question her unusual behavior, the car had stopped. Officer Jenny and her companion both exited the vehicle, and Cynthia and Stephen followed suit. The damaged home was surrounded by yellow caution tape and several low-profile G-men agents assigned to the case, as well as some other members of the local Veilstone Police Department. "Did this home catch fire, too?" Stephen asked one of the G-men agents as he passed by. The agent shook his head. "No," he replied before his voice lowered. "However, the accounts Maylene Lillis and the Rebolito brothers gave us is very similar to the accounts made by the Maple family. The G-Men division in Hoenn sent us their report yesterday evening, and they have the same elements, a mysterious Pokémon, shadow ball attacks. And there is a very large hole on the side of the house apparently caused by one of this Pokémon's shadow ball, but there was nothing that sparked flames." "Was anyone hurt?" Cynthia asked. "No," the agent again said. "All three sustained no injuries. Pretty incredible, actually. Apparently, the younger of the brothers, Paul Rebolito, managed to fight off the Pokémon with his Magmortar and Electivire. He is a remarkably strong trainer." "Indeed," Cynthia mused. "Are they home?" Before the agent could reply, Reggie stepped outside. "Mrs. Stone," Reggie greeted politely. "Reggie Rebolito." He shook her hand. "Please, just call me as Cynthia," she said with a half-smile. "Of course," the breeder replied. "Reggie," Stephen began, also going in to shake the purple-haired man's hand. "Stephen Stone, Cynthia's husband. We are so relieved to learn everyone involved was unharmed." And, our deepest apologies that you and your brother had to be dragged into this. Reggie shook his head. Please, don't apologize, he said. Anyway, I presume you're here to talk to us about the incident. Yes, Cynthia said with a nod. Is Maylene with you? Reggie affirmed. Perhaps they didn't tell you, but Maylene is my girlfriend, Stephen finished. Reggie nodded. Right, he said. Reggie led the couple inside the home, where there was less commotion and more privacy. Once inside, Cynthia noted that what the agent said was true, and there was a gaping hole in the side of the household, though it had a makeshift large bed sheet covering it. Maylene was sitting beside her Lucario on the sofa. Several other Pokémon for which Reggie was caring were wandering around, but Paul appeared to be nowhere in sight. Reggie disappeared upstairs, apparently to retrieve his younger brother. Maylene, Cynthia greeted warmly as she approached the pink-haired woman. Cynthia felt terribly guilty that Maylene was the one gym leader this mysterious Pokémon had apparently picked to target in Sinnoh. She was the newest of the gym leaders she oversaw and, from what Cynthia understood, she had considered resigning from the position only 6 months after starting it for reasons unexplained to the champion. Cynthia feared this incident might drive the fighting-type gym leader back to those considerations, though she honestly wouldn't blame her if it did. Champion Cynthia, Maylene regarded, rising to her feet. She seemed intimidated by her presence. It was then that Reggie rejoined the group, this time with Paul in tow. Paul, it's a pleasure to see you again, Cynthia said. Same. He lifted his head slightly and, with a hardened gaze, asked, You're here to ask questions, aren't you? There isn't anything that hasn't already been said. We just want to hear your account from all of you and not a written report, Cynthia explained. Paul plopped down on the sofa, near Maylene's Lucario. There isn't much to say, he said, folding his arms. Maylene arrived, and that armored Pokémon showed up. It disappeared after a couple minutes of battle. An armored Pokémon, Stephen repeated. The same the Maples saw, Cynthia added. So it's true then, what happened here is connected to what happened in Hoenn and Kanto? Reggie asked. Cynthia nodded. We're afraid so, she said. It appears this is an attack on the Napajian Pokémon League. There is no apparent reason why, yet, but it seems someone is trying to make a statement through targeting gym leaders. Maylene and Reggie exchanged a quick glance. They looked like they both had something to say, but they weren't willing to share what it was, yet. Why Maylene? Paul asked gruffly. Maylene has barely been a gym leader for a year. Wouldn't it have made more sense for this Pokémon to go after someone more well-known, like Fantina or Rourke? We unfortunately don't have all the answers, Stephen confessed. The G-men are still investigating. Reggie looked to his brother apprehensively. Paul, he said, attempting to sound casual. Why don't you go make some tea for our guests? The young trainer looked irritated upon this request but stood up anyway. Oh, that's quite all right, Cynthia cut in, gesturing for him to sit back down. No, I insist, Reggie said, casting the champion a furtive glance. His eyebrows were furrowed, and his expression was firm. Cynthia backed down, realizing that for whatever reason, Reggie wanted his brother to temporarily exit the conversation. Paul rolled his eyes, annoyed by the indecision, and begrudgingly stood up again. Once he had left, Reggie turned to face Cynthia and Stephen. I'm sorry, but Maylene and I were discussing this last night, and we haven't talked to Paul about it, yet, he said, his voice lowering. I'm trying to protect him, you see. We understand, Cynthia said, nodding. What's on your mind? Before either Maylene or Reggie could reply, the G-Men agent whom the couple had spoken to earlier poked his head inside the front door. My apologies for interrupting, he began, but we just received a phone call from someone looking to speak to Cynthia. Please tell them they'll have to wait for a few minutes, Cynthia replied tersely. They say it's serious. An uncharacteristically irritated look crossed Cynthia's face. Every phone call she had received for the past few days had been serious. Not that they necessarily weren't, but it was usually a panicked gym leader, or Lance or Wallace or even Alder with a new theory or nugget of information to report. "Don't worry," Stephen said kindly as he lightly touched his wife's shoulder, sensing her frustration. "Allow me to take the call." Cynthia nodded, and Stephen rose to his feet, following the agent outside. After they disappeared from sight, Cynthia turned toward Maylene and Reggie once again. "Go on," the champion said. Maylene cleared her throat. "Well," she began tentatively. "From what Reggie and I saw, this Pokémon was not after me." Cynthia inhaled sharply. She already had an idea where this conversation was going. "Is that so?" the blonde asked, her voice still even. "Yes," Maylene said, nodding. "Not once did that Pokémon aim an attack at me or my Pokémon. Or at Reggie, for that matter. It deflected any attacks we ordered our Pokémon to use, certainly, but its main focus was on, well, Paul. When May and I went outside to help fight off the Pokémon, it seemed to completely lose interest in Norman and Caroline and their Pokémon. In fact, it aimed its last attack directly at May and Max themselves." "Are you sure?" Cynthia asked, remembering the conversation at the Maple household the previous day. Her tone had grown a little more grave. "There's no doubt in my mind that thing was specifically after Paul," Reggie said. "It wanted nothing to do with Maylene and me. I don't think Paul noticed. He was too occupied battling it off." Cynthia lifted her hand to her chin ponderously, allowing this new information to sink in. Paul returned to the living room empty-handed. "Reggie, we don't have any tea," he said flatly. "Oh, that's quite all right," Cynthia said, waving her hand dismissively, though her voice wavered slightly. At that particular moment, Stephen re-entered the home with a stern expression painted on his face. His darkened disposition demanded the attention of the entire room. "Cynthia," he began, "there's been a fourth attack. Another one in Sinnoh." "What?" Cynthia exclaimed, sounding both appalled and terrified. "Which gym leader?" Stephen shook his head. "No gym leader," he replied. "It was in Twinleaf Town on a group of young trainers." "Are they okay?" she asked. "Yes, thankfully," Stephen answered. "Although, one is receiving very minor medical attention at the local hospital." "Do you have names?" "They only gave me one, Dawn Berlitz. She's the one who's being treated." Maylene gasped, and Reggie perked up in alarm. Even Paul seemed to react, though subtly. His lips tightened, and he balled his fists. Cynthia glanced at the group, her eyebrows raised. "Do you all know her?" she asked. "I met her a while ago," Maylene answered. "I battled her and her friend Ash in a match for the Cobble badge." Cynthia looked as though she had been struck. "Ash? You mean Ash Ketchum?" she asked in disbelief. Maylene nodded. Stephen straightened up slightly as he, too, began to connect the dots in his head. "Yeah," Paul added, shoving his hands into his pockets. "They used to travel together." Cynthia snapped her head toward the young trainer. You were Ash Ketchum's rival, weren't you?" "You battled him in the Lily of the Valley conference," she said, though it seemed she was merely stating this aloud for her own information. "Yes," Paul replied, unsure of where she was going with this. Disturbed by this new revelation, Cynthia and Stephen exchanged quick glances as the Sinnoh champion rose to her feet. "I'm sorry, but Reggie, do you happen to have a working video phone that I may use?" she asked urgently. "I need to make a few phone calls, face to face." Reggie nodded. "Yes, of course. It's in the next room over," he said. "Good, thank you," she said, before turning to her husband again. "Stephen, please ask whomever you were just talking to get me the contact information of the hospital where Dawn Berlitz is currently admitted. I need to speak with her and the other trainers who were attacked immediately. Afterward, I need you to call Lance and the others, I want someone digging into Ash Ketchum's past and pulling up any information that may tell us why or how he could be connected to these attacks. I think we underestimated just how smart Drew Hayden is. December 21st, late afternoon. Twin Leaf Town. This is stupid, Dawn growled as Zoe wheeled her down the hallway of the Twin Leaf Hospital with Kenny, Barry, Johanna, and Palmer following closely behind. I do not need a wheelchair. Seriously, this is overkill. My ankle was twisted, that's all. The doctor said he wanted you to stay off of your feet, sweetie, Johanna reminded kindly. Right, it'll only get worse if you walk on it, Palmer added. After the armored Pokémon had disappeared, the teens decided the best course of action was to call the Twin Leaf Police, figuring that if Zoe was correct in her assumption that if the Pokémon who attacked them was the same one that had attacked the Maples, then someone ought to know about it. Things got out of hand at that point. Dawn was transported to the hospital to get her leg checked out. Johanna and Palmer rushed to meet them once they learned their respective daughter and son were victims of the latest attack. The young trainers were interviewed multiple times by the Twin Leaf officer Jenny and other investigators, and now they had been informed that someone else, the hospital staff did not reveal who, was wanting to talk to them via video phone. Here we are, the nurse said, guiding them to a video phone booth. Just press the red button to pick up the call that's on hold. The 4 teens and 2 adults crammed into the small phone booth, and Palmer shut the curtain behind them. Dawn was the one who reached out and connected the call. The 6 were very surprised to see the Sinnoh champion's face appear on the screen. Champion Cynthia. Barry expressed in disbelief. Wow, it really is you. Day maid. Sure, never mind that we're ambushed this afternoon, Zoe muttered under her breath. Well, I'm glad to see you all seem well, Cynthia replied, a little stiffly. My apologies, can I get all of your names? Sure. I'm Dawn Berlitz. We've met before, Dawn explained. I remember, Cynthia said, attempting a smile. I heard you were receiving medical attention. Are you all right? Yes, Dawn answered, nodding. Just a sprained ankle. No need to worry. Ah. Cynthia looked to the other three trainers. And who are all of you, might I ask? My name is Zoe Williams, Zoe replied. I'm a coordinator from Snowpoint City. Yup. And I'm Barry Pearl, Pokemon trainer. Barry said, enthused that he was speaking to the Sinnoh champion. And this here's my buddy Kenny Hudson. He and I and Dawn are all from Twin Leaf. They were the ones who were attacked, Johanna clarified. Oh, and I am Johanna Berlitz, Dawn's mother. And you know me, Palmer added with a grin. Barry's my son. Oh, I could never forget you, Palmer. Cynthia, in a temporary break of her tense mood, let out a light laugh. She was. Then silent for a couple of lingering moments as she continued writing out her notes from the conversation. Once she had finished, she looked back up to the group and continued, please allow me to explain, the G-Men have been investigating this string of attacks, and I have few important questions to ask of you, if you wouldn't mind. Sure, Dawn said. You were battling a strange, armored Pokemon, correct? Cynthia asked. The group nodded. Was that Pokemon aiming for anyone in particular? This follow-up question caught the young trainers off guard, because it was new and surprisingly relevant. Well. Yes, actually, Zoe admitted, hesitant. That Pokemon shot its Shadow Ball at Dawn twice. The first attack was aimed directly at Dawn, in fact, Kenny added. Right. Barry said, nodding quickly in agreement. That was how she hurt her ankle. Because Kenny pushed her out of the way, and she landed on her leg funny. Johanna shifted uncomfortably in the background. Dawn was holding herself together well, but also seemed alarmed by the scary implications of her friend's accounts. Just as I thought, Cynthia mused. Just as you thought? Zoe inquired, disturbed. Dawn, you know Ash Ketchum, correct? Cynthia continued, leaving Zoe's question unanswered. Dawn blinked in surprise. Yeah, she replied. He's one of my best friends. He traveled with me and our other friend, Brock Harrison, throughout Sinnoh for a while. Dawn inclined her head slightly. But, why do you want to know about Ash? Instead of answering her question, Cynthia asked another. Do the rest of you also know him? She asked, addressing the three other young trainers. Well, I can't speak for Barry and Kenny, Zoe began, but I consider Ash my friend, though I mostly know him by association with Dawn. Same, Kenny replied. Well, I know Ash, Barry said, sounding a little indignant. He was my rival. This seemed to grab Cynthia's attention. Did the Pokémon direct any attacks at you? She asked. No. She intoned, her interest declining. By chance, do any of you know how long he had a rivalry with Paul Rebolito? Dawn was starting to become confused, and concerned, over all these familiar names Cynthia kept dropping in the conversation. They met almost literally after Ash got to Sinnoh, I think, Dawn answered. Were they friends? Ha! Paul and Ash friends? Dawn scoffed. Do you remember how they argued like crazy at the Pokémon Center near Amity Square? They hated each other's guts when they first met. Although, they parted on pretty good terms, from what Ash told me. They had a relatively well-known rivalry, though, didn't they? Cynthia asked. I mean, it wasn't Drew Hayden May Maple status, Dawn replied with a shrug, but, yeah, for people who follow that sort of thing, they'd heard about it. I'm sorry, you know Drew and May? Cynthia asked, her interest piqued once again. Dawn gestured to Zoe and herself, no May. We met Drew over the phone yesterday when we called to talk to May about what happened in Hoenn. Do you happen to know Misty Waterflower, too, then? Realization cast its shadow over the four faces of the teens, and they fell into a sort of stunned silence as they finally began to understand why Cynthia was asking all these seemingly odd questions. No, but... Ash does, Dawn replied reluctantly. December 21st, sunset. Indigo Plateau. The place was an absolute mess. Various files, photos, and printouts were strewn carelessly about the desk, and some had fallen in heaps to the ground. Leaf didn't seem to mind, however, as she gnawed on the end of her pen, staring at the computer screen in front of her and sifting through online trainer databases, searching for statistics and articles about Ash Ketchum. Lance had explained to her that Cynthia and Steven had come to the conclusion that Ash was somehow connected to the attacks throughout the various regions. Why? Answering that question was her job. Any luck, Leaf? Lance asked, suddenly appearing behind the teen girl, having returned from other business. Well, Ash's got a fairly impressive track record, Leaf mumbled, not even bothering to turn around and face him. Top 16 in the Indigo League Conference, champion of the Orange League, top 8 in the Silver Conference, top 8 in the Evergrande Conference, champion of the Kanto Battle Frontier, top 4 in the Lily of the Valley Conference. I had no idea he was so talented. The last I remember about this kid was how he slept in on the day we were supposed to get our starter Pokemon from Professor Oak. He missed the morning ceremonies, but Oak's grandson, Gary, later told me he ended up getting a Pikachu rather than one of the standard Kanto starters. Hadn't thought of him for years, till I found that photo in Misty's bedroom. Yes, well, Lance began matter-of-factly, that Ash Ketchum is a strong trainer tells us nothing about how he's connected to these attacks. I know, Leaf said, pivoting on her chair. You didn't let me finish. Lance's lips tightened. Go on, then. Well. Leaf turned back to her computer, pulling up several windows. His name actually comes up several times in the G-Men's classified database. Look, here in late 1998, his mother, Delia Ketchum, was kidnapped by the legendary NTI in Greenfield, Johto. He and his friends, one of them notably being Misty Waterflower, stopped a colony of unknown from warping the city and saved his mom and a little girl named Molly Hale. In 1999, he helped solve the Deoxys Rayquaza crisis in La Rouse, Hoenn. May and Max Maple were among his traveling companions at that time. In 2000, he traveled to Machina Town, Sinnoh, and stopped Arceus himself from an angry rampage throughout the area. And, you guessed it, Dawn Berlitz happened to be with him then. I mean, seriously, has someone not been monitoring our database? Most of these were filed before we started transitioning to digital. Shouldn't someone have red-flagged this kid while they were digitizing these reports? It doesn't matter what should have happened, Lance said plainly, shaking his head. What matters is what needs to happen now. What you're telling me is peculiar, for sure, but I'm not sure that it makes anything more clear to me. How does Paul Rebolito fit into this? Moreover, why hasn't Brock Harrison, who's been a long-time traveling companion of Ash, been targeted yet? Leaf sighed, frustrated. I don't know. Maybe whoever's behind these attacks isn't necessarily after Ash's former traveling companions, but people with whom he is close. And, who knows, maybe Brock Harrison's next. Someone should actually talk to Ash about this and tell him to get together a list of people who may be in danger, she said. Steven said Cynthia was planning on calling Ash later this evening when I last spoke with him, Lance informed. And, did you not read the report Cynthia recorded from her interview with Dawn Berlitz and the 3 other trainers in Twin Leaf? Paul and Ash were not close. They were rivals, but they did not get along well. No one else knows that, Leaf pointed out. Fair, Lance mused. Anyway, my point is there's something very special about Ash Ketchum. Which is why. Leaf paused and began shuffling through the many piles of papers on her desk until she finally picked out a folder with an old G-Men report inside it, apparently, had yet to be moved onto the computer and handed it to Lance. This particular file from June 1998 caught my attention. That was the second year Ash was a trainer, before any of the other crazy stuff with NTI, the Deoxys, etc. happened. Ash Ketchum and friends visited Shamuti Island, the center of culture in the Orange Islands. The Shamuti people apparently named Ash the Chosen One, but the file doesn't go into much detail about it. It does say, though, how he freed the legendary Moltres and Zapdos from the Pokémon collector, Lawrence III, and prevented him from capturing Articuno and Lugia. Lance was silent for a long moment as his eyes scanned over the file. Leaf, he began after he finished skimming, you can't honestly believe Ash is this so-called Chosen One. That's just an old legend that's been passed down generation to generation among the Shamuti people. No, I don't, Leaf replied frankly. But I am going to investigate it further. She swiveled toward her computer once again, delving back into her work. Lance sighed. He could feel a headache coming on. December 21st, early evening. Pallet Town. Is it a fluke or is it yet another incident of a cross-regional string of attacks that up to this point have been solely directed toward registered gym leaders of the Napagien Pokemon League? We're here live in front of the Twin Leaf Town Hospital, where a trainer is reportedly being treated for minor medical injuries after a 4th attack, which our sources now tell us is not the work of a human arsonist, but an unidentified Pokemon. Well, looks like the media finally picked up that it's a Pokemon, Drew mused aloud. He, along with the Ketchums, Maples, Waterflowers, Oaks, and Lone Sketchet, were situated in front of the television set in the Ketchum residence's living room. Tracy, Gary, and Professor Oak had again visited for dinner that evening as they had when Ash first arrived home and turned on the news station when the professor received a message from one of his aides telling him that there had been a 4th attack. Wonder who let that slip? Gary asked rhetorically. He and the others had been updated earlier about what really happened at the Maple residence in Hoenn a couple of nights before. The League wouldn't have been able to hide it forever, Caroline commented, not with the increasing number of victims. Suddenly, the Ketchum's video phone began going off in the next room. Delia rose to her feet and left to answer the call. The officer Jenny of Twin Leaf will not release the names of the 4 trainers who were allegedly attacked as they are all minors, but said they are all from the Sinnoh region and are Dash. Delia suddenly reappeared in the doorway. Ash, there's someone looking to talk to you, specifically, she informed. Ash glanced up. Who? He asked. She said her name is Cynthia Stone. This caught the attention of nearly everyone in front of the TV. Arceus, Gary muttered under his breath. Cynthia Stone. Misty exclaimed, her eyes wide. Isn't that the champion of Sinnoh? Why does she want to talk to Ash? I'm not sure. She didn't say, Delia replied. Ash's expression deadpanned, and he stood up, leaving behind the large group to answer the call. Everyone in the living room awkwardly sat motionless for a moment, until they all also stood up and followed him. Ash sat down in front of the old video phone in the other room, preparing to take the call, as everyone else gathered curiously near the doorway where Delia stood. Hey, Cynthia, Ash regarded politely when her face appeared on the screen. Ash, it's been a while, she said with a forced smile. I'm afraid I'm not calling for pleasure, however. There is. Is that Drew Hayden with you? Drew, who was standing off to the side with the others, looked comparable to a deerling in the headlights when his name was mentioned. Yeah, Ash replied, glancing back at the coordinator. He and the Maples came out here this morning. Who all is with you? Ash had to look back again to name all the people currently visiting. My mom, Daisy and Misty Waterflower, Professor Oak, Gary Oak, Tracy Sketchit. Oh, and, Drew and the Maples of course. Well, they all probably should be a part of this conversation if they're close enough with your family to be visiting, Cynthia commented frankly. Taking that as an invitation, the 11 people hanging back in the room gathered more closely around the video phone. Drew, Cynthia began once the group had settled, regarding the attacks for the past of couple, I and the other champions you and the Maples spoke to yesterday must humbly admit that you were right and we were wrong. Drew perked up in surprise, but he said nothing. He did, however, cast a wary glance at Ash, knowing exactly where the conversation was now headed. Right about what? Misty inquired. Cynthia paused for a brief moment, taking in a deep breath. That these attacks are not directed at gym leaders, she said plainly. We now have reason to believe that they are aimed at people who are in connection with Ash Ketchum. In connection with me? Ash said, pointing to himself in alarm. But, how? Tracy asked. Allow me to explain in the simplest way I can, Cynthia began. The first attack was at the Cerulean Gym, which is owned by the Waterflower sisters. The gym leader, Misty Waterflower used to travel with Ash Ketchum, correct? A nod from Misty. Cynthia continued, 2 nights later, an attack in Hoenn, this time on the Maple family. The G-men interpreted this as a show of defiance against the Napajian Pokemon League as Norman Maple is also a gym leader. But Drew Hayden pointed out what we couldn't see, that the mysterious Pokemon who attacked the Maples was not interested in Norman at all. It was instead focused on his children, May and Max, who both also traveled with Ash Ketchum. In Veilstone City, the third attack occurred after Maylene Lillis visited one of the local residences, occupied by 2 brothers whom you, Ash, may know very well. Ash straightened up suddenly. Paul and Reggie, he exclaimed in realization. Right, Cynthia said, nodding. However, with Maylene present at the attack, the G-men were again led to believe that it was gym leaders who were being targeted. But, once Steven and I had the chance to actually sit down with Maylene and the Rebelitos, they revealed a story very similar to what Drew told us, that is, the Pokemon who attacked them was not after Maylene. In this case, it wanted Paul Rebelito. Paul Rebelito. Gary mumbled to himself before looking to Ash. You told me about him, right after you arrived in Pallet. He was one of your rivals in Sinnoh, wasn't he? Ash nodded, temporarily unable to find words to speak. As for the most recent attack. Cynthia continued, her voice trailing off suddenly, testing whether anyone would be able to pick up on whom she was hinting at. May inhaled sharply. Twin Leaf Town. That's where Dawn lives, isn't it? She asked. Ash's fists balled up, but he again said nothing. Yes, it was her, Cynthia affirmed. And she was with 3 other trainers whose names you may recognize, Ash. Cynthia paused, sifting through her notes. Zoe Williams, Barry Pearl, and Kenny Hudson. Ash looked struck with horror. Yeah, he said breathlessly, I know all of them. Are they all right? May asked, sounding a little panicked. All are well, Cynthia said reassuringly. Dawn Berlitz was being treated for a sprained ankle earlier, but no one was seriously hurt. Delia shook her head. I don't understand, she began, why is someone after all these people Ash knows? We're not sure yet, Cynthia confessed. One of the G-Men's agents, Ms. Green, is currently looking into that. Agent Green made a very important recommendation, however, Ash, I need you to compile a list of all the people whom you're close with and who may be in danger. Rivals, friends, traveling companions. With the way things are going, it will not be long before someone else is targeted. Lance is afraid Brock Harrison may be next, but it really could be anyone you know. I am flying out to Kanto tomorrow to see you in person, and I will pick up this list from you then and handle it accordingly. All right, Ash agreed with a curt nod. What about Dawn and the Paul and the others, though? They're going to be moved to another location under the protection of the G-Men, Cynthia replied simply. Ash exchanged a tentative glance with his mother, and she nodded. Actually, he began hesitantly. What is it? Could you possibly move them out here? I mean, May and Max and Misty are already here, so why not get everyone as one place? That way, we can figure this whole thing together, Ash explained. Cynthia considered his proposition for a long moment, but she seemed unwilling to agree. How are you going to manage the addition of another 10 or so people into your household? Cynthia asked. Plus all the people whom Ash deems may be in trouble. Delia waved her hand dismissively. We'll manage, she said simply. Cynthia debated inwardly for a moment longer before heaving a sigh of defeat. All right, the champion finally conceded. I will see to it that everyone is transported to Pallet Town, Kanto. I will see you in the morning. And with that, the screen went blank. Chapter 5, in which Leaf proposes a theory. December 22nd, after midnight. Veilstone City. Dawn stared blankly out the window of the car at the dim, empty streets in Veilstone City. Her friends were all lightly snoozing beside her in the back seat, but Dawn simply couldn't bring herself to fall asleep. There was too much on her mind. Her mother was in the passenger's side at the front of the car, and Palmer was driving them toward the Veilstone airport. Cynthia had again called the trainers yesterday evening, telling them to pack their bags and get to Veilstone City for a 3:30 a.m. flight to Viridian City in Kanto. Their ultimate destination was Pallet Town, to stay with Ash Ketchum and company. In a twisted sort of way, she was excited. It had been a while since she'd last seen Ash in person. She just wished she and the others weren't meeting them under such awful circumstances. HNNNNN. Barry groaned in his sleep. He was drooling a bit, apparently dreaming. Dawn couldn't resist a giggle. Cynthia had also said she wanted Barry, Zoe, and Kenny to come with her to Kanto. Although they weren't the focus of the mysterious Pokémon's attack, the champion feared they now could be considered targets since they had been present during the battle in Twinleaf. Better to be safe than sorry, Dawn supposed. All right, looks like we're here, Palmer announced quietly, pulling into the terminal. He reached over and gently shook Dawn's mother awake. Johanna, get the kids up. Don't worry about it, Dawn said, straightening up as she realized that Palmer hadn't known she was awake. The young coordinator turned to her fellow trainers, also shaking them awake. Hey, guys, we're at the airport, she said in a half-whisper. The three other teens stirred, stretching and yawning as they came to their senses. Man, already? Kenny ummed, still exhausted. Don't complain. We'll be able to sleep on the plane once we board, Zoe said. Palmer shifted the car's gear into neutral and exited the vehicle to help unload the trunk. Cynthia and Stephen were waiting with the Rebolito brothers and Maylene in front of the terminal, and Reggie and Stephen jumped in to help. Dawn unlocked the car door beside her and pushed it open. She then grabbed the two crutches at her feet and awkwardly situated herself on them, stepping, with only one foot, of course, onto the pavement. Her eyes widened slightly when she saw Paul outside. The dark circles under his gray eyes indicated he had not gotten much sleep either. "Why's Paul here?" Zoe inquired suspiciously, following Dawn outside of the car. The brunette breathed out in realization. "Oh, duh," Dawn said, as though she were chastising herself. "That's why Cynthia was asking questions about him, too, yesterday. He and Reggie must have been a part of the attack in Veilstone. How come we didn't realize that before?" Zoe shrugged and went to retrieve her luggage. "Dawn, what happened?" Reggie asked as he passed by, trying to make friendly conversation. Dawn smiled crookedly. "Sprained ankle," she explained. "I'm not supposed to not walk on it for a week." "Well, at least it's just that, and not something more serious," Paul commented from a short distance away. Dawn seemed surprised that he had spoken up. He didn't really engage in small talk, unless it had to do with battling or training. "Yeah," she said, nodding in agreement. She guessed if they were going to be staying under one roof for a while, then they may as well be civil to one another. "Hey," Barry greeted with a grin, shaking off his sleepiness. "Didn't know you were here too, Paul. Guess that makes sense, since you and Ash had a real rivalry going on there when he was in Sinnoh." Paul grunted in response. Dawn perked up slightly. "Oh. Did Cynthia and Steven tell you Dash," she began before he cut her off. "That these attacks are somehow in connection with Ash?" "Yeah, they told me," Paul finished for her, folding his arms. "His acquaintance is officially now way more trouble than it's worth." Something about the way he said that previous statement struck a bad chord with Kenny. "Who is this guy?" he asked in a low voice as he heaved his carry-on over his shoulder. Zoe cast a sideways glance at the male coordinator. "That's Paul Rebolito," she explained. "He battled Barry and Ash in the Lily of the Valley conference." "Huh," Kenny replied, though he still sounded a little put off. "I think I remember that now. Barry lost to him, right?" "Think so," Zoe said. Dawn, meanwhile, was struggling to get her backpack on her shoulders. She was not used to the crutches yet, and they seemed to make everything more complicated than necessary, to the point where she was starting to miss the wheelchair. Maylene smiled sympathetically, reaching out and taking Dawn's backpack from her. "Here, let me get that for you," Maylene said. "I've broken several limbs before in my training, and I've had to be on crutches several times. It's hard enough just carrying your own weight." "Thank you," Dawn said gratefully. Paul casually meandered over to the trunk, deciding for whatever reason to also lend a helping hand. He grabbed a small blue suitcase. The Piplup keychain attached to one of the zippers gave away that it belonged to Dawn and lifted it out, pulling up the handle. "Oh, that's mine," Dawn said, crutching over toward him. "I know," he replied flatly. When she waited around expectantly for a moment longer, he looked at her with his usual, stoic expression and said, "What? You obviously can't drag it around." It was then that Dawn realized he intended to take it for her. "Oh. Thanks," she said tentatively. Paul didn't reply, turning and leaving with her bag in tow. "Geez, even when he's being nice, he's still a JRK," Zoe muttered under her breath as she approached her coordinating friend and rival. "Zoe." Dawn gasped, though quietly to ensure Paul wouldn't overhear them. "Don't. Dawn." Zoe looked at her pointedly. She didn't have to say anything more. Dawn was already aware of her friend's distaste for the Veilstone trainer, despite the fact they had only met once. The meeting had not gone well. I know, Dawn sighed. "I'm not saying you need to like him. I'm not exactly a fan either, but it's Christmas. Let's try to get along." "You know, I don't really like him that much either," Kenny suddenly jumped into the conversation. "Kenny, you haven't even talked to him," Dawn pointed out, now sounding irked. She wasn't sure why she was defending him. She supposed she felt compelled to do so since he'd done something slightly nice for her, and therefore wasn't deserving of her friend's criticism. At least, not this time around. Kenny shrugged. He just rubs me the wrong way, he said. He rubs everyone the wrong way, Dawn replied, waving her hand dismissively. Well, I like Paul, Barry declared, wedging himself between Kenny and Dawn. Barry, you like everyone, Kenny replied dryly, even if they hate you. Paul doesn't hate me. I apologize for sounding so hurried, but I suggest we get a move on, Cynthia advised. The four teens cut their conversation short to listen to what she had to say. You all still need to check in your bags, and security can take a while to get through, especially around the holidays. Right, Palmer said before turning toward his son. Barry, be safe while we're apart. Palmer, are you not coming? Stephen asked politely. I have a later flight in a couple of days, Palmer explained. The last minuteness of the situation was difficult for us to work with, you understand. The most important thing was getting these kids here tonight. I see, Cynthia said. Thank you. I'll be with them, Palmer, Johanna reminded reassuringly. We'll be waiting for you in Pallet. The man grinned and replied, hey, no need to worry, right? December 22nd, before sunrise. Pallet Town. Ash had not slept all night. It wasn't that he didn't want to, or hadn't tried, but whenever he laid down in his bed, his mind began racing, and he found it impossible to even shut his eyes without troubling thoughts and fears making his head feel fuzzy. So instead, he had sat up against the window of his bedroom all evening, racking his brain for other trainers he'd meet on his journey. Pikachu had loyally stayed by his side the entire evening and was currently resting on his lap. Right after his phone call with Cynthia had ended, Ash sat down and began making the list she requested of him. It wasn't terribly long, since half the people he normally would have added to it were already with him or were on their way to meet him: Misty Waterflower, May Maple, Max Maple, Gary Oak, Tracy Sketchit, Dawn Berlitz, Paul Rebolito. Ultimately, he managed to only come up with 5 other names, Brock included. The boy groaned loudly in frustration, rubbing his temples. Nearby, Drew shifted in his sleeping bag, and Ash froze. He silently scolded himself, reminding himself that he needed to remember he was now sharing his room with Max and Drew, and would likely be sharing it with several other people once they got there. Decidedly tired of being cooped up in his room after a sleepless night, Ash determined maybe he would think more clearly if he went downstairs and had a glass of water. A change of scenery would do him good. Gently, Ash lifted Pikachu off his lap and laid him on top of a nearby throw pillow. Then, as quietly as he could, he slowly rose to his feet with his notebook and pen in hand, and tiptoed to the other side of the room. He gently grabbed a hold of the doorknob, turning it. He winced when the wooden door squeaked as he opened it, and he glanced back to check whether he had woken up the others. He was relieved to see his roommates were undisturbed by the sound. From there, he crept down the stairs. The living room was empty, but Delia had prepared several blow-up mattresses for when their many guests would arrive. Ash shook his head before heading into the kitchen. It was ridiculous when he thought about it too much. By the end of the day, they would probably have 30-plus people living in their 4-bedroom home. Once Ash had prepared himself a cool glass of water, he returned to the living room and plopped down on the sofa. He took a quick sip of his beverage and opened up his notebook to take a look at his list again. His greatest fear was that perhaps he'd omitted someone who could be the next victim of this mysterious Pokémon, but at the same time, he didn't want to go overboard and write down every single trainer he'd ever encountered in his life. He was pretty sure he wouldn't be able to name all of them, anyway, and spread the offered protection of the G-Men thin. Ash? Asked a feminine voice behind him. The boy turned to see May at the bottom of the stairs, looking at him curiously with her head tilted a little to the left. Her skitty was cradled in her arms. Ash forced a smile. Hey, May, he said. What are you doing up? Well, I guess I could ask you the same thing. You first. Ash rubbed the back of his head sheepishly as he said, to be honest, I haven't been able to sleep. His hand dropped to his side. How about you? May shrugged. Skitty got out of her pokeball and started mewling loudly and clawing at me, she explained. I didn't want her waking Misty up, so I took her down here. I think she's hungry. Oh, well, Ash began, setting his notebook and water glass down. I know we have tons of Pokemon food around, if Skitty wants some. May smiled. That'd be great, thank you, she said. Ash headed back into the kitchen, this time with May and Skitty in tow. He rummaged in the cupboard and pulled out a general brand of Pokemon food. It's nothing fancy, but most Pokemon like it all right, Ash said, scooping out some of the brown kibbles into a bowl. Well, if Skitty's hungry enough, then she'll eat it whether she likes it or not, May said, hugging the kitten Pokemon closer to her. Right, Skitty? Naya, the normal type replied cheerfully. Ash placed the bowl on the ground and Skitty happily jumped out of her trainer's arms and began devouring the food. Ash grinned. Leave it to a Pokemon to cheer him up when he was feeling down. So why can't you sleep? May suddenly asked. Ash snapped his head up, looking at her with widened eyes. Oh. Sorry, May added hastily. That was a dumb question. I'm not sure I'd be able to sleep either with all that you found out last night. Yeah. Ash's voice trailed off. He didn't know what else to say. Just curious, have you made your list, yet? May asked. Ash nodded. She continued, well, let's see it then. Ash nodded again and hurried to retrieve his notebook in the next room. He rejoined May a couple of moments later and tore out the page, handing it to her. May offered him a reassuring smile before her eyes began scanning over it. Ash had organized the list so each person he wrote down had their region and hometown next to their name. Probably so, May realized, Cynthia and the others would more easily be able to locate them and bring them to safety. Nevertheless, May was only able to recognize one of the 5 names Ash had written down. Sylvan Griffith. Striaton City. Unova. Iris Ajagra. Village of Dragons. Unova. Trip McGonigal. Navima Town. Unova. Brock Harrison. Pewter City. Kanto. Richard Jane. Frodamar City. Kanto. So, who are all these people? May asked, tracing her finger down the lined paper. Besides Brock, of course. Oh. Well. Ash leaned over to see whom she was looking at. Sylvan's one of my traveling companions in Unova. You'd like him. He's really good at cooking. He's also one of the gym leaders at the Striaton City Gym. Iris is a dragon-type trainer, and she's my other Unova traveling companion. She likes to make fun of me a lot, but overall, she's pretty nice once she warms up to you. Trip's my rival. I met him right after arriving in Unova. I wasn't sure whether to add him at first, but then I thought, well, if even Barry was attacked, maybe I should write Trip down, just in case. Richie's an old buddy of mine from here in Kanto. He and I met at the Indigo League way back, and we've kept in touch since. Well, I can't wait to meet them, May said with a slight trill of laughter in her voice. It wasn't funny, but something about it made her chuckle. Ash had the textbook definition of a golden heart, and people and Pokemon alike flocked around him. He'd made more close friends in the 4 years he'd been on his journey than May had in her entire life. Ash inclined his head toward her, confused. Why? He asked. May intoned, thinking, it's difficult to explain, but just from experience, the people you choose to associate with are usually as good as you are. Like Misty and Dawn and Brock, they're all just plain good people. Does that make sense? I guess so, he said. His eyes scanned the list yet another time. I just hope I'm not forgetting anyone. May's expression deadpanned. Don't do that to yourself, Ash, she warned. Do what? Do that, May emphasized, since she really had no better way of explaining it. I'm sure your list is fine and complete. Knowing you, if there was someone else who needed to be on it, you'd care too much about them to leave them off. Her words put Ash at ease. Thanks, May, he said. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that. May smiled but said nothing as she handed the paper back to him. Suddenly, the sound of feet shuffling and a couple familiar voices could be heard from outside the home. May and Ash exchanged quick glances before they both grinned. Sounds like they're here, May commented. Their suspicions were confirmed when there was a knock at the front door. Ash made a beeline into the living room with the list in hand and threw the said door open. Dawn, he exclaimed happily when he saw her, going in to hug her. Careful, she's on crutches, Johanna admonished. Oh, Mom, I'm fine, Dawn laughed, using one arm to return Ash's affectionate embrace while still managing to balance herself on her uninjured leg. May followed up behind Ash, and was positively beaming. Oh, Dawn, I'm so glad you're okay, she exclaimed, also embracing the blue-haired coordinator once Ash had backed off. And Zoe. May pulled the redhead into a group hug with herself and Dawn. It's good to see you, May, Zoe said, rolling her eyes, though she was also smiling. The commotion of the small reunion had drawn the rest of the household from their beds and downstairs. Well, isn't this touching, Drew said dryly when he saw the three coordinator girls together. Shut up, Drew, May sneered, though she was too elated from seeing her friends to really get angry. I'm so glad you all arrived safely, Delia piped up, coming into the room with her pink night robe wrapped around her. Please, everyone come in, make yourselves comfortable. Oh, I can't imagine how hungry you all must be. It's a little early to do so, but I'll start making breakfast. Thank you, Miss Ketchum, Stephen said politely. It's so kind of you to lend us your home as a sort of gathering point. Delia smiled and nodded before heading into the kitchen to start working. Oh, Delia, let me give you a hand, Caroline said, following her. Johanna set her suitcase on the ground near the door. Well, I might as well make myself useful, she said before joining Ash and May's mothers in the kitchen. You know, I have a feeling they're going to make excellent friends, Max remarked once Johanna had disappeared. Ash seemed to nod in agreement. It was then that Cynthia emerged from the back of the arriving party. The group fell silent as she approached Ash, who straightened up as she neared him. I presume you have something for me, she asked amiably. Yup, Ash said, nodding. He handed her the now slightly crumpled list, which Cynthia graciously accepted. I wrote down everyone's hometowns, just in case, Ash continued as Cynthia's eyes scanned over the list. I know for sure Cylon, Iris, and Brock are home right now, but I don't about Richie or Trip. Since it's nearing Christmas, it's a fairly safe bet to say they are. I'll contact Alder and Lance and give these names to them. Hopefully, we can move everyone here by, at the absolute latest, tomorrow morning. Cynthia paused, her eyes examining the boy. You look tired. Me? Oh, I'm all right, Ash said, waving his hand dismissively. He hasn't slept all night, May explained, knowing he obviously wouldn't admit there was something wrong. Ash shot her a peeved look. That true? Cynthia inquired. Ash begrudgingly nodded. She continued, well, there's no need for you to keep yourself up with worry, if that's the problem. Ash looked slightly doubtful, but he said nothing. Really, Cynthia insisted, we'll take care of everything from this point. December 22nd, noon. Somewhere in the seas of the Orange Islands. Leaf's hair whipped in the wind as the yacht traveled at full speed toward a little island that was growing larger and larger with each passing second. She was leaning casually against the railing on deck, though she was starting to feel rather ill. She had a terrible history of seasickness, and despite taking all the precautions she could, i.e. motion sickness medicine, the dizzying vastness of the great open sea was beginning to take its effect on her. An accidental spray of salt water in her face only worsened her condition, and she headed into the cabin, sputtering. Leaf dropped down onto the cushioned bench, throwing her arm over her eyes. Suddenly, her poke nav began ringing in her back pocket. Leaf's arm dropped down, revealing a rather irritated expression on her face. She pulled the device out and scowled when she saw who was calling her, but she still pressed the receive button. "Hi, Lance," she greeted with an edge in her voice, staring at his little image on the video screen. "You seem touchy this afternoon," Lance commented, noticing her attitude. "I'm not feeling well." "I'm sorry," Lance apologized, though he hardly sounded genuine. "I just got off the phone with Cynthia. She arrived at the Ketchum residence and picked up the list you suggested Ash make. He came up with 5 names, 3 from Unova and 2 from Kanto, one of them being Brock Harrison. I need you to escort him from Pewter City to Pallet Town. Can't you do it?" "I'm already focused on finding the other person from Kanto whom Ash wrote down, Richard Jane. Alder is tracking down the 3 kids from Unova." "You guys are actually letting Alder do something?" "Cynthia's call, not mine." "Right. Well, I can't help you." "And why is that?" Leaf sighed, knowing the jig was up. "Lance, I'm not at the Indigo Plateau," she confessed. "In fact, there's probably at least 100 miles of ocean between me and the Kanto region right now." Lance's dark eyes fixated on her as his expression deadpanned. "Leaf. Where are you?" "I'm on my way to Shimudi Island." "Why?" He was visibly irritated now, and Leaf inwardly cringed, though she maintained a calm front. "I wanted to do some research on Ash, and this Shimudi legend," she quickly explained. "I have a meeting scheduled with a girl named Melody Birnbaum, who officiated the traditional ceremony that declared Ash the Chosen One back in '97. Leaf, I need you to be here helping us in Kanto." "I get it, and I'm sorry," the teen replied. "Trust me, I wouldn't be here if I didn't think it was important. Just tell Brock to walk himself to Pallet Town. He's 19 years old. He'll be fine." Letting someone who could be considered a prime target by this mysterious Pokémon travel alone would be foolish. "No, he needs an escort," Lance said plainly. "Why me?" "I don't need reasons, Leaf. If you're looking for a strong trainer who could escort this, Brock Harrison, from Pewter City to Pallet Town, I think I just might know the girl you need." "Who was that?" Leaf asked. She didn't recognize the high-pitched male voice she'd heard in the background of wherever Lance currently was, but she was relieved he had spoken up and saved her from Lance's subdued anger. "That," Lance began, clicking his tongue sharply against the roof of his mouth, "was Wallace's cousin, Harley Rannells." Suddenly, the pale face of a steely green-eyed male with long, purple locks appeared on the screen beside Lance. "So, you know someone who might be able to accompany Brock to Pallet Town?" Leaf asked. "Aha," Harley said, nodding. "Her name's Soledad Nadacheni, and she's home in Pewter City for the holidays. She's just the sweetest woman, and I'm more than positive she'd be glad to make the trip to Pallet Town if you ask her nicely. I think she and Brock already know each other, as a matter of fact. Not to mention, she's an incredibly talented and strong trainer, if I ever did know one. She won top coordinator at the Kanto Grand Festival a while back." "She sounds perfect," Leaf mused. "Right, Lance? I suppose we don't have many other options right now," the champion sighed. "I'll contact this Soledad character." Leaf glanced out the window, noticing the shore of the island was now within a minute's distance. "I need to go. We're nearly at Shimudi Island." "Very well," Lance conceded. "Leaf?" "Yes. I expect to see you in Pallet Town tonight." "You will." "I don't plan on staying in the Orange Islands long." She then disconnected the call and slowly rose to her feet, exiting the cabin. The boat was still in the process of pulling into the dock. Leaf looked up to the ship's captain, Marin, who happened to be from Shimudi Island herself. "Thank you, Marin. I appreciate you getting me out here on such short notice," Leaf said graciously. The green-haired woman smiled at the teen kindly. "It's no problem, Agent Green," she assured. Anything to help the G-men in their investigation back on the mainland. She turned off the boat's engine and continued, I hope you don't think me rude, but I saw you overlooking something about Ash Ketchum and Shamudi Island earlier. Yes. Leaf prompted, perking up slightly. It's just, I knew Ash Ketchum. He and his friends were actually passengers on this very boat when I gave them a lift to Shamudi Island several years ago. Leaf stared at the woman blankly before mechanically turning away. Yeah, a lot of people seem to know Ash Ketchum, she muttered before jumping over the railing on the yacht and onto the dock. She glanced up at Marin one last time. I should only be an hour. Marin nodded understandingly. Take your time, she said. Leaf thanked her once again and set off for the beach. It wasn't long before she saw that the girl she was supposed to be meeting, Melody, already waiting for her. Are you the 98 Shamudi Festival maiden? Leaf asked as she approached. Melody lowered her sunglasses slightly to get a better look at the girl nearing her. Are you Agent Green? She asked in reply. I sure am, Leaf said. Melody removed her sunglasses fully, placing a single hand on her hip and slinging her weight to the right. Aren't you a little young to be a part of the G-men? She asked suspiciously. Probably, Leaf replied with a shrug, but they let me in anyway. Melody smiled and, deciding that she liked this girl, went in to shake her hand. Melody Birnbaum, she began, finally and fully introducing herself. So, what do you need to know about Ash Ketchum? December 22nd, afternoon. Pewter City. Brock, do you have to go? Tilly, Brock's youngest sibling, whined from behind her older brother, who was in the process of packing up a few last essentials. Brock zipped up his bag and turned around to face his sister with a saddened expression. Yeah, he said, scooping her into his arms as he stood up. It's for your own safety though. Brock, I don't want you to leave, cried another of Brock's siblings, Timmy, who clung to the 19-year-old's leg, sniffling. What if you get hurt? Brock smiled at the boy reassuringly, patting his head. Don't worry, I'll be with Soledad, he reminded everyone as the rest of his brothers and sisters gathered around. Do you remember her? She grew up here in Pewter City, too. Yeah, Salvador said with a lopsided grin. She's really pretty. Well, thank you Salvador. Soledad laughed, entering the room beside Brock's parents, Lola and Flint. I'm glad someone thinks so. Brock grinned at her. I think you're pretty, too, he added, with hearts in his eyes. Soledad smiled and shook her head. I see you haven't changed a bit, she said, brushing off his advance. I'm very stable. I don't flip-flop like other men in the world. I see, Soledad said, chuckling. Well, I apologize for breaking up this family goodbye so soon, but it would probably be best if we left as soon as possible as to avoid making this a 2-day journey. Brock nodded, growing serious once again. Right, he agreed, before turning to his family. Please be safe. We will, son, Flint said, placing his hand on Forrest's shoulder. Besides, Forrest here will protect us if anything funny happens. Forrest broke out into a grin. You bet I will, he exclaimed. Good, Brock said. I'm counting on you. With a few last tearful hugs from the younger of Brock's siblings, he and Soledad finally departed from the Pewter City gym and were on their way to Pallet Town. I'm sorry, I meant to thank you for doing this for me, Brock apologized once they were outside. You're sacrificing your time with your family to be here with me. Soledad shrugged. Well, to be honest, it's very difficult to say no to anything the Indigo League champion asks of you, especially when he calls you personally on your home phone, she explained. And you're an old friend. I might have hesitated if it was some person I'd never met in my life. Besides. Her voice drifted off. Besides. Brock prompted further. Perhaps you've heard, but May and her family and Drew moved to Pallet Town after the attack on the Petalburg gym. I've been sitting here in Pewter City worrying sick about him for the past couple of days, and I've been looking for an excuse to go see him. You mean Drew? Brock asked. Yes, Soledad affirmed. May, too, but May has her family. Drew needs someone to look out for him. Oh. Brock wasn't really sure what to say to that. He had been under the impression Soledad and Drew were fairly close when they met up with them at the Kanto Grand Festival back when he was still traveling with Ash and the Maple siblings, but he had never known to what degree that closeness was. He's like a younger brother to me, and like you want to protect your siblings, I want to protect him, Soledad continued. I understand, Brock said, nodding. By the way, did Lance tell you why he wanted me to go to Pallet Town? He was fairly vague, Soledad confessed. All I know is what I've seen on the news, so I presume it's because you're a former gym leader. She paused, obviously in thought. But that doesn't make sense since Forrest is now the Pewter City gym leader, and he's staying behind. Brock shook his head. The attacks aren't on gym leaders, as it turns out. No. When I, myself talked to Lance, he said the attacks are now in connection with Ash Ketchum, somehow. Soledad looked surprised upon this statement. How strange, she mused. I suppose that makes better sense, though. Ash was the one with whom you and May and Max were traveling, wasn't he? Yup. But why would anyone be after such a young trainer? Brock lowered his head slightly before replying, that's the big question, isn't it? December 22nd, late afternoon. Navima Town. Serve. Servine slithered up beside Tripp, who was sitting at his desk at home. His camera was hooked up to his computer, and he was working on downloading the dozens of digital photographs he had snapped along his journey and sorting them into folders. The young trainer paused long enough to pet his Pokemon's slick head. The grass type smiled smugly in response, flailing his leafy little arms. The radio on his desk hummed with speculation on the recent attacks throughout the various regions, and Tripp had been listening to the reports carefully for the past couple of days. Alder's announcement that he was closing all the Unovan gyms down had come as a surprise, and while Tripp understood the logic behind doing so, he really hoped the crisis would be solved by the end of the holidays, so he could continue on his quest to become champion. He would have hated to have to stay home any longer than necessary. He heard the doorbell downstairs ring and the front door open. He couldn't recall his parents telling him they were having guests over, so he continued with his work. If his mother came to his room to retrieve him, then he would socialize with whatever family friend had dropped by, though it seemed rare that anyone dropped by anymore. A couple of minutes passed uneventfully, which pushed such thoughts out his mind and allowed him to focus on the task at hand. He was quickly drawn out of his mental solitude, however, when he heard his father's voice rise to a near scream. No. I don't care who you are or what theories your government agency has, I absolutely refuse to allow my son to go to the boonies, for his protection. Serve Servine. Servine leapt up onto the desk, looking at his trainer in alarm. Don't worry about it, Tripp mumbled as he rose to his feet and left the grass type behind as he headed downstairs. The boy was, understandably, surprised to see that his idol, the champion of the Unova region, was standing in his living room, apparently in the middle of an argument with his father. Well, Tripp inwardly conceded, it was more that his father was in the middle of an argument with him. Alder simply stood there with a passive expression on his face. Perhaps even more confusing was the fact that standing behind the champion were two familiar faces, Scylla and Iris, Ash's two traveling companions, both looking shocked by Tripp's father's outburst. Dad, what's going on? His question demanded the attention of the whole room. Tripp's mother quickly approached him, grasping his shoulders with her thin, pale fingers. It's nothing, sweetheart, she assured him nervously. Go back to your room. And take your friends with you. She gestured toward Iris and Scylla, and Alder nodded that they should go. Tripp was about to protest that they weren't exactly his friends, but he decided against it, seeing the panicked look in his mother's eyes. She always became anxious when his father got angry, and she was undoubtedly upset that their guests had to see him this way. Although Tripp would never admit it, he was a little embarrassed himself. Well, come on, Tripp gave in, beckoning the two trainers toward him. They wordlessly followed him back up the stairs and into his room, where Servine was waiting. He closed the door behind them. "Sorry about that," he mumbled, turning toward Iris and Scylla. "My dad has a tendency to blow up sometimes." Scylla nodded understandingly. There was a look of sympathy mixed in both his and Iris's eyes, which only furthered Tripp's embarrassment about the situation, though he was keeping a cool front. "I see your Servine is doing well," the connoisseur commented after clearing his throat. Tripp raised an eyebrow. "Yeah." He then sighed. "All right, let's cut to the chase. What's the deal? Why are you guys here? And where's Ash?" "Ash is at home in Kanto," Scylla explained calmly. "That's where he gestured to Iris and himself, "are headed. And Alder wants you to come with us," Iris added. Tripp looked at her strangely. "What? Why?" he demanded. "You've heard of the attacks in Kanto, Hoenn, and Sinnoh, right?" Scylla asked, sounding a little tentative. "Who hasn't?" Tripp scoffed. His radio was still on, and the host and callers were still discussing just that. "Well." Iris seemed to hesitate. She didn't know how to go about this. "Alder is working with the G-Men. All of the champions are a part of the G-Men force, actually. And they're investigating those attacks. Apparently, they've come to the conclusion that whoever is behind all of this is targeting people who know Ash." "Ash?" Tripp reeled back in surprise. "Why Ash of all people? And how did they come to that conclusion?" "All the people who've been attacked are close with Ash," Scylla explained. "That's what Alder told us." "I'm not close with Ash," Tripp retorted. "But Ash still thinks you might be in trouble," Iris insisted, "like how he thinks Scylla and I are in trouble." "I know it's terribly inconvenient," Scylla continued, "but Alder and Ash and the other champions are just looking out for our best interests. Alder said Cynthia the champion of Sinnoh is facilitating a movement to Pallet Town, where we'll all be placed under the protection of the G-Men." Tripp said nothing at that point, simply trying to process what had been said to him. He was highly skeptical. He really doubted that anyone would be after him. Yes, he and Ash had run into each other several times along his journey throughout Unova, but it was all, in his mind, highly insignificant encounters. He could definitely see Iris and Scylla being endangered. The trio was obviously very close. Regarding himself, though. His bedroom door opened and his mother slipped in, her hands shaking. "Your father went on a quick walk to cool himself down," she said. "If you want to leave and go with Mr. Alder, now is your chance. I'm giving you the choice. We'll help you pack if you'd like, Tristan," Alder said, sounding uncharacteristically serious. "It's Tripp," Tripp corrected, a little put off. "Right." Alder nodded, though Tripp knew he really wasn't going to bother with committing his name to memory. "What about you, Mrs. McGonagall?" Scylla asked with genuine concern laced in his voice. The tired-looking woman smiled weakly. "Oh, don't worry about me," she assured him. "I'll be fine really." Something told Scylla she wouldn't. Tripp gazed at his mother for a long while and then, reaching into his pocket, grabbed Servine's pokeball. "Servine, return," he said, calling the grass type back. He then turned to Alder. "I'll go with you. Anywhere was better than there." December 22nd, evening. Pallet Town. Dinner had passed long ago at the Ketchum residence, and now everyone was playing a sort of waiting game, anticipating the arrivals of the rest of the trainers Ash had written down. Lance had recently returned with Richie, who was, as the rest of Ash's friends, greeted warmly into the home. Wallace and Harley had also arrived in Pallet with the news that Brock was being accompanied by Soledad on their way to the little town. As for the three trainers from Unova, Cynthia informed everyone earlier in the afternoon that Alder had picked them all up and were on a flight to Kanto, scheduled to arrive that evening. Ash yawned loudly, stretching his arms. He and the rest of the young trainers were all hanging around in a rather distorted circular-like shape in the living room. Well, all with the exception of Paul, who was, as usual, keeping his distance. "You still tired, Ash?" Richie asked, having heard that his fellow friend and rival had pulled an all-nighter the previous evening. Ash had taken Cynthia's and Steven's advice earlier and taken a nap but was still feeling rather off balance. "Yeah," Ash confessed. "My sleeping schedule's kinda messed up now." A sudden knock on the door cut the conversation short. Not long after, Gary, who along with Tracy had again joined the Ketchums that evening for the purpose of discussing the Ash connection, as some were now jokingly referring to it, came strolling in with a smirk plastered on his face. "Hey Ash, looks like Team Unova's here," he said. Ash sprung to his feet. "Really?" he asked, grinning. His question was answered when from behind Gary walked in Iris, Scylla, and Trip. "Guys," he exclaimed, nearly tackling Iris and Scylla to floor. "And Trip. I'm glad you're okay." "Gah. Ash." Iris admonished, trying to regain her balance as she stumbled backward from the impact of his hug. "Calm down. You're such a little kid." "It's only been a week, Ash," Scylla chuckled nervously, tentatively putting his hand on the trainer's back to return his embrace. "You act as though you haven't seen us in years." "Well, you might as well get used to it," Misty said, smiling from her place on the sofa nearby. "Ash is a very huggy person." "True story," Dawn added with a laugh. "Piplup," exclaimed Dawn's starter, who was out of his pokeball and resting in Dawn's lap. Once Iris broke away from Ash's death grip, she took a good look at all the other youth trainers gathered in the room. "So, is everyone here all trainers Ash is friends with?" she asked curiously. Gary nodded curtly. "Yup, welcome to Club Ash Connection. We meet every so often to discuss the hardships of knowing Ash. This week, our topic is how to deal with having a freakishly powerful Pokémon after you," he said satirically, feigning an overly cordial tone. "Please, join us in our poorly formed circle and introduce yourselves." Drew, May began in a half-whisper, leaning over to her rival, "I think I might have finally met someone who's more cynical than you are." Drew rolled his eyes. "May, you know that's not possible," he said, flicking his hair. Iris, Scylla, and Trip accepted Gary's invitation and found themselves places among Ash's other friends and rivals. Well, Scylla started politely, taking up residence beside Zoe and Dawn. "I'm Scylla, a Pokemon connoisseur, and one of the gym leaders of Striaton City Gym in Unova." "A Pokemon connoisseur?" Dawn asked, perking up. "What's that?" "It's a trainer class that's endemic to the Unova region," Zoe explained, casting the Blanetta sideways glance. "They measure the compatibility between trainers and their Pokemon." "Right," Scylla said with a charming smile. He was pleasantly surprised, since few people outside of the Unova region, from his experience, knew about connoisseurs. "And might I get your names?" "I'm Zoe. I'm a Pokemon coordinator from Snowpoint City in Sinnoh," the redhead greeted. "And my name's Dawn. I'm also a coordinator. I grew up in Twinleaf, Sinnoh." Dawn looked down and patted her Piplup on the head. "And this here's my partner, Piplup. He was my first Pokemon." "Well, hello there, Piplup," Scylla said with a chuckle, taking a closer look at the water type. A bubbly and ambitious little water type. A perfect match for someone who's working toward being a top coordinator. "Wow, how did you know I wanted to be a top coordinator?" Dawn marveled. "Because that's the goal of all coordinators," Paul muttered under his breath from afar. "Just the same as someone who's taking the Pokemon League Challenge wants to be the champion someday." Paul's snide comments went unheard, though, as Iris suddenly spoke up. "Oh, so you're a coordinator?" she asked. "That's so cool. They don't have contests in Unova." "Seriously?" May asked, blinking. "Nope." "Well, we've actually got a lot of coordinators here," Ash commented, straightening up just the slightest bit. "There's Dawn and Zoe, of course, but May and Drew and Kenny also compete in contests." He pointed out each person individually as he spoke as a way of introduction. So, what's your name? May asked, addressing Iris. Oh. Sorry, Iris apologized sheepishly. I'm Iris, and I'm from the village of the dragons. I want to be a dragon master someday. It was then that Axu popped out of her hair. And this is Axu. He's my dragon-type Pokemon from Unova. Her only dragon-type Pokemon, Trip added sarcastically, folding his arms. Not much of Dragon Master, if you ask me. Iris shot him a glare. Hey, you must be Ash's rival, Trip. Barry said with a grin spreading across his face. That's cool, I'm Ash's rival, too. And so is Gary and Paul, Misty said, resting her chin on the open palm of her hand. Perhaps you can all bond over your mutual dislike of Ash. Hold up, I don't dislike Ash, Gary interjected. I just think it's very easy to rile him up and make fun of him. I second that, Paul added. There, you see. Before anyone had the chance to reply to Gary, there was a second knock at the door. Hey, sounds like Brocco is here now, Gary added. His statement was confirmed when in walked Brock with Soledad in tow. Ash, as he had done for the umpteenth time that day, got up and gave his newly arrived friend an enthused embrace. Remember what I said about Ash being a huggy person? Misty asked rhetorically, rolling her eyes. This elicited a few laughs from the group and an abashed smile from Ash. Now isn't this sweet? Harley asked, sauntering into the room to greet Soledad. You, Drew, May, and myself all parted less than a week ago only to meet up again here. Isn't it funny how things work that way? Hilarious, Drew grumbled under his breath, only loud enough for May to hear. It's nice to see you so soon again, Harley, Soledad chuckled, before turning to Drew and May. And I'm happy to see you two seem to be holding up well. Thanks Soledad, May said, beaming. Great, so is that everyone? Gary cut in suddenly, folding his arms. 'Cause the sooner we get to discussing this whole mess with this Pokemon and Ash, the sooner I can go home for evening. Not quite, Lance said, joining the large group of young teens plus Soledad, Brock, and Harley in the room. We're still waiting for one of our G-Men agents to arrive. Ash furrowed his eyebrows in thought. He did a mental head count of all the champions, Lance, Wallace, Cynthia, Alder, and Steven, if he was counted as a former champion. That was all of them, and they were all there. Who were they missing? Who? Ash finally asked, voicing his ponderings. Me. In the doorway appeared a young lady, probably around Ash's age, with familiar long brown hair and blue eyes. Gary slowly rose to his feet. Mew, he said, almost in shock. Leaf Green. That's my name, don't tire it out, Leaf quipped. Nice to see you're still around, Gary. Ash also rose to his feet as he, too, recognized the girl. Wait, Leaf, he exclaimed in surprise. You're Agent Green. The person who's been doing the investigative work for the G-Men? Yes. How can you be a part of the G-Men? You're 15, Gary pointed out doubtfully. You're 15, and you're a Pokemon researcher, Leaf retorted. Gary stopped. Touché. He stood corrected. Wait, you guys know each other? Misty asked incredulously. Yeah, we all grew up in Pallet Town, Ash explained. We got our trainers' licenses and starters on the same day from my grandfather, Gary added. I picked Squirtle. Leaf got Bulbasaur. Ash was late to the ceremony, so some kid who traveled all the way from Viridian City to get their license picked out Charmander. That's why Ash got Pikachu, instead. And now look at us small-town Pallet kids, almost 5 years later, going off into the world and doing big things, Leaf continued. I joined the G-Men. Gary's making himself a name in the world of Pokemon research. And Ash is apparently the savior of the modern era. Excuse me? Zoe said, a little taken aback by the bold ending to Leaf's statement. I'll explain in a moment, Leaf said, but let's get everyone together first. The next few minutes involved gathering everyone in the residence into one room, teens and adults. Right before Leaf was about to address the entire household, Lance quietly pulled her aside. Leaf, what are you planning? He asked in a low voice. Don't worry about it, the girl assured him. Just know that my trip to Shimudi Island will be well worth its time, you'll see. Lance let her go, but he was still wary. Alder caught sight of the Indigo Champion's troubled expression and laughed heartily. Lance, don't look so troubled, he chortled. Let's hear what Lily has to say. Leaf, Lance corrected, annoyed. And believe me, Alder, I'm listening. Leaf migrated to the center of the large circle that had been reformed, bringing herself to the forefront of attention. My apologies for making everyone wait, Leaf began with a smile, but we're all here now, and we can finally get down to business. She pulled out a notebook that had various papers and articles slipped in between the pages, some were practically falling out. I've been working on this case from the very beginning, and it's a mess, Leaf chuckled. I'll be the first to admit that we don't know everything. I'm sure most of you have heard theories of anarchists and anti-League groups being behind this whole conspiracy. I still don't know whether that's the case or not. Since applying Ash into the equation, however, I've developed a working theory regarding the person, or persons, behind the mysterious Pokémon and the attacks. Lance shifted slightly, folding his arms. His eyebrows furrowed, now intrigued. Arceus, has she already figured it out? He muttered. Stephen cast him a quick glance, being the only one close enough to overhear him. The rest of the room waited for Leaf's explanation in silence. I'm sure most of you who know Ash well realize that he's special. In fact, I'm sure many of his traveling companions can recall several instances where Ash showed the world he has exceptional talents beyond just battling in an official League stadium. She paused to take a moment and scan the expressions of Misty, Brock, Tracy, May, Max, Dawn, Scylla, and Iris. They all seemed to know exactly what she was talking about. The rest seemed a little lost. There's one incident that I found particularly interesting, however, Leaf said, opening up her notebook. Several slips of paper drifted to the floor as she did. Shimudi Island. 1998, she paused before she began to read, disturb not the harmony of fire, ice or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its psalm will fail, and thus the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea. Sound familiar, Ash? Yeah. That's the Shimudi prophecy they gave me when I visited their island back then. Ash replied, though he seemed confused. Her reciting of the old prophecy had thrown him for a loop, as he was unsure of what relevance it had to the situation at hand. Wait, Misty cut in, speaking slowly. Ash already fulfilled that prophecy. He saved Lugia and stopped the fighting between Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. Right, Leaf nodded, but, I visited Melody Birnbaum, the festival maiden who declared Ash as the chosen one back in '98, on Shimudi Island this afternoon. That's why I was so late in arriving here, and she elaborated on Ash's divine calling a little more. While it's true that Ash fulfilled the prophecy the Shimudi presented to him, he nevertheless remains the chosen one. There are many prophecies he will and probably already has fulfilled, considering his history with other legendary Pokémon. His overall duty, however, is to restore balance to the world whenever it falls into chaos. Hold up, Paul interjected, looking extremely skeptical. Do you seriously expect us to believe Ash is some chosen one, and that's why all of this is happening? I don't expect you to believe anything, Leaf shrugged. In fact, it's not about what you believe, or what I believe, or even what Ash believes. The only belief that matters is that of the person or Pokémon who is behind these attacks. And I think that someone believes with all their heart that Ash is the chosen one and is determined to get him out of the way so he or she or it can get their real plan underway. I still don't get it, Daisy said from the back of the room, near where Tracy was standing. If this Pokémon or whatever is after Ash, then why waste his time with all of these other people? She made a grand gesture to the whole of the room. A surprisingly intelligent question, Leaf said. Misty and Gary both suppressed a laugh at the backhanded compliment, and Leaf smiled and almost laughed herself, but seeing Lance's glare, she quickly regained her wits to finish. But, the answer is simple, Ash has never been alone in any of his undertakings. Whether it be Misty or Tracy or Dawn, there's always been someone to back him up. Why does that matter? Daisy asked. Well, to be perfectly frank, Leaf began, a 14-year-old kid who stands by himself is hardly a threat to anyone. Chapter 6, in which Delia reveals the truth. January 6th, afternoon. Celestic Town. Stephen wasn't sure what to expect, but he certainly didn't expect this. Although it had been well over a year and a half since he received the esteemed title of Hoenn Champion, he didn't feel quite comfortable meeting the new Sinnoh Champion candidate on his own, particularly because the terms of candidacy were unique. Typically, if no League Victor or Elite Four member defeated the champion in battle, then the champion would pick his or her replacement at retirement. Yet, the, now former, Sinnoh champion had unexpectedly died after a tragic heart attack in his early 50s, leaving Sinnoh and its G-Men force without a leader. Lance had tasked him with the responsibility of sorting out the situation since the Dragon Master's time and resources were spread far too thin with Team Rocket for him to get involved in Sinnoh's affairs. Stephen didn't mind at first, and he willfully agreed to find a new champion to lead the region. He soon came to find out, however, that the assignment was not as easy as it seemed. Where would he begin? What constituted a champion? Yet, wisps of rumors passing over Coronat and through the cities and towns had given rise to the romantic idea that the late champion had been defeated in an unofficial battle by the granddaughter of Professor Carolina Solar. And that was what led him here, to a private office in the Celestic Town Historical Research Center. Stephen had made contact with the grandmother, who promised to arrange a meeting time in which her granddaughter would be at the research center. That time was now. When he first saw her, he mistook her for a lab assistant, or a visiting trainer, certainly not someone who could have defeated the all-powerful Sinnoh champion. He was not sure that even Lance or he, himself, could take him on. She was so young, she still looked like a teenager. Then, she introduced herself, and he knew that if the rumors were true, that if she really had defeated the champion, then he had a prodigy on his hands. My name is Cynthia Jeunesse. She reached out her slender hand to shake his. Stephen Stone, he replied, grasping her hand. Despite her youth, he was taken with how beautiful she was. Everything about her was light, her silvery blonde hair, her ivory skin, her ash-gray eyes, the soft hum of her voice, the grace with which she walked, the fluidity of her movement. It's a pleasure to meet you. I think the pleasure is all mine. It was an honor to hear that the Hoenn champion wished to meet with me. She paused and tilted her head, her eyes giving him a once-over. I know why you're here, Mr. Stone. You do? Yes. She nodded, smiling. I've heard the rumors, too. I suppose because I am the rumor. Is it true then? Stephen pressed. That you defeated the Sinnoh champion before? Cynthia was silent for a long moment. Yes, she spoke the word firmly, and Stephen felt his breath catch. Of course, no proof exists. It was a leisurely battle between him and I, nothing more. He didn't pause before he asked, would you like to prove yourself then? He fingered one of the pokeballs along his belt, and she seemed to understand his message. Yet, her passive expression remained unchanged, and her voice remained calm when she replied. Mr. Stone, do you realize how old I am? Stephen hesitated. No, he admitted. 19, she informed him. The youngest age any trainer has ever assumed the position of champion is, I believe that person was you, Mr. Stone. I recall that it caused quite a stir. Just how desperate are the G-Men? Stephen blinked. He hadn't really considered the G-Men. Lance was the one who typically spearheaded the force. Meanwhile, he had thus far had no reason to call up the resources in his division, except to assist Lance, and Alder was a pacifist. Desperate enough, I suppose, he humored. The edge of her lips tipped up into a smile once again. All right, she agreed. We can have a battle. If you find me competent enough, I'll consider the League's offer. But first. Stephen encouraged. In a seeming break of her character, Cynthia let out a light, glittery giggle. We should get some ice cream. Stephen mentally faltered, and Cynthia's voice mellowed out once again before she continued, this business is no way we should introduce ourselves to each other, especially before what I imagine is going to be a grueling battle. She brushed her blonde hair out of her face shyly before offering him a coy smile. So, what do you say? December 24th, before sunrise. Pallet Town. Cynthia lied wide awake in bed, taking in small, but deep breaths to ease the bout of nausea she was experiencing. Her gray eyes were fixated on the acoustic ceiling above, looking for pictures of Pokémon in the popcorn kernels that made up the ceiling's cottage cheese-like texture. She knew it was silly, but it was something she had done as a child in her own bedroom when she was trying to fall asleep, and now she was using it as a tool to fight off her sickness. It had been working for a while, long enough for the darkness of the room to be lit with the blue light of morning, but it was an uphill battle, and she was losing. Stephen stirred slightly in his sleep, but he was otherwise unaware of her condition. Knowing she could no longer hang on, Cynthia stumbled out of bed and into the bathroom. She cast herself in front of the toilet, Illinois. She wasn't sure how long she was there, but about midway through, she was vaguely aware of the fact someone had entered the small room and was holding back her hair. She was too dazed, or perhaps distracted, to figure out who it was. Once Cynthia finished, she collapsed her head against her arm and took a moment to simply breathe. She could feel that her forehead was damp with perspiration from the laborious work. It took a few minutes for her to come to her senses, but once she did, she finally spoke up. I imagine I must look quite pathetic right now, Cynthia panted. I don't think so. Cynthia recognized the voice as female. She lifted her head slightly and glanced behind her to see her benefactor, Soledad. The coordinator continued, not in the way you think, at least. Cynthia laughed half-heartedly and dropped her head back down. She then reached to the left of her, grabbing the rim of the bathroom counter. So, Soledad began slowly, taking a step back from the Sinnoh champion as she staggered to her feet. How far along are you? Cynthia looked at her with questioning eyes but said nothing immediately in response. Sorry, Soledad apologized. I heard you yesterday morning as well. I could only wonder. Cynthia broke into a weak smile. Almost 2 months, she confessed. You and Stephen must be very excited, Soledad commented. Cynthia paused, unsure of how to respond. I haven't told him yet, she finally admitted. Soledad raised her eyebrows. Oh. Cynthia nodded. I haven't known that long myself, she explained. I found out perhaps only a day after the first attack on the waterflowers, so I haven't had an opportune time to sit down and discuss it with him. It's a complicated matter. Children are always a complicated matter, no matter what age, Soledad mused in response. The ends of Cynthia's lips curled upward. Soledad Nadacheni, right? She asked. I recall your face. You won top coordinator at the Kanto Grand Festival a year or 2 ago. Soledad tilted her head. Yes, she confirmed. How did you know? Just because I'm the champion of the Sinnoh League doesn't mean I'm not engaged with the events of other trainer classes, Cynthia explained. Contests are particularly interesting to watch. It takes a special kind of trainer to pull off the kind of tactics that show off the beauty and power of one's Pokémon, and you're an excellent performer. Well, thank you, Soledad said graciously. I have to admit, I'm also a bit of a fan of yours. Although, who isn't? It's been a while since the league has seen a young female champion. Cynthia seemed to nod in agreement, and a brief silence followed before she spoke up again. I apologize if this may seem out of place, but I want your opinion on something, she began calmly. Do you believe Ash is the chosen one? Soledad appeared unfazed by the jarring subject change. I'm not sure I know Ash well enough to pass judgment. Even if I did, it wouldn't be my place to do so, the coordinator replied. I do think Agent Green's theory about the connection between Ash being the chosen one and whoever is behind these attacks is a viable one. May I ask, what prompted such a question? Cynthia's lips tightened. Lance is a brilliantly strong trainer and leader, she answered curtly, but he and I disagree on a lot of things. About Ash? Many things, but Ash is one of them. Then, do you believe that Ash is the chosen one? It took a while for Cynthia to answer that question. She folded her arms and leaned against the tiled wall, thinking of the best way to reply. I grew up hearing legends of ancient godlike Pokémon and heroes who combined forces when the world was at war. I've seen for myself that these legendary Pokémon still exist. I'd like to believe there are a few heroes left, too, the champion said wistfully. I also believe that Leaf's theory is true. But I think she is wrong on one important detail. That is? Soledad asked. Cynthia's expression deadpanned. I think our personal beliefs on whether Ash Ketchum is the chosen one or not are very important. Where are they? The furor in Giovanni's voice was unmistakable. What have you done? Where have you sent them? I have done nothing. If you haven't noticed, I can do nothing, he replied, jangling the same shackles that had been used in his capture for emphasis. And even if I knew where they were, I wouldn't tell you. You leave those children alone. In his anger, Giovanni responded by pressing some sort of button, which sent a painful jolt of electricity through his body. He grunted, shaking off the mild, at least, compared to previous experiences, electric shock. Why? Why do you want them? He asked angrily. What have they done to you? It's none of your concern, Giovanni spat. He paused, allowing himself to calm down. A false cordiality returned to his tone when he spoke again. Although, I must confess, I have a reason for desiring that you be the one to destroy him and his associates. And that is? You care for the boy. I don't care for humans. You care enough that your will remain strong enough to overpower mine. Giovanni grinned wickedly. And, the moment you take them out is when I'll know that I have complete control over you and can move forward with the rest of Project Legendary. Even so, you will ultimately fail. The human boy has a surprising proclivity for saving the world, he sneered in reply. Giovanni's face darkened. I'm not concerned, he said as he turned the dial to maximum power and pressed the button once again. Ash. Arceus, wake up. Ash's eyes flew open and he scrambled to sit up, breathing heavily. His pupils were contracted, and he had broken into a cold sweat. It took a moment for the young trainer to gather himself together and recognize that he was surrounded by his 8 male roommates, all looking at him with mixed expressions of confusion or annoyance or both. Paul, he realized, had been the one who had yelled at him. Hey guys, Ash laughed nervously, swallowing. What's up? What's up? You were screaming, Tripp informed him. Richie nodded and added. You scared all of us. You looked like you were convulsing in your sleep. Pika Pie. Pikachu exclaimed, hopping onto his trainer's lap. He nuzzled his trainer in the chest to express his concern. Ash patted the electric type on the head reassuringly, but before he had a chance to explain himself, the door was thrown open and in came the group of female teen trainers who had been sleeping in the guest room across the hallway. Dawn, who was without her crutches at the moment, was limping on her one good foot. All were still in their nightwear. What's going on? Misty asked. It sounded like someone was being murdered in here. Hello, ladies, Drew added, feigning a stuck tone. So good of you to join our inquiries. No murders tonight, unfortunately. Drew, May warned. The coordinating rivals seemed to engage in an irked staring contest. Drew was the first to break the eye contact after a few seconds, folding his arms and turning his head away from her. Sillin sighed and shook his head, distressed by the amount of tension that was building in the room. It left a bad taste in his mouth. He supposed it made sense though, since everyone had been so rudely awakened and were likely upset they were now up at such an early hour of the morning. Suddenly, a thought occurred to the connoisseur and, looking at Ash, he asked, "Were you having another nightmare?" "Another nightmare?" Leaf muttered under her breath. She looked at Ash more intently, her gaze narrowing. Before she had a chance to ask him or Sillin to clarify, the door was thrown open for a second time. "Is everyone all right?" Cynthia asked, bursting into the room with a pokeball in hand. Soledad followed closely behind, also with a pokeball in hand. "It's fine." Ash finally spoke up, recognizing the two adult women were under the impression that they were under attack. "We're fine. I think I accidentally kicked Pikachu in my sleep and he electrocuted me." Pikachu folded his ears back, offended by the accusation. Ash's roommates, meanwhile, all looked befuddled by Ash's statement, knowing it wasn't true. Relief, however, crossed both Cynthia and Soledad's expressions, and they stored their pokeballs away. "Sorry, the screaming caught us off guard," Soledad explained. "We were afraid that perhaps that mysterious Pokémon had come here," Cynthia added. "Nope. No Pokémon here," Ash announced, though he still seemed unusually nervous and twitchy. Nevertheless, the two women took the trainer's word for it and left. As soon as they were gone, Barry turned to Ash. "Ash, what's up with blaming Pikachu for this?" "I'm gonna fine you for lying," the Sinnohan declared. "I am not lying," Ash retorted. "I know I was shocked by electricity. I'm not mad at Pikachu. It's my fault. I probably just scared him on accident." "But Ash, Pikachu didn't electrocute you," Max insisted. "Trust me, we would have known." Ash now looked downright confused. "Really?" he asked, looking down at his partner. "That true, Pikachu?" "Pie," the mouse Pokémon affirmed. Ash's lips tightened and he rubbed his chin ponderously. "But I was so sure I had been electrocuted. I felt it," he mused. "Ash, were you having another nightmare?" Iris asked, repeating Sillin's former question. Ash blinked in surprise and took a moment to rack his memory, trying to decipher between what was reality and what was a dream. Yeah, I think I was," he finally said. "Do you remember what this one was about?" Iris persisted. "Not really," Ash replied, his face falling as he spoke. "I still can't remember the first one very well." "Hang on," Kenny interjected, holding up a single hand. "You mean to say this has happened before?" "That's what I was wondering, too," Leaf finally chimed in. "Yeah," Iris answered, nodding. "The night before Ash left Unova for Kanto, he had a really bad dream. He was tossing and turning in bed and groaning like he was in pain. To be fair, though, Sillin admitted, he didn't wake up screaming. Still, that's really odd. To happen right before he came to Kanto. Isn't that only the day before Misty's gym got attacked?" Dawn asked. "Yeah, it is," Misty confirmed, who seemed both surprised and disturbed. Iris placed her hands on her hips and looked directly at Sillin before she spoke. "See? I told you there is a connection between Ash's dreams and what's been going on, didn't I?" she asked. Sillin shook his head. "At that time, it seemed like a stretch," he defended calmly, "but given everything that's happened in the past few days, and now this, I'm starting to believe what you said, Iris." He looked up at Ash again. "Are you sure you can't recall anything?" The young trainer clutched his head, as if that would help him remember. "Well, now that I think about it. That name from the first dream I had was mentioned again. This is the second time I've heard it, and I don't remember it being in any of my other nightmares the past couple days." "Okay, so you've been having bad dreams for a while now. And you didn't tell any of us? Drew asked snidely. Don't you think that might have been slightly important since you're now apparently the chosen one, and are at the center of everything that's been going on? Sorry, I couldn't remember any of them, so I didn't think they would be important, Ash snapped. That's enough, Leaf cut in. Ash, what was the name? Giovanni. All eyes were suddenly on Paul, who had grunted upon Ash's response. Do you know a Giovanni, Paul? Dawn asked. It's kind of an unusual name. Not personally. But I've heard of one, Paul explained. The former gym leader of Viridian City here in Kanto used to be a man named Giovanni. He was supposedly the strongest gym leader in the entire region. Never battled him myself. I already had my 8 badges by the time I got around there, back when I was taking the Kanto League challenge. He resigned from the post about 4 years ago. Viridian City. Misty echoed thoughtfully. Ash. Didn't Gary battle the gym leader at Viridian City? And I mean the real gym leader, not Team Rocket. Now that you mention it, I'm pretty sure he did, Ash said, nodding. It was the only gym battle he ever lost, I think. Maybe we should go talk to Gary, May suggested. He might be able to tell us more about his battle and Giovanni. Maybe it'll help us figure out if he's the same Giovanni in your dreams. Ash straightened up, resolved. Right, he said, rising to his feet. Not now, Trip jeered. It's not even 5 a.m. yet. Yeah, can you imagine how upset Gary would be if we showed up on his doorstep at this hour? Misty asked. Ash's shoulder sagged, but he nodded again anyway. He'd probably slam the door in our faces, he muttered. Exactly, Misty said. Let's all just go back to sleep for a couple of hours. When we wake up again, we can walk to Professor Oak's lab and talk to Gary then. Sound good? There were several murmurs of agreement among the group. In the meantime, Leaf added. Ash, maybe you should consider keeping a notepad and paper by your bed from now on. The raven-haired trainer blinked, bemused by her request. Huh. Oh, I see, Sillin commented. You remember your dreams most vividly in the moments after you wake up. Recording what you remember is a popular method used to train your mind to gain control of your dreams while sleeping. It's called lucid dreaming. Right, Leaf affirmed. Why, though? Paul asked. Misty immediately understood. It might help us learn more later on, she said. After a pause to digest that concluding note, everyone began to either file out of the room or return to their makeshift beds. Ash laid back down, knowing there was no way he'd sleep now. Geez, so fidgety, Iris yawned as she headed down the stairs with an uneasy Axis squirming in her arms, having split off from the other girls. Maybe some water will calm you down. I shouldn't have taken you with me into Ash's room. You always get so weird when you're woken up in the middle of the night. You. Aksu seemed on board with the idea of a cool glass of water. She giggled and hugged the dragon type closer to her before heading into the kitchen. She was surprised to find, however, that the space was already occupied by none other than Lance. She froze, her breath hitching slightly. Aksu looked up at his trainer curiously, wondering why she had stopped. He was in the middle of making himself a cup of coffee, but he cast her a cursory glance when he noticed her presence. The brief eye contact made her all jittery, but she stayed rooted to her place on the tile. The moment was nothing short of surreal for her. There she was, in a tight kitchen space with perhaps the Pokémon world's most politically powerful man, standing in the same spot looking like an idiot while he was performing the most mundane of early morning tasks. Of course, she'd met him before when she and Sillin and Trip had first arrived, but this was the first she had him alone, as well as the first time he had so much as looked at her. He had looked at her. Is there something you need, Iris? He asked finally, his voice rough with exhaustion. She nearly jumped out of her skin. Are you surprised I know your name? He continued, and Iris brought herself to at least nod, slowly. She wanted to hit herself for acting so stupidly starstruck. She couldn't help it, though. She'd heard all about him growing up in the village of dragons, before he had even joined the Elite Four and become the champion. He was lauded as the greatest dragon master that had ever lived, and as such, she had viewed him with great admiration since her youth. "I know your mentor," Lance explained shortly as he filled his mug and took a tentative sip. Iris had to rack her brain for a moment before realizing to whom he was referring. "Why, you mean Drayden," she stammered out, finally finding her words. He nodded. "My cousin and I trained under him long ago," he said. "You and Miss Claire." She was stunned. She had never heard this tidbit of information, from Drayden or otherwise. "He's known us since birth," he elaborated. "I imagine he has great things in store for you." Iris tugged at the end of her shirt shyly before asking, "What makes you think that?" He was silent for a long moment as he took another sip of his coffee. "Drayden and I are very similar. We have specific purposes for our students," he replied plainly. Iris blinked. "Purposes?" "Lance." The conversation was cut short, and Lance and Iris turned to see Leaf in the doorway. "I need to talk to you." Lance furrowed his eyebrows in thought. "Right," he agreed, and the young agent turned and left. He was about to follow her, but he paused to talk to Iris once again. "Drayden will tell you his intentions for you one day," he said, "as I will one day tell mine." He then brushed past her, and Iris stood motionless and realized she had forgotten why she was there in the first place. Delia yawned tiredly and flicked over her wrist to check her watch, 8:17 a.m. They were a little late in starting the preparations for breakfast that morning, but better late than never. Delia was still getting used to having to cook copious amounts of food for their home's many guests, now totaling 30, including herself and Ash, 33, if Gary, Tracy, and Professor Oak were joining them, which they usually did for dinner, but she had had the help of Mimey, Johanna, Caroline, and Brock in the massive undertaking for the past couple of days. One of Ash's friends, Scyllin, had also helped prepare dinner last night, and she to admit, Ash was right when he said he was quite the young chef. She learned he and his brothers apparently ran their own restaurant back in Unova. She told him that perhaps after this whole thing was over, she would take a vacation to Stryden City just so she could try his food. "Miss Ketchum, are you okay?" Delia reeled back in surprise at the sound of Brock's voice. "You seem a bit distracted." "Yes, sorry," Delia laughed. "Just thinking. People seem to be doing a lot of that lately," Brock mused. "Anything on your mind in particular?" Delia smiled sadly. "Well," she began, though she seemed hesitant. She opened up the egg carton near her workspace and began cracking them into the heated pan before her. "I suppose I've been thinking about the same things as everyone else. This whole business with Ash being the chosen one and having some mysterious Pokémon after him and his friends. I'm just concerned since we haven't moved anywhere from 2 nights ago." "I'm sure Lance and the others are trying their hardest," Brock assured. "Oh, goodness, I wasn't suggesting they weren't," Delia said quickly. "It's just very scary. I overheard Wallace and Lance talking last night. They think the displacement of you and the rest of Ash's friends is the reason why there hasn't been another incident for 2 days now. I'm just afraid we'll be an easy target if that Pokémon learns where we are." "I understand," Brock coaxed, "but that's why the G-men are here. Cynthia mentioned that though we can't see them, there are agents surrounding the entire Pallet Town area. That Pokémon will be chased off before it can even get within 100 feet of this house." Delia sighed in relief. "That is comforting to hear," she said. A pause. "Brock, I appreciate you talking to me. You've always been so good to Ash. He doesn't have any siblings, but I know he likes to think of you as his older brother and that makes you, by extension, another son of mine." Brock temporarily stopped what he was doing to face her fully. "Thank you, Miss Ketchum, that means a lot." It was at that moment that the group of teen trainers came downstairs, dressed as though they were ready to go out. Dawn was back on her crutches and was struggling to get down the stairs without completely toppling over. Kenny and Zoe were assisting her. Delia peeked her head outside the kitchen and asked, "Are you all headed somewhere?" "Just to Professor Oak's lab," Ash explained before turning his attention to Brock. "Hey, Brock, do you want to come with us?" The former gym leader seemed to hesitate. "I'm actually gonna help your mom finish cooking," he finally responded. Ash appeared confused by this, but he shrugged it off. "Be back by 9 a.m., though," Delia admonished. "Breakfast will be ready by then." "Right, we will," Ash said. Before the traveling pack could leave, however, Lance intervened. "You shouldn't be outside alone," he stated plainly. "Well, there's 15 of us, so we're not really alone," Paul grumbled under his breath. "They'll be fine, Lance," Cynthia began from distance away. "The area is overflowing with G-Men agents." Lance still looked unsure, but he backed off and let them go. "We'll be back soon, promise," Ash declared before exiting the front door with the 14 other trainers in tow. "So, Tracy," Daisy drawled, sidling up closer to the Pokémon watcher, who was sketching his Mario chattering with her son, Misty's Azurill. "How did you get to be such a good artist?" Gary rolled his eyes and took a sip of his coffee. Their flirting was beginning to become unbearable. Daisy had decided to spend the night at the lab the previous evening, claiming she really wanted to learn about how they took care of so many Pokémon there, which Gary knew was complete BS, but his grandfather kindly allowed her to take the guest room. Needless to say, all of yesterday and now this morning had been full of batted eyelashes and shy blushes. "Oh. Well, you know. Practice," Tracy replied with a crooked smile. "I've been drawing since I was a kid." Daisy giggled. "Wow," she cooed, "that's a lot of dedication." Gary wanted to GG at the sugar-coated sound of her voice. When the doorbell rang, he gladly excused himself to go see who their guest was. Or rather, guests. His grandfather had answered the door and invited in Ash and his entire posse. For a brief moment, Gary considered turning around and heading back into the other room with Tracy and Daisy. "Dawn, you look exhausted," Professor Oak began sympathetically. "Come here, sit down. I'll get you a glass of water." "Thank you, Professor," Dawn panted. She was on her crutches still and the trip up the uneven road had been hard for her. After his grandfather left, Gary strolled in to greet his fellow trainers. "So," he began, clicking his tongue against the roof of his mouth, "the neighbors must have thought you were a teenage gang of thugs coming through Pallet. All of you combined probably make up half the town's population." Ignoring his quip, Ash asked, "Can we talk to you for a moment? I'm guessing I don't really have a choice." Gary led the group into the sitting area near the front door. He was under the impression this was going to be a long discussion if the entirety of Club Ash Connection was there. Professor Oak brought Dawn her glass of water, which she thanked him for before he left to complete his daily chores with the Pokémon. "All right, what's up?" Gary asked, plopping down on one of the sofas. Everyone else followed suit. "Well," Ash began hesitantly. "I had a dream last night." "Most people do," Gary said, raising an eyebrow. "A nightmare," Ash clarified. "Gee, I'm sorry," Gary said, though he was completely insincere. "Okay, let's cut to the chase," Leaf interjected impatiently. "Gary, did you battle a man named Giovanni at the Viridian City gym?" Gary was caught off guard by this question. Then, his expression deadpanned. "Yeah, and I lost," he admitted, chagrined to be discussing this. The battle at the Viridian City gym was his first and probably his most humiliating loss. Not to mention, unnerving. He'd spent years trying to forget that day. "Why are you asking?" "Ash thinks he's heard the name, Giovanni, in his dream, twice now," Iris explained. "We were just wondering if there's some sort of connection or something. Could you tell us about that battle in detail, maybe? I remember when Ash and Brock and I got there, you were in some sort of shock," Misty recalled. Gary nodded begrudgingly. It was a 3-on-3 battle, he began. I started off with Nidoking and he sent out Golem. Nidoking had him knocked out with one hit. Giovanni then sent out a Kingler, and I pitted my Arcanine against him. Kingler put up a better fight, but Arcanine easily finished him off with a Fire Blast. So if it was going so well, then what happened? Trip asked. Gary shook his head. Well, he told me the battle wasn't over yet, and then he sent out this incredibly strong Pokémon that I'd never seen before. My Pokédex had no data on it, and it was covered in this mechanical armor. He breathed out the last two words in shock, and his eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. The rest of the trainers seemed to be experiencing the same epiphany. Then, an armored Pokémon! Barry exclaimed, jumping to his feet. That sounds like the Pokémon we saw. He gestured to Dawn, Kenny, Zoe as he spoke. Us too, Drew added, referring to May, Max, and himself. Same, Paul muttered. Hold on. Let him finish his story, Leaf urged, but Gary shrugged. There's nothing else to say. He wiped the floor with my Pokémon, he concluded. Leaf frowned but reached into her bag, pulling out the notebook she had used to take notes during her interview with Melody a couple of days earlier. She flipped to a blank page and grabbed a pen in one of her bag's pockets, handing both to Gary. Draw it, she ordered. The Pokémon, I mean. Just so we can be sure. Gary accepted the paper and pen and immediately got to work sketching out a picture. It's been a while, and I'm not an artist, but he began after a couple of minutes. This is what I remember. He turned the notebook around to show off his drawing to the entire group. Yup, that's definitely it, Max confirmed, nodding. I agree, Zoe said. The resemblance is uncanny to what we saw in Twinleaf. Ash examined the picture closely for a long moment, until a disturbed expression fell across his face. Can I see that for a moment? He asked, snatching the notebook out of Gary's hands. He then turned toward Misty and held it up again so she also could get a better look at it. Misty, does this look like anyone to you? Misty blinked, unsure of what he was getting at. Ash, I didn't see who attacked the Cerulean gym, remember, she reminded him. No, I mean before that. Someone who we met long ago, Ash persisted, desperately trying to jog her memory. Misty bit her lip and furrowed her eyebrows in thought. Well. Now that you mention it, it kind of looks like Mutuo, she mused. Ash stood up and backed away from her. That's exactly what I thought, he said before taking off out the front door. Hey! Misty exclaimed angrily, leaping to her feet. Where are you going? Wait up. She went after him, leaving behind everyone else in a sort of stunned silence. After a few moments, Sylvan cleared his throat. Maybe it's just because I haven't known Ash as long as the rest of you. But what's a Mutuo? Brock. Ash burst through the front door of his home, notebook in hand. Tell me, who does this look like? Although confused by Ash's sudden outburst, Brock stopped his work setting the table and accepted the piece of paper Ash had ripped out of the notebook for him. Ichem. It looks like a very poorly drawn picture of Mutuo, the 19-year-old concluded after a little while. Ash. Misty appeared in the doorway to the front room, panting from running. What dash? Misty, he exclaimed, cutting off her question. Brock thinks it looks like Mutuo, too. Misty straightened up. So, do you think that Pokémon that attacked me and the others is Mutuo? She asked. Ash said, nodding. I'm sure of it. I don't why, but. I'm sorry, but who is Mutuo? Reggie suddenly asked, injecting himself into the conversation. Yes, thank you for leaving us hanging, Ash, Drew said, strolling back in the home from behind Misty, along with the rest of group, which now included Gary. Dawn looked like she was about to die from exhaustion from quickly crutching herself all the way back to the Ketchum house. She collapsed on a nearby chair, awkwardly setting the cursed contraptions that were her crutches aside and wiping the sweat off her forehead. 3 years ago, while Ash, Misty, and myself were traveling through Johto, Brock explained, we came to Mtequina, the highest peak in the region. We missed the bus to go around the mountain, so we had to stay in a lodge. That's when Team Rocket came and stole Pikachu. We climbed to the top of Mtequina to save him, but when we got there, we encountered a Pokémon named Mewtwo, a clone of Mew. Drew's breath audibly caught at the mention of clone, which May noticed but said nothing about. Then we got caught up in this elaborate plot of Team Rocket's to capture Mewtwo for their evil purposes. We stopped them, though, and Mewtwo escaped, Brock finished. And now I think they've captured him again. Mewtwo's powerful, but he wouldn't hurt a Wurmple unless something was literally forcing him to. I think that's what the mechanical armor everyone's been seeing is doing, Ash added. After the first dream, the one where I first heard Giovanni. The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on who it was. Now I remember. I'm positive Giovanni was the name of the leader of Team Rocket we met, the one who wanted Mewtwo. The color drained from Delia's face as her son said this, and she had to sit down. My apologies for interrupting, Lance began calmly, rising to his feet, but is this Giovanni the same Giovanni who was the gym leader of the Verdian City Gym a couple of years ago? I'm pretty sure, Ash answered. Gary said he battled Giovanni before he left his gym leader position and that he used an incredibly strong Pokémon wearing armor. So Giovanni's controlled Mewtwo before? Richie asked. I guess so, Ash replied, shrugging. Does this mean Giovanni's the one behind all these attacks and thinks Ash is the chosen one? Maylene asked. Yes, Delia bleated weakly, finally speaking up. Everyone turned toward her in surprise. It seems like something he would do. Delia, you make it sound like you know him personally, Norman commented, raising an eyebrow and looking at her with a concerned gaze. I do, Delia confessed, sniffling and blinking back tears. How? Delia had to fight to force the words out of her. Giovanni is Ash's father. Chapter 7, in which Misty patches things up. April 28, late afternoon. Viridian City. The first time Delia Ketchum held her son in her arms, an overwhelming sense that everything was going to be okay swelled within her. Because Pallet Town had no hospital, it had been quite the event when her water broke. Melissa left her 7-month-old son, Gary, with her father-in-law and rushed Delia to Viridian City so the baby could be safely delivered. Delia had barely been able to hang on before she reached the hospital's doors. Ash was born less than 8 minutes after their arrival. He's beautiful, Melissa cooed as her finger tenderly curled through one of his dark tufts of hair. He looks just like you. Delia smiled weakly at her friend. I'm glad for that, she said. Very few people knew about the father. Only Melissa, her husband, his father, and the aging Green couple, with whom she was staying until she could save up enough money to buy the vacant house down the street, were aware. Melissa was silent for a long moment as she assisted Delia in nursing the infant for the first time. About that, she began quietly. Are you going to tell Giovanni? It just seems so mysterious to me, Delia, to keep it a secret. I never liked him much, but... No, Delia shook her head vigorously, her demeanor turning desperate. He must never know. I don't want Ash to know. I don't want them to ever meet. Why? Melissa pleaded with concern. It's nothing to worry about, Delia insisted. Just. Don't worry about it. The reason. As long as he never knows, everything will be okay. It was a secret she planned to carry to her grave. December 24th, early evening. Pallet Town. Delia was miserable. She felt miserable, she looked miserable, and she had made her son miserable. A dark, solemn atmosphere had descended upon the home since she had revealed the nature of Giovanni's and Ash's relationship that morning, and she felt terribly guilty because it had ruined Christmas Eve, and possibly Christmas itself, for everyone. Johanna and Caroline had insisted they take care of dinner without her and were currently in the middle of preparing it. Delia knew it was thoughtful of them, but she sincerely wished she could help. It would prove to be an excellent distraction to the shame she was feeling. Instead, however, she was sitting in the living room with the other adults and being subjected to questioning, albeit, very gentle and understanding questioning. "We dated when we were younger," Delia sniffled. Although it had been hours since she had told everyone the truth, only now was she beginning to open up and discuss it. "I had a rebel streak in me, and I hung around a bad crowd. That's when I met him. I had no idea he belonged to Team Rocket for the longest time, though. It was only after his mother retired that he told me, and I was horrified when he said he was going to take over." "Does Giovanni know Ash is his son?" Cynthia asked kindly, handing the disconsolate woman a cup of hot chocolate to help ease her troubles. Delia gratefully accepted the warm drink, but she shook her head. "No, I never told him," she said. "After Giovanni told me about his connection to Team Rocket, I returned to Pallet for my mother's funeral without him, so I could think things over. I found out I was PRGNT with Ash there and never went back." "How ironic," Harley mused. For once, he was actually being serious and had dropped his overly flamboyant act. Giovanni goes after the supposed chosen one, and he ends up going after the son he never knew he had. "There has to be more to it than that, though," Lance pointed out. "What do you mean?" Wallace asked. "The Team Rocket mantra has always been, steal Pokémon for profit. Exploit Pokémon for profit. All Pokémon exist for the glory of Team Rocket. Their ultimate goal is to take over the world," Lance explained. "How do Ash and the others fit into that?" "Revenge for releasing Mutuo, maybe," suggested Brock. He then shook his head and added, "No, but that doesn't make sense. If that were the case, he'd only be after Ash, Misty, and myself since we were the ones he encountered on Emtiquina." "It's the legend," Leaf insisted, speaking up. She was, as a G-Men agent, the only teen present in the conversation. "Giovanni knows about the legend of the Chosen One, and that's why he wants Ash." "No, I don't think it's that," Lance disagreed. "Giovanni, as a gym leader at least, was pragmatic, logical." "Are you suggesting people who believe in legends are illogical?" Cynthia asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't twist my words, Cynthia," Lance snapped. "I'm merely stating my own observations." "How well did you know him as a gym leader?" Cynthia asked him, her voice even, though questioning. Lance shut his mouth, staring at her for a long moment. "Well?" Cynthia pressed. "Not well," Lance finally admitted. "He was appointed by Agatha before I assumed her position as champion. He never attended the annual Indigo Gym Leader Conference. He filed a request for repairs at the Viridian Gym, citing that a Pokémon battle had destroyed some of the structure, but he suddenly resigned without explanation before the request could even be processed. He then disappeared, and Agatha helped me push the repairs through so she could serve as a temporary gym leader. It's been empty since she passed away, though." "Why didn't you look into it more, then?" Wallace asked. He posed the question innocently, though Lance experienced difficulty not taking offense. "I was a bit busy at the time," the Dragon Master grunted, irritated. "With what?" Wallace continued. "With Team Rocket." Lance let out a harsh, empty laugh. "It's both infuriating and ironic when I think about it. Team Rocket was the central focus of the G-Men's investigations in the Indigo Division, and its leader had been right under our noses the entire time." "Was the central focus?" Reggie asked, raising an eyebrow. "They practically vanished several years ago without a trace around the time Giovanni left his post as gym leader, I've now realized, and they fell on our priority list. This is the first we've heard of them in a while," Lance explained. "And it seems they've expanded their horizons," Steven added. "Team Rocket typically hasn't been a problem in Hoenn or Sinnoh in the past. The organization was based somewhere in the Kanto region." "So is Unova not even on the table, then?" Alder asked. Haven't been any attacks there, not from a Mutwo, at least. But we're dealing with our own problems with Team Plasma around. Team Rocket wants to take over the world, Alder, Lance emphasized. Unova's definitely on the table, even if we haven't seen it yet. Well, what do you think, Delia? Soledad asked, bringing the conversation back to its original point. You were with Giovanni for a while. Do you think he would be someone to believe in prophecies and legends? Delia blinked. She hesitated, wiping her reddened eyes clear. I don't know, to be honest. It wasn't something we ever talked about, and I'm not even sure that I believe in them. All right, Leaf began slowly. Let's assume Giovanni doesn't know anything about Ash's Shamuti prophecy, or that if he does, he doesn't believe it. But Ash and his friends have done other things that merit attention, like encountering, saving, and befriending legendaries. Do you think Giovanni's after legendaries, then? Tracy asked the girl, tilting his head. It certainly would be a good way to take over the world, wouldn't it? Leaf straightened up. But it would also mean Giovanni's operating by a very dangerous mentality, Lance continued. And by dangerous, I mean dangerous to Ash and his companions including you, Brock and Tracy, because it would mean you're all not really the focus of Team Rocket's goals. You're an obstacle. You don't have anything important to offer to him. In Giovanni's eyes, you're expendables, and he'll wipe you out the first chance he gets. Well, nothing important other than Ash is his son, Leaf reminded him. But Giovanni doesn't know that, Lance replied calmly. I'm just suggesting that perhaps we could use that fact to our advantage, Leaf expounded. And what would you suggest we do, Leaf? Lance began sternly. Have Ash send Giovanni a Christmas card and sign it, by the way, I'm your son. Please don't kill me and take over the world. Who's to say? He'd believe us. He paused before adding, who's to say he'd even care? Maybe someone should go talk to him. Richie suggested, worried. The younger half of the household sans Ash and Leaf were all hanging out in the guest room the girls had been sleeping in since the boys' room was currently being occupied by a very sulky Ash. He had been locked up in his bedroom since that morning and had been turning away anyone who tried to speak to him about what happened. Everyone thought he would at least be down for lunch since he absolutely loved eating and would probably be hungry since he'd skipped breakfast, but he had ordered May away when she tried to tell him that food was ready. It was now approaching dinner, and Ash still had not emerged from his bedroom. I think he just needs some time alone, Sylvan said. He's had time alone all day, Paul grumbled. Just put yourself into his shoes for a moment, Paul, Zoe advised. Just think, what if you found out your father was the leader of Team Rocket and that he's out to get you and your friends? Paul's lips tightened. I don't have a father, he replied coldly. Zoe reeled back from the especially harsh tone in his voice and decided to no longer push the subject. Dawn cast the mauve-haired trainer a curious, but concerned glance. No? The blue-haired coordinator asked. Dawn knew she shouldn't pry, but his reaction to Zoe's question had spiked her curiosity. Besides, she wasn't really expecting him to answer. He had ignored her and her questions half the time, anyway, which was why she was surprised when he actually mustered up a quick reply. Reggie's my legal guardian, he explained curtly, the severity of his voice dropping off. A brief silence followed his statement before Drew picked up the conversation again. I'm leaning towards the side that someone needs to go tell Ash to snap out of it, he said, folding his arms. I feel bad for him, but it is what it is, and he might as well deal with it. Just accept it and leave it all behind. I mean, I don't like my father much either. Now it was May's turn for her interest to be piqued. This was the first she'd heard her rival openly admit what she up to that point could only guess, that he disliked his father. I'd be willing to bet your dad's not a part of an evil organization, though, Kenny refuted. Drew was silent in response, and Barry picked up the conversation. It's the same idea though, isn't it? He asked. Yes and no, Dawn chimed in. All eyes were now turned to her. It's difficult to explain, but I understand exactly how Ash is feeling right now. I have never talked to, or even seen a picture of my father. I don't even know his name. My mom never told me, I think, because she doesn't want me to go looking for him. After he found out my mom was pregnant, he ran, and she never saw him again. I know in reality that doesn't speak highly of him, but since I've never actually met him, I can just perpetuate this imaginary idea that he's actually a really good guy and that he misses my mom and loves me. I think Ash built up a similar kind of fantasy about his own father, but that fantasy was burst today. There were a few hums in new understanding. I never thought of it that way, confessed Trip, who had a surprising hint of sympathy in his voice. Iris noticed this and was slightly taken aback. It wasn't necessarily that she thought Trip was incapable of compassion, but he and Ash had never gotten along well, and Trip hadn't expressed much concern, or even regard, for him in earlier situations there in Kanto and back in Unova. Anyway, Dawn continued with a wave of her hand, I'm actually going to agree with Richie and Drew and the others. Someone should try to talk to Ash and at least get him to come down to dinner. Gently, though. Right. The mention of his name seemed to pull Drew back into reality. He then turned a sly eye toward Misty, who had been sitting quietly beside Iris most of the evening. I'm going to elect Misty. The Cerulean gym leaders had snapped up in surprise. What? She asked, a little sharply. I think that's actually a good choice, Syllan agreed. After all, you've known Ash the longest. Yeah. Barry exclaimed, a grin breaking out across his face. You guys are like best friends, right? He liked to talk about you a lot, even though I didn't care. A hint of a blush crawled up Misty's neck upon hearing that new bit of information. I didn't know that, she stammered, unsure of what else to say. And, you know. Drew began with a flick of his hair and a smirk. Misty shot him a warning glare. She had a feeling where he was going to drag this conversation next, and she was mentally preparing to punch his stupid pretty boy face if he did, even if meant putting a bit of strain on her and May's friendship. It could earn you some brownie points with him. Misty restrained herself. Drew, she said tersely, shut up. Dawn's blue eyes suddenly lit up with childlike excitement. Wait. So Dash, she began before Misty cut her off. Dawn. I know what you're thinking, and I have just one thing to tell you. Stop, Misty said. Arceus, Paul muttered, so there's actually someone who's romantically attracted to Ash. Mew bless your soul, Misty. He's so thick-skulled, he doesn't notice any of that kind of stuff, May said, shaking her head, though she was smiling. Misty stopped and a mischievous smirk of her own spread across her. At that moment, she realized just how she could turn this around on Drew, if she played her cards right. Sounds like someone I know, she commented casually, looking pointedly at May. The female coordinator tilted her head to the side, confused, while Drew's expression deadpanned, realizing what Misty was attempting to do. Who? May asked. Misty sighed. Never mind, she droned. Drew seemed to relax, thinking she had dropped it. Misty was far from done, however. She straightened up from where she was sitting, looking resolved. All right, fine, I'll talk to Ash. But I'll need something, she said, her voice trailing off. Need what? Max inquired. Jelly-filled donuts, Misty answered. They're his favorite. Why? Drew questioned with an eyebrow raised. The only way I'm going to be able to get him to talk to me is if I have food, Misty explained. May already tried that earlier at lunchtime, Drew dismissed. Yes, but not with jelly-filled donuts, Misty pointed out. In fact, Drew, since you were the one who so kindly volunteered me, why don't you be the one to go to the store and buy a dozen? Shops in Viridian City are open till midnight on Christmas Eve. How about no? Drew snorted. It's like 40 degrees outside right now. Misty expected this sort of answer, and strategically cast a "please help me" glance at May, who promptly noticed her friend's plea and cleared her throat to speak. Oh, Drew, it isn't that bad, she coaxed, completely unaware of the fact she was being manipulated. You can hop on Flygon and be there and back within the hour. And you can borrow my scarf if you need something extra to keep you warm. Misty could not have asked for more perfect words coming from May, and she didn't even have to tell her to say them. The redhead mentally crossed her fingers, silently hoping Drew would take the bait. Fine, Drew conceded, standing up and grabbing his coat. Misty's lips curled upward, hook, line, and sinker. Then, to top it off, thank you, Drew, May said with her usual sweet smile, still oblivious to what had happened. It was then that Drew realized he had completely fallen into Misty's trap. He took a moment to look around at the expressions, which were all either ones of suspicion or amusement, or, if they really didn't care, indifference, of his fellow trainers. He gritted his teeth slightly, knowing there was no way he could go back on his agreement and unwind the damage he'd done. No problem, he mumbled, annoyed. He cast Misty, who had a rather smug smile on her face at the moment, you win this round, look before exiting the room and heading downstairs. As soon as he was gone, Kenny let out a hearty laugh. Well, would ya look at that, he chortled. Who would have thought the great prince of coordinating would obey the princess of Hoen's every command? Guess that's what love does to people. Kind of appropriate, though, when you think about it. Yeah, you have him completely wrapped around your finger, May. Iris said, impressed. May, however, knitted her eyebrows together and looked at the dragon-type trainer with befuddlement. What do you mean? She asked. Iris blinked, a little taken aback. Everyone else in the room, aside from Misty, seemed just as surprised. It's an expression, Paul explained gruffly. She means Drew is so enamored with you that he's willing to do anything you tell him to. And, he obviously is. May's cheeks flushed pink. What? She stammered nervously. Oh no, you all have it wrong, Drew and I are just rivals, he'd never think of me in that sort of way. In fact, all he ever really does is make fun of me. Paul stared at her wordlessly, which after a while made May slightly uncomfortable, but he eventually turned away and, folding his arms, muttered something incoherent under his breath. May, did you not see what happened at all? Zoe asked incredulously, though she was fighting off an amused smile. He flat out refused Misty when she asked him for a favor, but once you entered the equation, he suddenly seemed a little more willing. What's that got to do with anything? May retorted, though she was still blushing. Everything. Zoe laughed, a little exasperated. Besides May, remember all those roses he used to give you? Max piped up. Ah, May, he gave you roses? Dawn cooed. That's so sweet. Now I'm completely convinced he's into you. Those roses were for Beautifly. May argued back. He said so himself. Arceus, she is almost as bad as Ash, Gary said in a half-whisper. Richie, who was the only one close enough to hear him, hummed in agreement. Well, geez. Barry exclaimed. I don't know much about this stuff, but seriously, even I can tell Drew totally likes you, and I've only known you guys for 3 days. And that's saying something, Dawn added. May, the kid with ADHD who has trouble paying attention to details, even managed to pick up that there's something going on between you two. There's nothing going on between us. It's like I said, we're rivals. May was refusing to give in, and after a while, everyone else did. You know, there's a part of me that kind of feels bad for Drew, Gary grumbled in low voice. Rival zoned, Kenny stated simply, folding his arms and nodding. His tone made it sound like he was mourning. The worst kind of zoning there is, Barry added. Pikachu hesitantly crawled up beside Ash, who was laying flat on his back with his head turned toward the open window. The electric type's heart ached from seeing his trainer this way. Ash had been depressed before, but never like this. Pikachu wasn't sure how to handle it. He had reeled through a spectrum of emotions from sympathy, to hopelessness, to anger, and back to sympathy for the past couple of hours. He had considered giving the trainer a quick electric shock to jolt him back into reality, but each time he was about to do so, he backed down at the last moment. The mouse Pokémon didn't want to make an already terrible situation worse. Ash petted his partner on the head, but he said nothing, nor did his listless expression change. Pikachu's ears lowered, and he sighed. He just couldn't understand why this was happening. He and Ash had always been there for each other, even in the toughest of situations. When Ash was down, Pikachu usually managed to cheer him up, even if just a little bit. This time, however, the boy had completely cut himself off, even from his closest and most loyal companion. The winds outside picked up, and the curtains on the window billowed toward them, welcoming to cold winter breeze inside. Ash shivered, feeling the goosebumps on his arms rise from the chill. He honestly hadn't intended to stay in his room for so long. Earlier, he had kept telling himself, "I'll be downstairs for lunch," or, "I'll be downstairs before sunset." But lunch had passed long ago, and night had fallen. He was in a rut, and he couldn't pull himself out. His father, the fantastic heroic figure he had always looked up to during his childhood, was actually Giovanni, perhaps the greatest embodiment of evil and cruelty to Pokémon the nation had ever known. His gut twisted. When he thought about it too much, the whole situation sickened him. As another gust of wind rushed into his bedroom, Ash could hear the wind chimes from the front porch downstairs jingling a discordant tune. Not long after, there came a knock at his bedroom door. "Ash?" The muffled voice was distinctly Misty's. "Go away." Misty, being Misty, ignored his request and opened the door anyway, peeking inside. A sliver of yellow light from the hallway fell across the darkened bedroom. "I brought donuts." The boy's head perked up, just the slightest bit, though he still refused to face her. "What kind?" "Jelly-filled." A beat of silence followed. After a long moment, Ash slowly sat up and turned his head toward the door. His eyes were swollen and red from the several fits of crying he'd gone through. He hoped Misty wouldn't notice, but even if she did, he knew she of all people wouldn't judge him for it. This wasn't the first time she had seen him cry. He smiled crookedly. "Ah, Mist, you know me too well," he said, rubbing his eyes and inviting her to sit beside him. Misty smiled, elated he had let her in. She shut the door behind her with her hip before climbing onto the bed. Ash grinned as she settled herself across from him, placing the donut box between them and opening it up to reveal a batch of the rather delicious-looking pastries. "They're all yours," Misty clarified. "All mine. I think you deserve them after a day like today." Ash lowered his head slightly, frowning. He figured this would come up. "Well, I don't want to be a tepig and eat them all myself," he protested. "Ash, you already are a tepig. I'm pretty sure you eat more than a munchlax. Come on, have one with me." Misty smirked and said, "All right, if you insist." The two trainers then ceremoniously took a donut from the box and bit into it, savoring the sweet raspberry jelly filling inside. The pair was silent for a couple of minutes as they enjoyed their treat, but both were carefully planning the inevitable discussion hanging over their heads. Misty didn't want to let her big mouth run and accidentally say something that would worsen Ash's mood, and Ash wanted to figure out how he could seriously have open conversation about this whole situation without breaking down. He had to be honest with himself, though, if he had to pick someone to talk to, it would without a doubt be the person sitting across from him right now. Misty was the first to speak, "So. How are you feeling?" Ash shrugged. "I dunno." He was twiddling his thumbs as he spoke. His gaze was focused on the hangnail on his right index finger. Misty rolled her eyes. "Yes you do. Be honest with me. And look at me when you talk." Ash tentatively brought his eyes up to hers. "I feel awful," he admitted. Pikachu leapt onto his trainer's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek comfortingly. Misty smiled and reached out, affectionately scratching the electric type behind the ear. "You know, you really shouldn't," she said. Ash gave her an odd look, and she quickly amended, I mean, I'm not saying your disappointment isn't legitimate or is silly. I think it's completely understandable. It's just, Drew said something that I really liked, you can't decide who your parents are, so. She paused, thinking of the best way to end that statement. Don't let what they do decide who you are. You aren't Giovanni. If anything, you're like your mom, and she's one of the nicest people I've ever met. Ash shook his head. That's not the problem. It isn't. Ash hesitated before saying, well, it sort of is. It's only a small part of it though. Am I upset Giovanni's my real dad? Yeah. But you're right, I'm not him. The part that gets me the most is that because of me, everyone here is in danger. You, May, Dawn, Scylla. All these people I really care about. And my mom. I can't help but think it would be better off if I was never born. Misty inhaled sharply. Don't you dare say anything like that, Ash Ketchum, she chastised. Well, it's true, isn't it? He demanded, his voice cracking. No, it's not, Misty insisted. Ash, there's a room full of people who love you and value your friendship. Even Paul. And Trip. And Dr. Dash. Okay, so maybe 3/4 a full room of people. That's not my main point, Misty interjected. She took in a deep breath for continuing, Ash, the thing is, I'd go through hell and high water for you. I already have a couple of times. This is just another of those times. And you know what, I bet May and Dawn and Scylla and most everyone else would do the exact same thing. From what I've heard, many of them already have, too. That's how much you mean to people. So, how can you even think things would be better off if you weren't born? Besides, you're the chosen one. We'd all be in big trouble if you weren't around. Ash forced a smile. I didn't think that mattered anymore. Even my own mom isn't sure whether I'm the chosen one or not. Misty's eyelids fell and she added in a gentle but serious voice. But I am. Ash was stunned. He really had no idea how to respond to that. When it became obvious to Misty that he had no intentions of saying anything, she continued, now, dinner's supposed to start soon. I know you've already had a couple of donuts, but do you think you can fit in some dinner? Ash grinned. You know I always have room for more food, he laughed. His face fell again before he added, but, I don't know how I can face everyone. Misty shrugged. The same way you always do. Huh. She reached out and playfully flicked his nose. With that stupid grin of yours, of course. December 24th, late evening. Location unknown. Sleep was becoming harder for Giovanni to come by. Not in the sense that he felt burdened with terrible guilt, or was so anxious that his restless mind would refuse him rest. His mind was restless, though it was for reasons quite opposite to those previously mentioned. It was excitement, childlike, almost. Like when a little boy or girl gets a new toy. He smirked and swiveled around in his chair to look at Mutuo, who was currently being contained by the same, albeit, far more advanced, technology they had used to accomplish the same task on top of Mbequina several years earlier. He took a tepid sip of his red wine, his smirk widening as he did so, because he had a new toy, too. Well, he would soon. Team Rocket scientists' technology hadn't been perfected yet. Although they had managed to successfully capture and retain Mutuo, they had yet to control him. They had been close several times, but not close enough. Mutuo's will was still overpowering his suit, which was currently under renovation to improve its forced obedience power. Suddenly, Giovanni's phone rang. He set down his glass of wine and swiftly answered the call, turning on the speakerphone option. Agent 009, he regarded, having recognized the caller ID, Domino Black Tulip Williams, or as the organization knew her, Sir, my apologies for calling so late, the female rocket agent's voice rang through the air, but I thought you might be interested to know that we've found them, in the most obvious of locations. That so? Yes, Domino confirmed. One of our undercover agents picked up on a lead this evening, in Viridian City. He recognized Drew Hayden perusing the aisles in the local grocery store. Giovanni pet an eyebrow. Who's Drew Hayden? He is of no concern to me. He should be. He's May Maple's boyfriend. Moreover, he was present at the attack in Petalburg. We identified him as the boy with the Absol in that video Mutwo's headgear recorded. Ah. Add him to Section B of Project Legendary then. Mark him yellow. Already been done, sir. Excellent. Go on. So that agent contacted me, and I did a bit of investigating. It turns out Lance and the other champions have been, as we speculated, sending those who were attacked and who they may think are in danger into hiding, but they've all been sending them to the same place. I had some tech grunt hack into the Pokerlines network, and we learned that the Maple family, along with Dawn Berlitz, Paul Rebolito, Iris Ajagara, the whole enchilada, all flew out to Viridian City within the past week. We think they're actually in Pallet Town, the hometown of that Ash kid. Makes it easy for us, huh? We won't have to order these sporadic attacks across the regions anymore. They're all packaged into one convenient location. Mutwo's eyelids cracked open as he heard this. Yes, well, while that may sound convenient, it makes things a little tricky, Giovanni mused. How so? Lance is many things, but he's no fool. He wouldn't put all those people into one place without major protection. That whole town is likely saturated with G-Men agents. Oh. The excitement in Domino's voice dropped off. Not to worry though, Giovanni continued, glancing toward Mutwo once again. The psychic type weakly lifted his head and sent the man a harsh glare. We have a secret weapon. Mutwo. Not to sound rude, sir, but he hasn't done much of anything except make things more complicated by turning this into a game of hide-and-seek. Moreover, if a small group of kids can chase off Mutwo, then an entire town full of G-Men agents would have no problem. That doesn't worry me, Giovanni dismissed. It's true, I've underestimated Mutwo's will again. However, Dr. Zager has proposed a new tactic of getting Mutwo fully under our control. Once we have that, no amount of G-Men agents will be able to handle him. Mutwo's fists clenched, though he knew he was powerless to do anything in his current state. Except. What new tactic? Domino demanded. Don't worry yourself. Jesse and James are helping Dr. Zager out. Domino audibly scoffed, but she didn't say anything against the choice of agents. Well, how long are we gonna wait around then? Once Dr. Zager has everything he needs, he said he hopes it will only take a couple of days to update the suit. As Mutwo perfected his focus and established the connection he desired to make, the world around him began to fade out as another came pouring in. December 24th, late evening. Pallet Town. Ash inhaled sharply as he awoke. He quickly sat up and scrambled for the notepad and pen he decided to keep under his pillow upon Leaf's suggestion nearly 24 hours before then. He scribbled down the bits and pieces of words and phrases he could remember. Giovanni. Mutwo. We found them. Couple of days. As his pencil dragged across the paper, the details of his dream, as they always did, began to wither away until they were nothing but a distant part of his memory. The trainer breathed out as he scanned over his list. He soon realized that implication of even the few words he's written down appeared far too serious to wait for morning. Ash slowly rose to his feet, examining his surroundings. All his roommates had rejoined him that evening and were sleeping around him peacefully. After Misty had finally convinced Ash to go downstairs for dinner, everyone had been surprisingly friendly, which Ash appreciated. He'd received a couple of welcoming hugs from May and Dawn, after which he sent Misty a smug look and said, "See? I'm not the only huggy person around here," and everyone resisted making any snide remarks. That was strange. He was expecting at least Gary to make some sort of jab. It was then that Ash realized that everyone was tiptoeing around him. He understood why, but he wished they wouldn't. It wasn't necessarily that he wanted to talk about Giovanni and Mutwo and everything that had happened, but he knew that was the only way anything would ever get done and, more importantly, the only way they could figure out how to make everyone safe again. He tried to bring the topic up, but the conversation didn't last long. You know, Ash began quietly after a tentative bite of his food, you guys don't have to try to be nice and avoid talking about what happened this morning with me around. He was addressing the whole of the group, the adults included. Lance allowed a rare smirk to reach his face upon this comment, and he straightened up. I'm really glad you said that, Ash, he began amiably, because there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Ash's head perked up, but before Lance had a chance to go into further detail, Cynthia hastily interrupted him. Lance, she said sharply. We will discuss this later. Yes, Delia agreed with a weak smile. Ash noticed his mother's eyes were red and puffy, like his were earlier. She had been crying, too. Let's just enjoy dinner tonight and Christmas tomorrow. There were several tentative murmurs in agreement. Ash sunk into his chair and exchanged a furtive glance with Leaf. She raised her eyebrows, regarding him, before taking a sip of her drink. She wasn't going to talk. Ash, however, soon forgot all about the awkward dinner atmosphere. Afterward, he ended up spending a good hour with his mother, which, in truth, was as necessary for him as it was for her. They didn't talk much about Mutuo and Giovanni. That discussion was again avoided. She really just wanted to reiterate how much she loved him and how sorry she was. Ash assured her she had nothing to be sorry about. Bedtime came shortly thereafter, and whatever Lance had planned to say to them was lost somewhere along the way. Ash assumed they would get around to it in the morning, but morning now seemed too far away. As he had done several nights before then, Ash quietly crept through his room, taking special care not to step on anyone. 9, he decided, was far too big a number of people to stay in one bedroom. He slipped out the door and went across the hall to the guest room, where the girls were sleeping. Ash hesitated as he raised his hand to knock. He didn't really want to wake anyone up, but he supposed he had no choice. He lightly rapped on the wooden door. There was a brief delay before someone answered. Ash? Leaf inquired drowsily, brushing the sleep out of her eyes. Leaf, Ash began seriously, I had another dream. I took your advice and wrote everything I could remember down. I think Giovanni knows where we are. Leaf suddenly seemed very much awake. Let me see that, she demanded, snatching the pad away from him. She hastily read over each word and phrase before looking back up at Ash and saying, Follow me. She didn't give him a choice, however, as she gripped his wrist and practically dragged him downstairs into the living room, where several of the adults were sleeping on the couches and blow-up mattresses. Leaf went over to the sofa where Lance was situated and shook him awake. The Indigo champion stirred and grunted as she repeated his name in an urgent whisper. What's the matter, Leaf? Lance asked once he had come to himself, rising to his feet. Lance, we have to tell Cynthia that we can't appease Delia any longer, Leaf answered, her tone nearly desperate. You were right. We have to do something now. Ash's attention snapped toward the young G-Men agent after she mentioned his mother. Appease my mom? What, Ash? Before anyone had a chance to answer Ash's question, Reggie, who had previously been lightly snoozing next to Maylene on a nearby mattress, lifted his head. Lance? Is something wrong? He asked with concern. Reggie, could you please go wake up Cynthia and the others? Leaf requested, decidedly not answering his question. Reggie seemed unperturbed by this, however, as he nodded and stumbled to his feet, disappearing into the other room. Appease my mom? Ash repeated, now sounding a little impatient. Delia requested we avoid moving forward in our business with Giovanni and Mutuo, at least until Christmas was over, Lance explained shortly. She felt bad about what happened this morning, and she seemed to think this whole thing was ruining everyone's holiday, Leaf added. That's why it wasn't talked about at dinner this evening. Soon, Cynthia, Stephen, Wallace, and Alder entered the room and the conversation, with Reggie following behind. What's happened? Alder asked Lance seriously as they approached. Lance then looked to Leaf, who had yet to explain herself. Ash has had another dream, she began, folding her arms. He thinks Giovanni knows where we are and is coming. As in right now? Wallace asked, his voice rising slightly. No, Ash interjected, shaking his head. All eyes were suddenly on him. A couple of days. See. Here, I wrote down a couple of days. Excellent, so we have some time to figure the best response to Ash's dreams and formulate a plan, Stephen mused. I don't think they're dreams exactly, Ash chimed in. I think this is Mutwo's way of communicating with me. I think this is him warning us. Leaf paused to cast Ash a sideways glance, her eyes slowly scanning over him. Whatever the case, Lance began, I already have a plan. You do? Leaf's head snapped back toward Lance. Yes, Lance affirmed. I've actually been mulling over something like it for the past couple of days. Go on, Lance, Cynthia pressed, her voice even. Giovanni wants Ash and company out of the picture, Lance began bluntly. Why is still not clear. However, if Ash is already out of the way, then Giovanni has no reason to send his forces and Mutwo to Pallet. It'd be a waste of his time, especially if Leaf's theory is correct, and he has bigger plans in place. Therefore, I propose we put on a bit of a show. If we make it appear that Ash and his friends are no longer an issue, then Giovanni will obviously stop pursuing them. Are you suggesting? Wallace started skeptically, nearly stupefied by the implications Lance seemed to be making. A faked death. If that's what it takes, then yes, Lance said frankly. A long PRD of silence followed, the other champions seemed to be processing the proposition still. Ash was, too, but he looked to Leaf for her reaction. It was clear from her expression that she had already formed her opinion. I would be willing to go along with that, she decided. Imagine the headlines, Tragedy in Kanto, 17 dead after fatal bus crash. A bus crash? Stephen seemed doubtful, but also unwilling to really protest. Deadly fire, bubonic plague, whatever excuse works, I suppose, Leaf said, shrugging. The point is, Giovanni won't go looking for Ash and the others if he thinks they're already dead. It's brilliant. If all 16 of Ash's companions die, it will look highly suspicious, Stephen remarked. We shouldn't underestimate Giovanni's intelligence. He would know something was awry. Then we omit a few people as victims, Cynthia suggested. The other champions appeared surprised that she seemed to be willing to go along with Lance's plan. Even Leaf seemed surprised. Cynthia continued, I'll admit it's a risky move, but it would work if we pulled it off correctly. All right. Stephen seemed more willing to yield now that his wife was in agreement. However, this can't be something orchestrated with only a cursory effort. I'm aware, Stephen, Lance interjected. They will need to leave Pallet Town. There's no doubt about that. And there will need to be a real scene, news cameras, a press conference, Cynthia added. Ash sat down on the sofa, trying to process what was being said. What of his fate was being decided without his input?